Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter's peaceful summer awakened his hidden power? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After finally finding peace with Sirius, Harry's quiet summer unravels a power buried deep within, one that could change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Draco took a calming breath as he looked at the fireplace. He couldn't think of somewhere he'd less want to go, except for maybe to wherever his father was. He sighed and took a pinch of flow powder. I can't believe you're doing this, his godfather said from behind him. Neither can I, but he needs all the help he can get. Obviously, neither of us can get him to talk enough to really help him, and Sirius would rather treat him like a piece of china than try to get him to talk about what happened, Draco said with a sigh. Even if he had known about Sirius's plans to talk to Harry, he would have done this anyway, since the man was just taking far too long. Well, I'm proud of you. This shows a lot of loyalty and bravery, Snape said. They both glanced at each other and shuddered. Ugh, like a cross between a Hufflepuff and a Gryffindor. Please allow me to go vomit, Draco said dramatically. Snape smirked. Later. Or have you decided to back out of your little errand? Draco made a face at his godfather. No, I haven't. Good. Just remember that these are Harry's friends too, so he probably wouldn't appreciate you making any degrading comments about their home or other such insults. Draco sighed. Yeah. He threw the powder into the fire and stepped in and reluctantly said, the burrow. Moments later, he stepped gracefully through into the small, cluttered room. The twins were in the room, along with their father. The three looked up and froze in shock as they realized who their visitor was. Who's here? Ginny asked excitedly as she popped into the room. When she saw the bee owned, her eyebrows shot up. Hi, is Ron here? He asked, nearly calling him Weasley. The twins shot each other a perplexed look. Everyone was too shocked to answer him, and Draco resisted the urge to squirm under their stares. Mrs. Weasley popped her head in and saw Draco. She froze momentarily but quickly recovered and walked in. Hello, dear. If you're trying to find Harry, I'm afraid he's not here, she said warmly. Actually, I was trying to find Ron, he said awkwardly. He felt extremely guilty speaking with the woman he had made fun of so often to get a rise out of her sons. He glanced nervously over at the twins, who seemed to have not forgotten that fact. The two were looking at him coldly. He's up in his room. I'll show you up, she said, gesturing for him to follow. He nodded and quickly caught up to her to escape the room where he was so unwelcome. I heard what you did for Harry. That was very brave of you. Sirius tells me you two are friends now, she said on their way up. Yes, ma'am, he said politely. You don't have to be so formal, dear. Just call me Mrs. Weasley like Harry does. I've told him he's always welcome to invite you over here, and I'm sure he will once the rest of my family gets over their grudges. She dropped her voice. Weasley men are very stubborn, you know. It takes them forever to get over a grudge, but they eventually will, she said with a bright chuckle, as she patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Draco looked at her in fascination. He had never met such a warm woman. He knew now what Harry meant whenever he described Mrs. Weasley as someone you'd want to adopt you after spending a few minutes with. He wished his own mother had been so affectionate and approachable. He felt a pang of jealousy toward Ron, something that slightly scared him. You know, Harry's really like one of the family. As long as you're friends with him, you're welcome here. Thank you, he said graciously, thinking of something nice to tell the woman, something he didn't know if he'd ever bothered with. You know, Harry said your house is the best house he's ever been in. Did he really? Mrs. Weasley asked with a delighted smile. Draco nodded. He wished he could go on and tell the woman all the compliments Harry had ever said just to make her happy, but felt that telling her such things as Harry saying she was the closest thing to a mother he'd ever had would be betraying Harry's trust. He suddenly shook himself mentally, wondering what the hell he was doing. Harry was definitely right. There was something about this place that made you feel like you were home. They stopped at a door that said, Ronald's room, on it. Mrs. Weasley knocked on the door. Ron, you have a visitor, she called. The door flew open seconds later and Ron froze in seeing Draco there. Well, I'll leave you two boys to talk. It was nice to meet you, Draco dear, she said before turning down the stairs. It was nice to meet you too, he called after her before turning back to the slightly stunned Weasley boy. What are you doing here? Ron hissed. I need to talk to you, he said nonchalantly. What on earth about? He asked incredulously. It's about Harry. Ron looked slightly taken aback. What about Harry? He asked suspiciously. The way he's been acting ever since the thing with his uncle, Draco said bluntly. Now can I come in? Ron looked indecisive for a moment before standing back to let the bee owned in, shutting the door behind him. Draco looked around at the brilliant orange room. It was tiny and he thought of a million insults within seconds, but held back from saying even a single one. He thought of how Harry described the Weasleys and realized that if he ever wanted to come back, he couldn't revert to the old Draco Malfoy ways. It scared him that he'd even want to come back. He sat on the edge of one of the two beds. Ron looked at him suspiciously. What? No comments about my small room? He asked coldly. It's cool how your parents let you put up all your personal stuff. Mine was more for show. You're lucky you can do things like paint it the color of your Quidditch team, even if they'll never make it to the cup, he said in his usual drawling voice. Ron wasn't sure how to respond to that. He was almost certain that Draco Malfoy had just given him some form of a compliment. But I'm not here to talk about your decorating or Quidditch teams, so let's get down to why I am here, he said superciliously. His expression then turned more casual, more worried. Please tell me you've noticed the way Harry's been acting lately. He's been avoiding the burrow lately ever since my parents tried to strike up a chat with him about all the stuff he's been going through, but yeah, I've noticed, he said, taking a seat in his desk chair. So you've noticed that he hasn't been getting sleep? Draco asked, skeptical of Ron's observational skills. Yes. And how he always looks sad even when he's trying to look happy, Ron added. Draco nodded. And how he's shut himself off from everyone, especially Sirius. Yeah, I noticed that. Has he been backing down from disagreements with you too? Just agreeing with you when you know he disagrees? Ron asked in concern. Yeah, and he flinches whenever people touch him or even look like they're going to touch him. And has he spent the night with you at all since it happened? He asked. Yeah, I found him reading in the bathroom at 4 in the morning the first time and the second time Ron paused, unsure if he could trust Draco with the information. He had a nightmare. Draco offered. Ron nodded. Well, you know he stayed at my house that night. Now don't you ever tell Harry that I told you this, but he had some kind of panic attack with the nightmare he had. I think it's pretty obvious he hasn't been sleeping much ever since. Merlin. Ron sighed. I don't think he's been eating much either. I agree. Now listen, I know a bit of what Harry's going through. Ron looked at him awkwardly. Your father. Not anywhere near as bad, and if you tell a soul I'll kill you. I'm only telling you this to help Harry, Draco said warningly. I won't tell a soul, Ron said truthfully. Well, anyway, what happened with Harry's uncle was not good. He was at a point where he thought he was safe, with people he thought he was safe with, and his uncle still got him. I'm sure he always thought that if his godfather or any of his magical friends were there, then they could protect him, but he was proven wrong. His feeling of safety is compromised and it'll probably be a while before he can start to relax again. Not to mention he's probably as embarrassed as all hell that you all saw that, especially you, his best friend, and Ginny, since it's obvious he fancies her. Yeah, try getting Harry to admit that, Ron muttered. Anyway, Draco continued, some things aren't quite falling into place. Harry has had this kind of thing happen to him before without this sort of reaction, right? Yeah, back when nobody knew and he was desperately trying to keep it a secret. Something more is wrong, like the anxiety with Sirius, and certain things with his behavior that doesn't quite fit. It's possible this was just one thing too many and Harry's past his breaking point, but I think his uncle might have said something to him. He and Harry were alone in the kitchen, right? Sev said that Sirius told him he couldn't hear what Harry's uncle was shouting, but he said there was definitely some yelling in there. Yeah, I heard his uncle bellowing on about something, but it was muffled by the door and there was so much other noise with everyone trying to get in, Ron said regretfully. He must have said something to Harry, Draco said grimly. Like what? Ron asked worriedly. Who knows? He's been tormenting Harry since he was dumped on their doorstep. He's probably become quite talented at knowing what Harry's weaknesses are, Draco said knowingly. Personal experience? Ron asked cautiously. Draco looked up at him with a raised eyebrow. You saw my father publicly disown me and cast the Cruciatus curse on me for embarrassing him. What do you think? He snapped sarcastically. Sorry, Ron said. Draco rolled his eyes. No, really, I'm sorry. That's gotta be rough. Yeah, well, what would you know of it? Draco asked bitterly. You've got the Wonder family. I bet your father's never hit you in your entire life and your mother seems to want to keep all her little babies under her wing forever. Ron glared at him. Don't insult my family, Malfoy, he warned. Does it sound like I'm insulting your family, Weasel? If that's your definition of an insult, no wonder your comebacks are so weak, Draco said haughtily. And don't call me Malfoy. I'm not part of that family anymore, or has your disturbingly weak brain allowed you to forget that already? Ron jumped up. All right, let's just get this straight. I don't care what Harry thinks, but just because you've suddenly got a different last name and chickened out of cursing Harry, does not make you a different person in my book. And no matter if Harry thinks you're now this great guy, I do not and will not believe it until you prove to me that you've changed. I don't like you and I know you don't like me, but I'm friends with Harry and you are also his friend, though Merlin knows why. Now we need to be civil for Harry's sake, especially now when the situation is so important. We're here about Harry, so let's not get into a stupid argument right now, agreed? Agreed, Draco said with a smirk. Nice speech by the way. Oh, shut the hell up, Ron muttered, slumping back down into his chair. So do you have any ideas of what to do about all this? We need to find out what that bastard said to him. Unfortunately, the only person who knows what that was is Harry, and he seems to be pretty good at keeping the secrets he wants to, Draco said with a sigh. No kidding, the only time he ever lets anything slip is when he breaks down, and that's happened all of, what? One time. Maybe twice. Ron said hopelessly. Well, then that's what we'll have to do, Draco said regretfully. Ron looked at him in disbelief. Are you suggesting that we try to make Harry have a breakdown? He asked incredulously. Yeah, that'll really help things, he said sarcastically. You know more than anyone how much crap he's gone through, Weasley. Do you really think it's a good time that he's only come close to confronting it once or twice? Everyone needs to let it out every once in a while, but Harry won't let himself. Did you ever think that maybe the reason he starts blabbing his secrets when he can't control his emotions is because he needs to let them out? He needs help and we can't help him if we don't know precisely what the problem is, Draco said confidently. So what? We lock him in a room and start yelling at him until he cries? Ron asked, looking at Draco as if he were insane. We want him to have an emotional breakdown, Weasley, not a mental one. Though locking him in a room is a good start. You're insane. Do you want to help him or not? You're bloody mad. Are you in or am I going to have to try to do this myself? Ron sighed. Fine. But if Harry ends up hating us for this, I'll kill you. Ah, but then we wouldn't get to have these lovely little chats. Shut it, Malfoy. Don't call me that, Draco snapped. Well, what the hell do you want me to call you? Your Highness. Your Majesty. Something along that line would be good. You're so annoying. I try, Draco said with his famous smirk. Ron took a few calming breaths. So what exactly do you suggest we do? I know some good dark curses that have been known to get people to talk, Draco said, twirling his wand. Ron shot him a death glare. Okay, so we're not in a humorous mood. All right, we'll just have to work on him individually. I think if we try going to talk to him together, he'll feel like we're ganging up on him. You'll probably have more luck than me since you've known him longer and he trusts you more. Ron looked proud at this, but Draco chose to ignore it. We'll just each have to try to get him alone and make sure he can't just run away. I think the best approach might be just to start talking about his uncle and keep asking him questions about it. That seems to upset him enough. Maybe you know some guesses as to what his uncle might have said that you can ask him about if that doesn't work. I can't believe I'm going to do this, Ron groaned. Well, start believing it. It's going to be hard, but somebody's got to do it, and everyone else is taking far too long. I just hope we're not too late, Ron said worriedly. We're not. I don't believe in a too late, unless a person's dead. Of course, with Harry, even that's not too late. The first night on our Callahan's potions had been blissful. No dreams and a full night of sleep, even after all the stuff that had happened at Malfoy Manor that day. Harry had been dreading the end of the week when they'd be over. The second night, however, the potion didn't work. Absolutely no effect. Harry had been really disappointed in Al the healer, who encouraged him not to give up and to keep trying the potions. The night after Ron spent the night, the potions started working again. That's when the problem occurred. It was sort of how our Callahan had predicted. Harry appeared to have become immune to several ingredients in the potion. Unfortunately, it only made the potion half ineffective. He knew something was wrong even right after he took the potion. Usually, after taking it, his mind would go blissfully blank and he would feel very tired. He felt tired, all right, but his mind continued running like normal. He tried to fight the pull of potion-induced sleep, but quickly failed. That night, he was hit with a constant stream of nightmares that grew increasingly violent and frightening as they went on. When he couldn't wake up, he began to believe they were real and became so panicked he finally was able to rip himself from sleep, but even then, the potion's effects were so strong that he couldn't open his eyes, move, or make sound for nearly 15 minutes. When he finally wrenched himself into a more awake state, he had been hysterical, unable to stop crying or shaking. He had tried to get down to Sirius's room for the comfort of his presence that night, despite the risk of being caught again, but the potion kept him from being able to walk and he had nearly collapsed after 2 steps, barely making it back to his own bed. The rest of the night was spent desperately battling against the potion that was trying to drag him back to a horror-filled sleep. After that, he quickly decided there was no way he'd risk trying another, despite our Callahan's previous instructions to keep trying the different ones. No potions would mean little to no sleep, but anything was better than being trapped in his nightmares. Hi Sev, Laura greeted as she stumbled out of the fireplace, setting down her daughter. Hi Draco. I have to go out of town on short notice and I was wondering if you could possibly watch over some things. She nodded at Anna behind her head so the little girl couldn't see and get too excited about the idea, while I'm gone. If not, it's no problem, I can get someone else. No need for that. We can watch her, Sev said as Anna hugged his legs adoringly before running over to Draco. Or, do you think maybe we could get Harry too? Like last time. You said it would do him some good, right? I'm sorry Sev, Laura said regretfully. As much as I want to help Harry in any way I can, you've seen how exhausted he is. I just can't leave Anna under his care when he might fall asleep. And actually, the last time I asked him, he seemed reluctant to do it. Did he say why? Draco asked in confusion. He normally loves baby. He paused as Anna blinked up at him. Watching after your things. No. He eventually said yes, but when I dropped Anna off, he looked almost nervous or something, Laura said with a frown. Harry always looks nervous nowadays, Draco said sadly. Snape, on the other hand, suddenly remembered Nott's words when the two had fought, about Harry becoming like his uncle. He wouldn't be surprised if Harry had let that ignorant comment under his skin. Somebody needed to talk to him, but Harry was avoiding Snape Manor ever since they had last spoken. Where are you off to anyway? Draco asked distractedly as Anna tugged his shirt, demanding to be picked up. It seems you've been needing to leave town a lot lately. Laura smiled at the bee-owned. Never you mind, Draco. Just some business I have to take care of. I'll be back around 7 or so and thank you so much for this. You're welcome as always, and shall we plan on having you for dinner? Snape asked casually, now much more comfortable in asking Laura over since their first date. I'd love to, and we'll skip the bonfire this time, she made her usual joke. Bonfire. Bonfire. Anna squealed excitedly. Who knew my daughter was such a pyromaniac? Laura said with a chuckle. Anna grinned proudly, having no idea what a pyromaniac was. And proud of it too, Snape pointed out. Laura laughed and keyed Snape on the cheek before saying her farewells and leaving. You know, I'd coo and say how cute that was, but the whole situation's really far too disturbing, Draco said cheekily. Ing's gross, Anna announced. When are you and my mum going to get married? Snape glowered at both of them, causing Anna to burst out in giggles. Snape walked out, head held high, trying to hold on to the last scraps of his dignity. Harry was sitting on the couch staring at a book. He was trying to read some muggle book Kota had given him a while ago to get his mind off what had been happening lately. Sirius was off with Remus again, probably trying to figure out how to deal with him, since Harry had been avoiding him ever since the whole godson swapping thing the day before. Harry knew Sirius had been trying to get him alone, but Harry was still trying to put his distancing people plan in action, and so each time he sensed the man trying to get him alone, he'd slip out of the house or go take a shower or something similar. He felt a bit bad about it, but didn't believe Sirius really wanted to talk to him about things. He felt he was doing them both a favor. Of course, it made things a bit lonely, especially knowing Sirius wasn't in the house at all. He kept telling himself this was what was supposed to happen, but couldn't help missing his godfather and wondering if he was going to stop trying. Suddenly he heard an unfamiliar ringing. He had to search around the room a bit before finding the telephone Sirius and Remus had installed but never used. Hello, Harry. It's Hermione, came the familiar voice over the phone. My own. Hey, how are you? He asked in surprise, thankful to hear the comforting voice of his friend. Bored out of my mind. The last time I said that you told me to study to pass the time, Harry reminded her, smiling slightly. Oh, shut it, Harry. I need a break from the books and I've already finished all my homework, she whined. Do you want to come over? Really? Okay. Let me just leave a note for Sirius. Where is he? He said he had to talk to Remus about something, but who knows what they've been talking for practically the entire day about, Harry said, trying to sound casual, as he scribbled a note. There was a long pause. Harry, are you all right? Is something the matter? Hermione asked suspiciously, picking up on his sad tone. Harry closed his eyes briefly and put on a cheerful voice. No, nothing's the matter. I'm just a bit tired. I stayed up far too late last night, he lied. He had had a rough night, that was for sure, just not for the reason he told Hermione. He briefly thought back to the previous night's potion fiasco and shuddered. He definitely wouldn't be taking that again. All right, she said skeptically. Well, my address is 27 Hertford Place. All right, see you in a second, Harry said before hanging up the phone. Harry put the note on the kitchen table before going through the fire to Hermione's Muggle home, glad to have an excuse to get away from the loneliness of the empty house. He was met by the bushy-haired girl who smiled fondly as Harry sheepishly picked himself off the floor after tripping over a log in the fireplace. As soon as he climbed out, the fireplace returned to its original size. Hermione hugged him hello and looked at him searchingly. Harry, are you sure you're all right? Did something happen? She asked intuitively. He hadn't seen her since he and Draco had been caught at Malfoy Manor. My own. Nothing happened really. I'm just tired. That's all, really, he said with a convincing smile. She nodded, deciding to drop it, and gestured for him to follow her into the kitchen. Is Ron coming? Harry asked as Hermione grabbed a box of goldfish crackers out of the cupboard. Who knows, she said with a chuckle as she and Harry both dug their hands into the box. As soon as we got the fire connected, he started popping in here constantly without even warning me. I've been trying to teach him how to call first, but he doesn't seem to like the telephone. She paused to eat a handful of goldfish. Besides, it's been forever since I spent any quality time with you, she said with a smile. Harry smiled softly. You poor thing, he said, putting a hand over his heart. Hermione shook her head and tossed a cracker at his head. Want the grand tour? She asked. Harry nodded and followed Hermione out of the kitchen with the box of goldfish. As they walked around the house, Hermione pointing out each room, their conversation rolled around to Hermione's relationship with Ron. It's a great thing to fall for a friend. I guess we know each other so well that there's no risk of unwanted surprises of character, you know. It's like how you liked Cho and thought she was great. Then you realized that wasn't true, but it came as a complete surprise, and if you had been dating her at the time, you would have ended up with some psycho girlfriend. But with Ron, I know him so well, I know that the person that I'm dating is the person I want to be dating. It's not a front or anything, she explained as they reached her room. Harry nodded along as he looked around at all the pictures she had framed. Muggle shots of Hermione and her family through the years and wizarding ones of the famous trio. Harry picked up one of Hermione and Ron dancing at the ball and smiled fondly as his two best friends slowly turned to the music. Yeah, I think that's the best way, the friend thing first, I mean. Especially for me. That way, I would know that it wasn't all about the scar and the whole defeating Voldemort thing, he said with a slight cringe at the thought. Hermione smiled triumphantly, having led Harry exactly where she wanted. Somebody who you've known a while. Maybe someone you've trusted before finishing Voldemort off for good, right? Harry cocked his head to the side thoughtfully. Yeah, right. Somebody. Like Ginny, for instance. She said with a smirk. Harry blushed crimson and pretended to examine some of Hermione's book titles on her shelves. Harry, she prompted. Come on, I already know. You can talk to me about it. Harry sighed and sat down on the edge of Hermione's bed, setting the goldfish box on her nightstand. Well, yeah, somebody like Ginny, I guess, he muttered. So, what are you going to do about that? She asked eagerly, leaning against her desk. Harry looked up at her in confusion. What? Well, you've got to take a step to get you two together. You know, like telling her that you fancy her or something. Harry looked away. I can't do that, my own. Sure you can, Harry. It's easier than it looks and completely worth it, she protested. No, my own. I mean, I can't date Ginny. It wouldn't work. It would be better if she was with someone else who she'd be happy with, he said quietly. Hermione furrowed her eyebrows. What are you talking about, Harry? You two are perfect for each other. She's fancied you forever. She'd be happy with you. Hermione, you don't understand, Harry insisted with a pained expression. The bushy-haired girl threw her hands up in frustration. You're right, Harry, I don't understand it at all. You fancy her, you know she's mad about you, and you say you can't be with her. How does that make any sense? Hermione asked, beginning to get upset. She couldn't comprehend why Harry was always making decisions that would prevent his own happiness when he deserved it so much. I'll mess things up with her. She deserves better. She deserves someone who doesn't have so much baggage, he said with sad resignation. Besides, the Weasleys were the first real family I had. If I date Ginny, when I screw things up, I'll be losing even more than just her, and I don't think I could handle that. The Weasleys will always love you, Hermione said intently. Harry just shook his head sadly. No. With some people, love will always be conditional. Your parents will love you no matter what, even if you mess up, but I don't have that, Hermione. You think that when Ginny ends up hating me, the Weasleys will still welcome me into their home? No. Sure. Right now everybody's saying, oh Harry, you can always come to us. We'll always love you, but that's because I haven't done anything too wrong yet. I just defeated the Dark Lord, so everyone's happy with me. It's going to be hard enough keeping that from fading away too quickly without me taking stupid risks that could end it all sooner. I don't want to lose them. He cried. Hermione gaped at him. Harry, is that how you really feel? That no one loves you unconditionally? She asked in shock. Harry sighed and shook his head sadly. It's a fact, my own, he said grimly. It doesn't bother me though, he quickly lied. What about Sirius, or the Stensons, or me? She asked wildly. Don't be offended, my own. You're the best friend a guy could have and you've stood by me through a lot, but everyone has their limit. Trust me, you're going to get sick of me one day, and you won't want me around. The Stensons are the same. They're great and they treat me like one of them, but I did cure Mr. Stenson's cancer, so they're all enthused about me at the moment. But they've already let it slip before that they feel they hardly know me. I mean, I'm just some boy that they sort of got stuck with last summer, you know. But, they can't stay pleased with me forever. And Sirius thinks he loves me for me, but he really loves me because of my father. He still kids himself that I'm like him. I look the same and do similar things, so Sirius has himself trapped in this delusion that I'm somebody I'm not. And as soon as I make a mistake, he's going to realize that I'm not the great person my dad was. I mean, I guess he'll figure it out eventually, but the longer it takes for him to do that, the longer I have with him, and I don't want to let go yet, Harry rambled, twisting the bottom of his shirt up in his hands and staring blankly at his knees. Hermione looked at him aghast. Even Ron? She asked numbly, just above a whisper. Harry buried his head in his hands. Oh God, especially Ron. He's got to be so sick of me now after having to babysit me for the past few months. You too, Hermione, I'm so sorry, I've gotten in the way so much lately. I know you two have been going out of your way to try to include me in stuff, but you really don't have to. You really don't have to let me tag along everywhere. I don't want to be a burden and Harry blurted out, speaking very quickly before he could even censor himself. Hermione interrupted him before he could continue. Harry, stop, she shouted, cutting of his rant. He looked up with a puzzled expression. A cloud of sadness came over him when he came to the false realization that Hermione didn't want to listen to him talk anymore. After all, it was the first time he had really shared what he was feeling about this with anyone, and he now kicked himself for doing it. He looked away in shame and began to stand. Sorry about that. I'm just going to go now, he muttered. No, Harry, we need to talk, she said, holding up a hand. She walked over and sat next to him on the bed, pulling him into a hug. She gently petted the back of his head and rubbed small, comforting circles on his back. Harry stiffened in her arms but slowly relaxed, resting his head on her shoulder. Harry, Hermione said quietly, please listen to me and believe me. Everything you just said is not true. I know this way of thinking has been drilled into your head by that horrible family of yours, but it's wrong. Hermione, Harry started miserably, but she once again interrupted him. Harry, just listen to me, she said tenderly. I don't know everything that happened to you at the Dursleys, but I've seen enough to know that they treated you beyond horribly. I don't know how many times they made you feel like a burden or feel bad about yourself. I will never know or be able to understand exactly how much they hurt you. Hermione, please, Harry pleaded, close to tears. He tried to pull away, but Hermione only held him tighter, dotting him on the side of the head before continuing. But I do know that they were wrong. Harry, you are the best person I have ever met. You're so kind and selfless. You're funny and a good listener. I love every second I'm around you because you're my best friend and I love the person you are. Don't you understand, Harry? The people who love you, the Weasleys, Sirius, me, we love you for you, and no mistake you make would change that because you're still the same person, you're still Harry. No, he said with a voice strained with emotion, I'm not those things you say I am. If you're not those things I said you were, then why do you think Ron and I are still friends with you? She asked, trying to make Harry realize that what she was saying about him was true. I don't know. I don't understand it. Why do you guys put up with me, especially now when you should be able to spend time alone with each other? Why are you guys still around? I don't understand, he cried, desperately fighting tears while Hermione allowed hers to drip freely down her cheeks. Oh God, Harry, what have those people done to you? She whispered. She pulled back from their hug, quickly wiping the tears from her face. She planted her hands on either side of Harry's face and tilted his head up so their eyes met. His expression was both sad and confused. Harry, please, believe me. You're wrong. I don't know how you can think that you're a bad person or that Ron and I don't want to be friends with you, she said desperately. Harry averted his eyes. No, Harry, look at me, she ordered. Emerald eyes reluctantly met hers. A couple of tears leaked out of Harry's eyes, causing the raven-haired boy to look ashamed. Hermione gently brushed them away with her thumbs. Listen, Harry, even if you had no one else, you'd always have Ron and I. Just because Ron and I are dating, does not mean that we don't want you around. Sure, Ron and I love each other differently than we love you, but the love we have toward you is just as strong. You're our best friend. But nothing. Ron loves you like a brother, probably even more than he does his actual brothers. Even if you two get into fights or occasionally get on each other's nerves, he'll always be your best friend, she said seriously. And me, Harry, I love you. You've got to know that. And no matter what mistakes you end up making or fights we get into, that will never change. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't change it because you're you, and I'll never stop loving you no matter what, she said, looking directly into Harry's eyes to make sure he understood that she was being truthful, no matter what relationship Ron and I are having. Harry nodded slightly, but Hermione could still sense his doubt. She had expected when she and Ron had started dating that Harry might feel like the third wheel, but she hadn't guessed how much. She had never realized exactly how low his self-esteem was, which had probably reached a new low after his uncle's attack at the Stensons. She sighed and hugged him tightly. Suddenly Harry jerked away with a gasp and his hands pressed to his head. Harry, Hermione asked worriedly. I'm okay. I need to. He started standing up, but the pain intensified tenfold and Harry fell to the floor with a cry. He began screaming in pain, his eyes clenched shut and blood flowing from his nose. Harry, Hermione shrieked. Harry had told her about these attacks and she knew it would pass, but she hadn't known they were so bad. She jumped off her bed and knelt beside him. Oh God. Oh Merlin, she muttered in a panic as she grabbed her pillow from her bed and ripped off the pillowcase, pressing it to Harry's nose to catch the blood. She pulled his head onto her lap and petted the side of his face as his own hands pressed against his forehead. Harry, she called, scared tears running down her face. Ah, Harry screamed, his back arching with the pain. Please, please stop. Soon, the pain abruptly ended, leaving only a dull throbbing. Harry groaned and started to sit up, but Hermione held him in place, gently wiping up the blood and pulling his hands away. I'm sorry, my own. Don't cry. I'm okay really. I didn't mean to scare you or anything, Harry said, looking up at her apologetically. Oh shush, you. No more apologies for things you don't need to apologize for, she said with a small smile. She began massaging his temples. Harry's eyes slipped closed in relaxation. That feels good, he murmured. Hermione chuckled. Yeah, my mum used to do this to me when I was sick or to get me relaxed when I was too hyper for bedtime. My own, forget being a professor, you should be a masseuse, he muttered. Hermione laughed. And let me guess, since you're my friend you'd get massages free of charge. When Harry didn't answer, she looked down and wasn't very surprised to find that Harry had fallen asleep. He was obviously exhausted. She maneuvered herself so Harry could still lay his head on her lap while she reached over and grabbed her phone. She dialed the Weasleys' phone number and, as expected, Ginny picked up. Being the only one who'd taken Muggle studies, Ginny was the only one aside from her father who appreciated the device. Mrs. Weasley didn't like how it sounded, and since the only people who called on it were either Hermione or one of Ginny's Muggle-born friends, she was allowed to put it in her room. Hello, Ginny. It's Hermione. I have a nice sleeping Harry here in my room just waiting for you, she said quietly with a smile. Oh shut it, Hermione, Ginny admonished. No, I'm serious, Ginny. He's just had one of those headache attacks and he's fallen asleep right on my floor. You're welcome to come over if you'd like. He needs a human lap as a pillow and someone to caress his face lovingly, she teased, but suddenly heard the dial tone. Ginny. A breathless Ginny appeared at her bedroom door seconds later. Harry Caresser reporting for duty, she joked quietly before gazing at Harry. Oh Merlin, he's so lovely, she said with a loving sigh. The two girls carefully switched spots, trying not to laugh at the thought of Harry's reaction when he woke up. Ginny frowned and gently wiped a bit of blood from his face with her sleeve. Hermione covered Harry with a blanket. Ginny leaned down and kissed his forehead softly, removed his glasses, and then went to gently and slowly massaging his temples as she and Hermione quietly chatted and ate goldfish. Quite a few hours later, Harry woke to be very surprised indeed. There was a lot of stammering and blushing on Harry's part before the three made their way to the kitchen to order pizza. Harry got home to find Ron lounging on his bed reading part of Harry's newest Muggle book Coda had ordered him to read. Why in the name of Merlin are you spending your summer reading this stuff, Harry? Ron asked, setting down the book and making a face. Coda's trying to educate me in the world of Muggle literature, Harry said with a shrug. So, what are you doing here? Well, I've been waiting for you to come home for ages. I figured you were over at Malfoy's. Actually, I was at my own's. Ginny came to a little while ago and I think she's staying over there for a little longer in case you're looking for her, Harry said casually. Harry, Ron said, biting his lip nervously, I think we need to talk. Harry looked at him in concern. Is everything okay? He asked worriedly. Ron sighed and walked over to shut the door, standing between it and Harry to make sure he didn't run out. No, it's not, Harry. I'm worried about you. Ever since the thing with your uncle at the Stensons, you've been acting a lot different. Well, actually, I guess you've been acting a lot the same, but you're still different, like when you laugh and stuff, I can tell you're faking it a lot of the time. And you still flinch whenever anyone touches you or makes sudden movements around you. I do not, Harry said indignantly. Yes you do. And you seem so afraid to upset anyone, especially Sirius. Whenever you two disagree on something, you back down immediately, like you don't want to make him mad or something. Sometimes I swear you even look scared around him. He paused thoughtfully. And I think you've even been doing it to me, like you don't even want to disagree with me about anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want me to fight with you over stupid things? He asked, a tinge of fright in his voice. No, but we used to argue over the stupid stuff, not fight, just disagree. Like Quidditch teams and whether spinach-flavored Bertie Bott's beans counted as a health food. It was what made things interesting sometimes. It made us different, but now you don't disagree with anything anymore. It's like you aren't you. I want to know if that bastard said something to you to make you act like this, he said angrily. You're pathetic. You're worthless. You only ruin lives. No, he snapped defensively. I don't know what you're talking about. Ron's eyes looked at him searchingly. You're lying. He did say something. Tell me what it was so I can help you. You're just a freak. He didn't say anything, Harry said angrily. You don't still think it was an accident, do you? Ron asked sharply. Harry glared at him. No, I realize perfectly well that he hates my bloody guts, thank you. Harry, what did he say? It's none of your business, Harry said heatedly. I'm done with this stupid conversation. Let me out. Ron only blocked the door further. Stop acting like a snot, Harry, he said warningly. Harry blinked momentarily. Oh, sorry, he said apologetically. I didn't mean. See, this is what I mean. If I had said that to you a few months ago, you would have yelled back at me. Like in a proper row. Your uncle said something to you, and it probably wasn't true, so tell me what it is and I'll tell you whether you should pay attention to it or not. Ron yelled. How could anybody love a piece of trash like you? Just drop it, Ron, Harry growled. No, Harry, you need to talk about it and why not with me? I may not know how you're feeling, but at least I can listen and I can be there for you. Nobody wants to push you to talk about it, but I think they're wrong. I know you and I can tell what this is doing to you, so you have to talk about it, no matter how hard it is. It was nothing, Ron. Nothing, Harry yelled. He was drunk and mad, that's all. It was nothing. Harry, are you mad? He would have killed you if we hadn't gotten into that kitchen. He almost did kill you. He tied your wrists with wire and beat you with a bloody chair leg. Ron yelled furiously. Harry clamped his hands over his ears and shut his eyes. Shut up, shut up, shut up, he muttered, but Ron ignored his pleas. Merlin knows what else he did since you won't tell anyone. What did he say? That you deserved it. That he hated you. That you were a. He tried to remember the word that Harry always said the Dursleys thought he was, a freak. Shut up, Harry yelled. Harry, what the hell did he say? Ron screamed. Was I right? Because if that's what he said to you, he's wrong. You don't know anything, Harry yelled. No shit, because you won't tell me anything. And why the hell not? What are you afraid of? Why won't you tell me? Are you afraid I'll laugh or something? Are you afraid that I'll think less of you for some reason? And when they find out how you really are, and find out what a burden you are, they're going to hate you just as much as I do. I don't want to say it and have you know that it's true, that he's right. I don't want you to know what he knows and realize you don't want a pathetic, worthless freak as your friend anymore, he screamed before clapping a hand over his mouth with a horrified expression. For Christ's sake, Ron, just leave me alone and let me out of here. He yelled. No. Ron yelled back. Not until you tell me what's wrong. Keep going. Tell me what he said, Harry. I know you and I already know that whatever he said is probably rubbish, so just tell me. We've got pathetic and freak, what else? Stop it, Ron. Harry begged, backing up into his dresser. What's keeping you up at night, Harry? Ron pressed. Is it just nightmares about what happened or about other things as well? Or is it because you can't decide whether what your uncle said was true or not? Ron, please stop it, Harry pleaded desperately. Please. Just tell me what he said, Harry. He took you in the kitchen and locked the door, and then what did he do? What did he say? Ron prodded, pushing away his guilt at making Harry relive this. Harry shut his eyes and clamped his hands over his ears, sliding down the dresser until he was sitting on the floor. Ron knelt in front of him and grabbed his wrists, pulling Harry's hands from his ears. Harry opened his eyes and looked at him pleadingly, shaking his head. Ron took a moment to really get a close look at his friend. Harry was going downhill, that wasn't hard to see. He looked worse than he had when he had spent the night at the Burrow when Ron had found him reading in the bathroom in the middle of the night. The circles under his eyes had become more obvious, and Ron suspected he might have lost some weight as well. Harry's eyebrows were almost constantly knitted and he was always tense. Ron had also noticed that Harry's hands had become constantly shaky, not just at night when he was trying to fight sleep. Whether it was from exhaustion, nervousness, or something else, Ron didn't know. What had happened to Harry while they all were supposed to be watching? Ron, Harry said in a whisper, looking blankly off into space, everything was supposed to be perfect, but it's all falling apart. Everything's falling apart and it's all because of me. You'd be better off not being friends with me. Harry, Ron said gently, that's not going to happen. Just look at me. Tell me what your uncle said, okay? Harry looked down and Ron put a comforting hand on his shoulder. He could feel Harry tense up under the touch and eventually force himself to relax. But everything he said was true, Harry said, closing his eyes to try to fight back tears, but two slipped out despite his efforts. He reached up to wipe them away, but Ron gently grabbed his wrist and pushed it back down. Harry, it's okay. Nothing's okay, Harry whispered. There was a long pause. Harry, you can tell me, Ron prompted. Harry looked down at the floor to his side. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but his bedroom door burst open, interrupting the conversation. Draco entered, faltering as soon as he saw the two. He immediately stepped back, realizing what was going on. I'm sorry, I didn't know Weasley was here, he said with a wide-eyed look as he quickly started to exit the room. Keep talking. I'll talk to you later. No, Harry said, quickly wiping at his face with his sleeve and jumping to his feet. Actually, Ron was just leaving. Actually, you both should go. I need to get to dinner. Remus is making spaghetti and I need to get down there. Harry, Ron protested, getting to his feet. No, Harry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Draco said frantically. You didn't, Harry said quickly. I just need to do, some things before dinner. I'll see you guys later, he said, ushering them toward the door. Harry, no, Ron said firmly. I'm staying. I need to talk to you about this. There's nothing to talk about. Now I'll see you guys later, he said resolutely. You can't just push me away like this, Harry. Ron said desperately. I'm not, Ron, there's just nothing to say, okay? Harry insisted, finally getting the two out in the hall. I just really have to get some things done right now and I'll see you later. Harry closed his bedroom door, leaving his two friends in the hall. Oh, good job, Malfoy. Bravo. Really well done there, Ron said bitterly as he headed toward the stairs. Draco scowled at him. Hey, how was I supposed to know you were here? I was going to go try to talk to him. It's not like we worked out a schedule or anything. Well, you could have asked Sirius or Remus, Ron snapped as the two stomped down the stairs. I don't think this is going to work. I mean, even if we figure out everything his uncle said that one night, what about all the other stuff he's said to Harry throughout his entire life? I don't think Harry will ever let us know it all. So what the hell are we supposed to do? Anything we can, Draco said before flowing away. I just hope that's enough, Ron muttered before flowing away himself. Harry. Sirius called as he knocked on his godson's bedroom door. Harry was usually the first one up in the house, but it was now approaching 10 o'clock and he still hadn't come down. Ron had shown up to ask if he could talk to Harry, since they still hadn't made up since the previous day's fight. Ron had been surprised as well to find that Harry was still in bed. Sirius had told Ron to stay downstairs while he went to see what was going on, now starting to doubt that Harry was just having a lie-in. When there was no answer, Sirius opened the door. Harry was still lying in bed, facing the window. As Sirius got approached, his stomach plummeted as he noticed that Harry was shivering despite the summer heat and had vomit on the side of his pillow. Sirius ran over and turned Harry onto his back. Harry's face gleamed with sweat and he looked sickly pale. His eyebrows were knitted in pain even while he was sleeping. Harry! Sirius yelled frantically, shaking his godson's shoulders slightly. Harry Ned painfully and blinked open his eyes. Sirius! I don't feel so good, he murmured with a grimace. Sirius cleaned up the sick on Harry's pillow with a wave of his wand and put a hand to the boy's forehead. There was no question that Harry was running a fever, and a pretty high one from the feel of it. Harry, I'm going to be right back, okay? Just give me a second, all right? Sirius asked shakily. Harry nodded weakly and squeezed his eyes shut. Sirius ran to the top of the stairs and ran down until he could see Ron, who had plopped down onto the couch. Ron! Sirius yelled, causing the redhead to jump and whirl his head around in surprise. Ron! I need you to get Snape right now. Ron quickly stood up. Is something wrong with Harry? He asked worriedly. Yes, he's ill. Now go, he ordered before running back to Harry's room. Minutes later, Snape walked hurriedly through the door over to Harry's bed, followed closely by Draco and Ron. You two, Snape barked at the two boys after checking Harry over, flow to St. Mungo's 6th floor. They don't have a 6th floor, Draco protested. It's their research floor so it's not listed on the floor guide, Snape explained irritably. In the fire, just say, Street. Mungo's, 6th floor, 9533. That's last bit's the passcode so don't forget it or you won't be allowed on. Find our Callahan and tell him to get over here. Is Harry okay? Ron asked, trying to crane his neck to see Harry, who the two men were blocking. Come on, Weasley, let's get the healer, Draco said before Snape could yell at Ron for dawdling. Ron turned to the owned and stiffly nodded. The two raced out of the room. The two men turned to Harry, who had fallen back to sleep when Sirius had left the room. Sirius gently shook him awake. Professor? Harry asked hoarsely as his tired eyes landed on Snape. His breathing was ragged and each time he drew in air, it seemed to cause him pain. What are your symptoms? Where does it hurt? Snape asked in a business-like tone. My stomach, he whimpered. And my head. And everything else, he added with a weak smile before a grimace crossed his face and he coughed painfully. Is this just because of my immune system or is it something else? Harry asked worriedly. That was the question that was worrying them all. They had no idea if this was connected to the random headaches Harry had been getting or not. We don't know, Snape said gravely. Our Callahan is on his way, though I doubt he'll be able to tell either. Oh good, Harry joked weakly. Soon, our Callahan arrived and the three adults forced Ron and Draco to wait in the living room. Our Callahan checked him over, but could only conclude that Harry was indeed ill, probably with something that had started out as a small thing that had gotten out of control because of his weak immune system. He assured them that he had no reason to believe it had any connection with Harry's headaches, though after Harry was better, he wanted to bring him in for testing to try to determine if this was true. The healer reached into his small bag and pulled out a bunch of potions that Harry was sure couldn't have all fit in a normal bag of that size. Harry's suspicion that the bag was magical was confirmed when Callahan reached into it so that his whole arm was engulfed up to his shoulder, when the bag was about a foot deep at most. Harry felt like he was at a kid's magic show, and got a great kick out of it all. Harry took all the potions he was forced to, feeling very drowsy at the end. Well, we'll try these potions. They're the best I can do, and we'll just have to hope they work. As you can see, Harry, they're going to make you a bit sleepy, but that's good because you need your rest. I'll come back tomorrow, to see how everything's going and to see if we need to administer any more medicine. What potions are they? Snape asked, as the healer put the beakers and vials back into his bag. Callahan got that look he always did when Snape challenged his medical expertise, one of forced cheerfulness. Just a few standard potions for Harry's symptoms and something for his immune system. Don't worry, Professor, I'm not trying to poison him, he said with a reassuring smile. Feel better, Harry, he said softly, ruffling the boy's hair. Harry murmured his goodbyes as he slipped into slumber. The three men exited the room quietly and went down to the living room where they were met by two impatient teenage boys. Callahan flowed away. Can we finally go see him? Draco asked exasperatedly. Harry's sleeping now, Sirius informed the two. Well, can I stay anyways? Ron asked. I won't wake him up, I promise. Besides, I've done it before when he had cancer. Well, if Weasley's staying, I'm staying, Draco said stubbornly. I appreciate that you did that for Harry, Ron, but I think I'd like to take care of him this time around, Sirius said. I know you two are his friends, but I want to spend some time with him. The two nodded reluctantly. The three left, with Snape promising to return later to check on Harry. When Harry woke, Sirius got him some water to drink while he went to call Snape through the fire. When the man returned, Harry was getting out of bed. Harry, what are you doing out of bed? Sirius asked worriedly. Get your sick bum back in there. Sirius, Harry said with a roll of the eyes, I'm fine. Unless you want me to force you to stay in it for an extra day, whether you're sick or not, you'll get back in it right now, Sirius said sternly. Harry looked at him in surprise. Wow, I think you were just channeling Mrs. Weasley, he mused. Sirius smirked proudly. Good, maybe you'll actually listen to me then. Harry weakly got back into bed, though he tried desperately not to show how hard it was. He sat up, leaning against the wall, as Snape briefly checked him over. When he was done, he looked at Harry with a frown. Harry, how are you feeling in comparison with this morning? He asked. Better, he answered a little too quickly. Now this time let's be honest, shall we? Your health doesn't reflect a positive change since this morning. And don't you dare tell me you're fine. So, how are you feeling? Harry looked down. Not so good then, I guess, he mumbled. It doesn't seem the potions Callahan gave you are doing a thing. I always knew that healer was a joke, he sneered. And let me guess, Sirius said sarcastically, if he had let you make the potions, Harry would be healed now, right? Do we have to go through this every time? We wouldn't have to go through it every time if he'd let me make the potions, Snape retorted. Callahan's trying his best, Harry said in defense of the healer. It's not his fault I happen to be a medical anomaly. Besides, it's either this and being alive, or not having it and being dead. Sirius flinched. He didn't even tell me what he gave you, Snape said in annoyance. He never does anymore. It's irritating. That's because you kept insulting his potions and interfering with what he's trying to do with Harry. He's not too fond of you, Sirius pointed out. Snape glared at him. It doesn't matter, Harry said dismissively. I'll get over whatever it is soon enough. I don't know if it's as simple as that, Harry, Snape said. Your immune system might not be able to fight whatever it is all that well. But now I can't even give you any potions without knowing what that crackpot gave you. I think that's probably the reason he didn't tell you what he gave Harry in the first place. It's probably best not to mess with whatever Callahan's doing. Remember, Snape, Even though you have a bit of training in healing, you aren't a healer. Callahan probably knows what he's doing better than you do, Sirius said simply. Snape scowled at him. Well, then why is Harry getting worse? He challenged. The man isn't Merlin. Even magical medicine can't solve everything, Sirius said. And maybe if you'd stop starting competitions over everything he does, he'd be more likely to tell you things. Snape scowled at him but dropped it, not wanting to start a fight in front of Harry when the kid was obviously not feeling well. I like our Callahan, Harry said tiredly. Why? Because he's nice to you. Snape said sarcastically. Yeah, Harry said sleepily, pushing back some of his covers as his fever made him feel too hot and too cold both at once. Because he's always nice to me, even when I'm difficult. Both Sirius and Snape both felt a pang of guilt at this comment. I'm a little tired, Harry murmured, half asleep already. I think I'll go back to sleep for a little while, if that's all right. Yeah, Harry. That's all right, Sirius said sadly. Snape pulled Harry's covers back over him and the boy made a murmur of protest and tried to push them away, even though he was shivering. Harry, keep them on, okay. The heat's good for you, Snape instructed. "'Kay," Harry murmured just before his breathing evened out. The two men left the room in silence. Try to keep him warm unless his fever gets too high, Snape instructed. Don't force him to eat or drink if he doesn't want to, because he'll just vomit it right back up. I'll come back around 9 tonight to see how he's doing. I don't think that'll be necessary, Snape. There's nothing you'd be able to do even if he wasn't feeling better, Sirius said. Well, Draco will want to know how he's doing, Snape said, omitting the fact that he would want to know how Harry was doing as well. Plus, won't you want to know if he's getting worse? Sirius glared at the potions master for his insinuating tone and said nothing. As I said before, I'll be back around 9, he said before turning abruptly and going downstairs to use the fireplace. Sirius made several obscene gestures at Snape's back before the man flowed away. When Snape did come back later that night, Sirius met him with a worried expression and led him up to Harry's room. He hasn't woken since you left. It's been over 6 hours. And, well, he just doesn't look very good. I owled our Callahan, but he was busy with another patient and he said not to worry too much and that he'd try to find something else to help and just to put a cool cloth on his forehead if the fever got really high. But, well, look at him, he said worriedly as the two quietly entered Harry's room. Harry was lying in his bed, his skin shimmering with sweat. His eyebrows were knitted in his sleep and he wore a pained expression. His breathing seemed a little quicker than normal and he looked slightly too pale. Snape went over and took his temperature. It had gotten a few degrees higher than before. Harry, he called, shaking the boy awake. Harry groaned and wrenched his eyes open, blinking tiredly up at Snape. Professor? He asked weakly, squinting at him. Snape slipped Harry's glasses onto his face. Sirius joined Snape at Harry's side. Hey, Har, how you feeling? He asked. Fine, he murmured hoarsely. Stupid question, Black, Snape muttered. And even more stupid of an answer, Harry. Harry chuckled weakly, but it turned into a hoarse cough that ripped painfully from his throat. Are you hungry at all? Snape asked. Can you stomach any food? Harry shook his head tiredly. How about some water? Harry once again shook his head, a nauseous look on his face that told Snape not to force it. Are you still tired? He asked with a frown. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. All right, get some rest then. Harry was already asleep. Sirius sighed and removed his godson's glasses. The two quietly slipped out of the room. Look, Black, don't worry too much. This is often the way it goes with fevers. Harry's body is raising its temperature to kill whatever bug he's got, and once it does that, he should get better pretty quickly. I'm sure he'll be well again by tomorrow or the next day. When is Callahan coming tomorrow? Snape asked. He just said tomorrow morning. He thinks the potions he gave Harry earlier weren't strong enough with Harry's condition, so he's researching it tonight to see if he can find something better, Sirius informed him without the usual bitter tone as his worry was taking over. All right, if there's a significant change in his condition, contact me and I'll be right over. Sirius nodded and went to make himself some coffee as Snape left. With a steaming cup in his hand, he made his way back up to Harry's room and pulled Harry's desk chair up to the bed, thankful he'd transfigured it into something more comfortable a few hours before. He cast a cooling charm on the rag on Harry's head and settled in for a long night. The next morning, Fred, George, Ginny and Ron flowed into the lighthouse to find Draco sitting impatiently in one of the living room chairs. "Hey, Draco," Ginny greeted the bee-owned. "Are we allowed to go see Harry?" "Not yet. Sev just went up there and Harry's healer will be here soon, so we have to wait," he said, clearly annoyed at the fact. On cue, the fire flared up in green behind them and our Callahan stepped out. "Hi, is Harry still upstairs?" he asked kindly. Before they had a chance to answer, Snape was at the stairs, calling for the man to come up. "Sev," Draco called. "Can we see Draco?" Snape interrupted. "I don't think you're going to be able to visit Harry today," he said grimly as our Callahan caught up with him on the stairs and the two quickly walked off toward Harry's room, speaking in hushed voices. The 5 teenagers looked at each other worriedly. That didn't sound good. Ginny sat down next to Draco on the couch, and the other 3 boys found other places to sit and wait for news. Snape and our Callahan entered Harry's room to find the boy sitting up in bed, propped up by pillows, blinking over at them. He looked much how he had the previous night except for a strange dazed look in his eyes. Sirius was sitting next to him looking very upset. "Professor," Harry said in confusion, despite the fact that the man had been in there minutes before. "Do I have detention?" "No, Harry, you don't. It's summer, remember?" Snape reminded him for the 3rd time. Our Callahan approached the bed. "Hey, Harry, do you remember me?" he asked gently, pulling out a stethoscope. Harry looked at him blankly for a second before looking a bit upset himself. "I don't know," he said, sounding distressed. "Our Callahan, your healer. You come to me because we're trying to find out what's giving you those headaches, remember?" he asked in a hopeful tone. "Okay," Harry said dismissively before looking out his window. "Hey, there's a hippogriff out there. I learned about them in Hagrid's class and then Hagrid was sad because they were going to kill Buckbeak for hurting Malfoy and we had to go through time and save him and there was an hourglass and I met someone, you," he said excitedly pointing at Sirius, before his expression turned to one of confusion. "You tried to kill me and Ron and some other people. Where am I?" Our Callahan checked Harry's temperature and Harry looked at him suspiciously. "He's delirious with fever," he announced with a frown. "Oh really? We hadn't gotten that," Snape said sarcastically. Our Callahan shot him an annoyed look and went on, ignoring the comment. "Anyway, I've spent the night working with some potion specialists at the hospital and I've brought some of the stuff they've been working on. They're still working, so if this doesn't work, I'll hopefully have something else by tonight. I brought some for now and some for in about 6 hours," he said, pulling out a couple of vials and setting one aside on Harry's nightstand. "Hey, Harry, I want you to drink this, okay?" "What is it?" Harry asked suspiciously. He looked up and gave Snape a suspicious look. "Does it have truth serum in it?" "No, Harry, it's just medicine," our Callahan asked. "For my cancer?" he asked. "No, you don't have cancer anymore. You just have a very high fever right now. I'm trying to help you, I promise. I just need you to drink this, okay?" Our Callahan asked with a comforting smile, holding the vial to Harry's lips and slowly tilting it. Harry pushed his hand away suddenly looking very angry. "Death Eater!" he yelled, glaring at the surprised man. He looked over at his godfather. "Sirius. It's Peter Pettigrew. Don't let him escape or we can't set you free." "Harry, Peter's already been given the Dementor's key. I witnessed it myself. This is Healer Callahan," Sirius said calmly. "I know," Harry said with a strange look at Sirius, having completely forgotten his wild accusations. "Don't be offended," Sirius assured the healer. "He's already thought I was Arthur Weasley and Minerva McGonagall. He put Veritaserum in there," Harry told Sirius. "Snape told him to." Our Callahan sighed and looked over to Sirius for help, who nodded and took the vial. Our Callahan got up and Sirius moved into his place. "Hey Har," he said, wiping Harry's sweaty fringe from his forehead. "Sirius, you're free." Harry said in surprise. Yes, I'm free and you're living with me. I want you to drink something for me, Harry, okay? Sirius asked hopefully. It will make you happy if I drink it. Harry asked. Yeah, it'll make me happy, Sirius confirmed. Okay then. Sirius helped Harry drink the vial of liquid before the boy went back to looking out his window. Alright, the second dose is in that vial there and should be taken in 6 hours. Hour. Callahan quietly picked up Harry's wand off his nightstand and handed it to Sirius. You might want to keep this out of his reach until the delirium has passed. Now don't be insulted if he doesn't seem to know you at times. As you can see, he's occasionally reverting back to past times, and that might include him thinking your relationship is as it was in the past, meaning he might pick up old fights or conversations as if you were having them right now, or be confused about time or place. It's all normal and should pass, but if his temperature climbs any higher, contact me immediately. I'm going back to the lab to see if the potion specialists I'm working with have gotten any further. As soon as he left, Snape picked up the second vial and Sirius rolled his eyes. I'm going to see what's in this. I'll have it back in a few hours, he said, pocketing the vial. Try not to go into shock when you find out it's properly made, Sirius said in annoyance. Snape shot the man a cold look. I'll tell Draco and the Weasleys they can't see Harry today, he said. Harry looked over at Snape. Malfoy. What's Malfoy doing here? He asked with a tinge of disgust in his voice. Yeah, it's definitely not a good idea for them to come up, Sirius said before reminding Harry that he and Draco were friends now, a fact that Harry didn't believe. Downstairs, the 5 teenagers jumped to their feet when Snape came down. The healer wouldn't tell us anything. Draco exclaimed indignantly. He said something about healer-patient confidentiality and that you'd tell us, blah blah blah. Sev, what's going on? Harry has a very high fever right now, so none of you will be visiting him today, he said sternly. Wait, is it something contagious? Ginny asked, stepping in between Snape and the fireplace to make sure the man couldn't leave before answering her questions. Possibly, Snape said vaguely. Well, Weasley and I were in there all day yesterday and we're not sick, Draco pointed out. Yeah, can't we just go see him? Ron asked. No, he's not up for visitors, Snape snapped, getting annoyed with the insistent teenagers. We just want a few minutes, George put in. Just to cheer him up a bit, Fred added. And to let him know we're worried about him, Ginny continued. No, Snape said firmly. There were muffled shouts from upstairs and everyone looked up at the stairs in worried surprise. Snape, Sirius shouted as he ran to the edge of the stairs, looking upset, can you come up here? Snape turned to the teenagers. Everyone with red hair go home. Draco, wait here for me, and if you try to sneak upstairs, you will be scrubbing the floors of the kitchen with a toothbrush, your toothbrush, he threatened before hurrying up the stairs. What's the matter? He asked Sirius quietly as the two got closer to Harry's room. Sirius just shook his head and led the man into Harry's room. As soon as they entered, Harry looked at Sirius in horror. Professor. It's Sirius Black. It's him. He betrayed my parents. He's trying to kill me and my wand's gone. Harry exclaimed, starting to get out of bed. I'm going to go get Remus, can you stay with him for a minute? Sirius asked with a sigh. Snape quickly agreed and rushed over to Harry's bed, trying to calm him and get him to lie back down. Sirius heard Harry starting to explain to Snape that Sirius was insane and out to kill him as he hurried away from the room and down the stairs. He was hit by a barrage of questions as he made his way to the fireplace. He put a hand up to silence them and quickly called Remus, who stepped through the fireplace seconds later. Remus, Sirius started, letting the 5 teenagers listen in. Harry's gotten worse. His fever's gotten so high he's been delusional all morning. If you can stay, he occasionally starts thinking I'm trying to kill him like in his 3rd year and he's never doubted you except for that one time in the Shrieking Shack, but. Don't worry, Padfoot. Of course I'll stay, Remus said worriedly. I'll go up right now. Sirius nodded, taking a deep breath, looking a bit unsure of what to do with himself as Remus left the room. The 5 teens looked at him with intense worry on their faces. Wait, Harry's delusional? Ron asked incredulously. Yes, Sirius said with a sigh. His fever's gotten dangerously high, but there's nothing we can do at the moment except wait and hope our Callahan's potions start working or Harry's immune system can kick in and start fighting whatever it is. Is he going to be okay? Ginny asked worriedly. I don't know. I hope so, Sirius said with a haunted look, his thoughts unwillingly drifting back to the previous year. He shook them away. Well, Harry wouldn't want you all seeing him like this and he needs his rest. You can try coming back tomorrow, and I'll send news if he gets much worse, okay? The five begrudgingly agreed. Snape soon came down the stairs, collected Draco and after insisting Sirius call him if things got worse, flowed away with his godson. The Weasleys also left, ordering Sirius to tell Harry they came by and towel them as soon as he was allowed to have visitors. The next few hours were spent taking turns with Harry, who was drifting in and out of sleep along with different degrees of having a grasp on reality. Sirius looked up in surprise as Mrs. Weasley stepped through the fireplace holding a large, steaming bowl in her hands with 2 oven mitts. He had just been making his way back upstairs with a cup of coffee. Remus had been called away earlier on some unavoidable order business, so Sirius was watching over Harry himself. A few minutes earlier, Harry had once again started panicking, believing his godfather was after him, so Sirius left the room to get some coffee and hoped Harry had forgotten about it by now or had at least calmed down. Molly, Sirius asked in surprise. Hello, Sirius. How's Harry doing? I brought him some soup, she said, holding up the bowl. Sirius sighed. Not so good, to tell you the truth. He's been drifting in and out of sleep all day, and when he's conscious he's been completely out of it. He's running a nasty fever, and no matter how much he takes of the potions Callahan gave us, he just seems to get worse. It's nice that you stopped by, Molly, but I don't know if you should go up there right now. Harry's not himself. He's delirious with fever and doesn't make much sense when he talks and keeps forgetting where he is, or who I am, or why he can't go see Ron. Don't be silly, Sirius. I'm a mother of 7. I assure you I've dealt with it all, or am at least prepared for it all, Mrs. Weasley said confidently. All right then. Be my guest. If Harry recognizes you, I'm sure he'll be happy to see you, Sirius said tiredly. Sirius, you look dead on your feet and it would be a lot better if you were awake for Harry, so why don't I watch him for an hour or so while you get some rest? Are you sure? He asked. Of course I'm sure. All right. Just wake me when you're done. Mrs. Weasley made her way up to Harry's room and walked in, setting the bowl on the nightstand. Harry was lying in bed. His eyes looked strangely bruised as they blinked over at Mrs. Weasley. He was shivering slightly and his forehead was shining with perspiration. He swallowed painfully. Mrs. Weasley? He asked with confusion. Mrs. Weasley pulled over Harry's desk chair, sat down beside him and brushed his hair away from his face. Hi darling. I brought you some soup, she said kindly. Harry ignored this and looked around the room blankly. Where am I? He asked in confusion. Mrs. Weasley smiled at him sympathetically. You're in your room, Harry. At the lighthouse. Harry looked around the room in dazed wonder. It's nice, he said wistfully. Is this Sirius's house? Yes, love, he's downstairs. Do you want me to go fetch him? Harry's eyes grew wide and he shook his head quickly. No, it's his day off, he said anxiously. It's okay, Harry, I won't get him, Mrs. Weasley said calmingly. Harry closed his eyes as an involuntary shiver made its way down his spine. He opened his eyes wearily. The emerald orbs looked glazed over with fever. Do you want to try eating some soup? Mrs. Weasley asked gently. Harry looked over to the bowl skeptically. Who made it? He asked tiredly. I did, she said with a motherly smile. Okay, he murmured, struggling to sit up. Mrs. Weasley helped him settle back against his headboard, shifting the pillows to make it more comfortable for him. She moved the bowl to the edge of the bed. Harry reached for the spoon but his hand was shaking so violently, Mrs. Weasley gently pushed it away and lifted the spoon to Harry's mouth. Harry looked at her in bewildered surprise. Love, did your aunt ever take care of you when you were sick? Mrs. Weasley asked, praying that at least Harry's aunt was decent. Harry blinked at her in confusion. Ron took care of me last year. He woke me up every day and made sure I took my medicine. Oh, and he gave me a shot. And Hermione told me stories, Harry muttered wistfully. Mrs. Weasley smiled sadly, taking that answer as a no to her question. Well, open up, dear. Let's see if you can eat some of this soup. Harry got down 3 spoonfuls of the hot liquid before turning his head away. Mrs. Weasley understood and put the bowl back on Harry's nightstand. Harry ran his hand over the maroon bedspread lovingly. It's all so nice, he murmured dazedly. Well, you deserve it, dear, Mrs. Weasley said fondly. Harry shook his head. No, no, he muttered. I have to give it back. No, you don't, Harry. It's yours. You're going to be staying here as long as you want, she said softly. Harry turned his glazed eyes to Mrs. Weasley. I have to go back to the Dursleys, he said firmly but sadly. I have to go to make everyone happy again. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said darkly, you are never going back there. We would never let you go back there after what they did to you. It was just an accident, Harry muttered. They don't really hate me, I just make it really hard for them. It was all my fault. Darling, no, it wasn't your fault at all. Mrs. Weasley quickly protested. Harry stared in a feverish haze at his bedspread. No, that's what they said, and they're the only ones that don't lie to me. I can trust them, he said numbly. Mrs. Weasley looked at him in shock. The Dursleys. How can you think that, Harry? She exclaimed in horror. It's true. They say they don't like me, and it's true, but everyone else says they do like me, but they don't, at least not really, he murmured in an oddly wistful voice. Oh darling, come here, we do like you, she said, going to pull Harry into a hug. Harry flinched violently at the move and stiffly shied away from an embrace. Please don't, he Ned. Harry, Mrs. Weasley started tearfully, I'm not going to hurt you, darling. This isn't like the Dursleys. We all love you. Sirius doesn't, Harry said sadly, squirming back down so he was lying down again. Mrs. Weasley was too upset to help rearrange his pillows. Harry, Sirius loves you very much. Mrs. Weasley protested. No, that's what he thought until he found out I'm not like my dad, and now he doesn't want me anymore, Harry said dejectedly. I knew it would happen though. People can't live with me for very long before hating me. But I can give him his life back if I leave. Harry closed his eyes and turned onto his side. Mrs. Weasley looked at him with tears in her eyes. She hadn't known it was this bad. She stood up to leave when she heard Harry call her name from the bed. She looked back to find begging green eyes upon her. Harry murmured tiredly, turning his eyes from her abashedly, could you stay with me? Just until I fall asleep. You don't have to, but I just was wondering if maybe you wanted to sit down for a little while, if you're tired or something. Mrs. Weasley gave him a sad smile and sat back down. Of course I will, she said softly. Harry looked up at her guiltily, feeling bad about making her stay. If you're busy, you don't have to. If you don't want to, you could just go, really. I wouldn't mind. Shish. It's okay, Harry, I want to stay with you. I'll be right here until you fall asleep, she said quietly, brushing his hair with her fingers soothingly. Harry's eyes slipped closed as he relaxed. Thank you, he murmured sleepily. I'll go to sleep real soon, I promise. Harry closed his eyes but kept intermittently opening them and glancing at Mrs. Weasley before closing them again. Harry, is there something you need, sweetie? Mrs. Weasley asked gently as Harry opened his eyes again. He shook his head tiredly. No, he whispered, half asleep. I was just seeing if you were still there. I'm not leaving until you're asleep, Harry. I promise, she assured him. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. Mrs. Weasley looked at him sympathetically as a tear slipped out from the corner of his closed eye and dripped onto his pillow. She gently brushed his hair with her fingers to let him know she was still there. True to her word, Mrs. Weasley stayed with him until she was sure Harry was asleep and a bit longer after. She keyed his forehead, which was still too hot for comfort, and went downstairs to see Sirius dozing on the couch. He jerked awake when she stepped on a squeaky stair and groggily sat up. Sirius, she said sadly as she entered the living room, you really need to talk to Harry. What did he say? Sirius asked worriedly. He thinks you don't want him anymore, she said with an accusing glare. Sirius put his head into his hands and exhaled slowly. I was going to talk to him the other day, but he was gone practically the whole day, and then Ron and Draco both showed up, and afterward, Harry went to bed early, and then these past few days he's been sick. I've been trying to talk to him, but things seem to keep coming up. When he gets better. The fireplace flared up and Snape stepped out carrying the vial with Harry's second dose of the potion, looking annoyed. Hello, Severus, Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. Snape nodded at her. So, what did you find out about the potion? Sirius asked, too stressed for the smug tone he'd been hoping for. It's fine, he grumbled, not liking to be wrong. Just what he said, a mixture of some healing potions, pain relievers, fever reducers, and something for Harry's immune system. And was it made well? Sirius asked. Snape scowled at him. Yes. Okay, can you try to be a bit less hostile toward our Callahan now? Sirius asked, sounding a bit stressed. Snape just grumbled and went to go wake Harry and give him the second dose of the potion. Mrs. Weasley turned to Sirius with a sigh. Harry also doesn't look like he's been sleeping. I know, but I check on him every night and he's always asleep when I do, he protested. Well, if you'd like, I know a useful spell that'll let you know if he's awake or not and will wake you if he wakes up in the middle of the night, she offered. Really? Sirius asked, sounding relieved. Merlin, that would help a lot. I never knew there was a spell like that. Can you teach it to me? Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly at him, happy that he seemed to really be trying to help Harry now. Sure, Sirius, come into the kitchen so I can put this soup away and we'll go over it. No, leave me alone, Harry Ned, pushing Sirius's hands away from him. Harry had seemed to get progressively worse throughout the day, and when he had started vomiting violently, Sirius had first called our Callahan through the fireplace, who just said he was working frantically on a potion he thought might work and would be over as soon as he could. He had then called Snape, who, in an act of desperation, left Draco at the burrow so he would know his godson was safe while he hurried over to the lighthouse. Surprisingly, Draco hadn't complained too much about the whole matter, as he was too worried for his friend to argue. Snape had entered to find Sirius kneeling beside his godson in the bathroom as Harry threw up into the toilet, shaking and coated with beads of sweat. Snape had decided they needed to get Harry's fever down and drew a tepid bath, making sure it wasn't cold enough to give him the chills. Now the problem was getting the delirious boy into the bathtub. Harry, please, Sirius tried to reason with him, if you go in wearing your pajamas they're going to get soaking wet. Snape started pulling Harry's shirt up, but Harry pushed his hands away. We'll let you keep your boxers on, how's that? Snape bargained. I don't want you to see my scars, Harry whimpered. And I don't want to take a bath. I just don't feel good. Can I just go to bed? Harry, we need to get your temperature down, kiddo, Sirius pleaded. Harry just looked at him blankly. We're just going to have to put him in the water in his clothes on, Snape concluded. The two worked together to get Harry into the tub, where they finally convinced him to take off his shirt. He's lost weight, Snape said with a frown. I guess it's back to force-feeding him, Sirius said with a sigh. Suddenly, our Callahan appeared in the doorway, seeming a bit out of breath. I think we've finally got it, he announced with a hopeful grin. He gave the vial to Sirius, who convinced Harry to drink it down. Minutes later, the effects were already beginning to show. Harry's temperature began dropping slowly but steadily. Siri? Harry asked, looking a bit confused as he looked around at them and suddenly self-conscious. Why am I in the bath with my pants on and an audience? Harry, do you recognize everyone here? Do you know where you are? Our Callahan asked cautiously. Harry nodded, looking around at them all a bit warily. Have we formed some sort of cult without my knowledge? He joked uncomfortably. Well, he's back, Sirius said with a laugh. Snape quickly retrieved some of Harry's dry pajamas and handed them to Sirius, who put them on the counter. We'll leave you to get dressed, but I want you to take it easy, okay? You're getting better, but you're still sick. Do you want me to stay with you? Harry shook his head, standing up in the bath and reaching for a towel. I'm fine. Okay. Well, if you need me, just call. I'll be right outside the door, Sirius said, closing the door behind them. He shook our Callahan's hand profusely, and even Snape begrudgingly thanked the healer. Well, I'll me if anything else goes wrong, though I think Harry will be up and about, ready to go off trying to save the world again by tomorrow, our Callahan said with a grin before leaving. As soon as Harry was out of the bathroom, he was immediately ushered into bed by his concerned godfather. Snape stuck around to assess how Harry was feeling while Sirius heated up some of Mrs. Weasley's soup now that Harry was finally in the mood to eat something. Eventually, Harry slipped back to sleep to finish healing, and Sirius settled into his chair to make sure Harry was indeed getting better and that it wasn't just a temporary thing. Snape promised to bring Draco by in the morning so the boys could talk and Snape could look Harry over to make sure he was okay. It was only later that the two realized in surprise that they had been civil to each other the entire time. Both wished they had gotten in at least one well-placed insult or remark and vowed to make up for it the next time. Harry looked up from his conversation with Draco to see four redheads cracking open his door. When they saw he was awake, they all entered. Harry was lying in his bed sitting up against his pillows, hair messy as usual and clad in a white t-shirt and his plaid drawstring pajama pants, while Draco sat back in his desk chair, feet propped up on the edge of the bed. The morning sun was shining through the window, casting cheery light over everything. "Hey, Harry, how you feeling, mate?" Ron asked. "Completely better, but Sirius has confined me to bed for the rest of the morning while he catches up on some sleep," Harry said. "Well, it's probably for the best," Fred said. "You should have a day just to rest," George agreed. "I think I got enough of that in the past couple of days," Harry pointed out. "Harry, it's summer. Time for relaxation," Ginny said firmly. "Take advantage of being able to lie around and get rested up for having some fun." "So what are you guys doing for the rest of the day?" Harry asked to change the subject. "We're going to Diagon Alley for a bit," Ron said. "I guess there's no hope in you coming along then." "No, I'm basically banned from there now. I don't even know if Sirius is going to let me go for my supplies." "He might just get them himself," Harry said with a sigh. "He says it's too dangerous." "Well, I reckon he's right," Ron said reluctantly. "You never know what sort of tricks the Death Eaters might pull to get at you." "Thanks, Ron. Very reassuring," Harry said sarcastically. "Well, we must depart," George said dramatically. "Mum will want a full report on how you're doing," Fred added, ruffling Harry's hair with a laugh. Harry shot him a playful glare and attempted to smooth it back down. "Get some rest, Harry," Ginny said fondly, giving him a quick peck on the forehead before following her brothers from the room, making Harry's face immediately flush. "And Ron said seriously, can we talk later? Please. I think we really need to talk." Harry was slightly taken aback by the pleading look in Ron's face. He wanted to say no, all part of his pushing people away campaign that hadn't really been working too well up to that point, but couldn't bring himself to do that to his friend. "Okay. Yeah, sure," he said quietly. "Good. Then I'll talk to you later," he said before following the rest of his siblings out. Draco looked at Harry and raised his eyebrow in amusement. "So, you're moving right along with Ginny, I see. You should really slow down, Harry. I mean, isn't it getting a bit physical really fast? You've only been crushing on her for a year now and a key on the forehead. At this phenomenal rate, who knows what might happen? You could be on the road to a life of debauchery and prostitution." And who was the last girl that ed you on the forehead?" Harry challenged. "Oh yeah, who's the last girl you actually ed?" Draco challenged in return. Harry was silent. "That's what I thought," Draco said smugly. "I'd rather not be ed at all than have Pansy Parkinson's lips even come within the vicinity of mine," Harry said with a smirk. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Touché. But please spare me the memory of that horrifying lack of judgment. It makes me want to vomit just thinking about it. Now Cho Chong on the other hand I understand to be a terrific snogger." Harry's face contorted in horror and disgust as Draco laughed. "Hey Sirius said as he entered Harry's room a little later that day. He had just woken up from his recovery nap. Harry looked up from the book he was reading. It was a Muggle book Kota had given to him as part of her campaign to make him read all the books she had read in school, or outside of it, that she felt were essential for everyone to be familiar with. She felt that Harry being a wizard was no excuse for him not to be educated in literature and therefore had been assigning him books all summer. "Whatcha reading?" Sirius asked, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed. "The Crucible. Did you know they used to kill people just for being accused of being magical? In the book there's these girls who take everyone they don't like and accuse them of being witches and pretend that those people are hexing them. It would have been a disaster if Dudley had read this book, though that would require him actually being able to read, so I guess I was safe," Harry said with a grin. "Harry, we need to talk," Sirius said gravely. "Talk?" Harry asked in confusion. Sirius couldn't mean what Harry thought he meant. Sirius didn't do talks like that. "About what?" "About a lot of things. I think." Crash. Harry's and Sirius's heads whipped around toward Harry's window where the sound had originated. Pig was hovering outside looking slightly dazed. Harry leaned over and let the owl in, immediately pulling off the piece of parchment attached to his leg. The piece of paper was small, looking as if it had been quickly tore from something. He turned it over to find Ginny's handwriting, only bigger and messier than usual. "Something's happened. Come quick. Ginny." Harry quickly handed Sirius the note. The two exchanged a brief look before racing down to the fireplace. Harry quickly walked into the kitchen where the Weasleys were located, along with, much to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore. Harry immediately knew something was terribly wrong. Mrs. Weasley sat at the table, weeping into her hands. Ginny and the twins were sitting around the table as well, all looking as if they were in shock. Mr. Weasley was pacing back and forth frantically as he talked to Dumbledore. "And we were just walking and he was only behind us a small ways back, and I heard him call for me. I turned around but I couldn't get my wand out in time. They just grabbed him and portkeyed away." "Who's they?" Dumbledore asked calmly, his eyes lacking their familiar twinkle. 2 or 3 Death Eaters. It all happened so fast." "Oh gods," Mr. Weasley said, looking absolutely panicked. "What's going on?" Harry asked, very scared now. "What happened?" Everyone looked up at him. "They took him. They took Ron." Mrs. Weasley sobbed hysterically. "They took my baby." Harry looked around in shock. "No," Harry whispered. "Death Eaters kidnapped Ron," Sirius asked, horrified. "But why?" "Oh my god, it's because of me," Harry gasped. He felt so dizzy with shock he felt as if he might collapse. "Don't be ridiculous," Sirius said shakily. "Don't you see? I was too well guarded. They couldn't get to me so they took Ron." "Harry, sit down," Dumbledore said gently. "No, I've got to go find him." "Harry, it's not your job to go find Ron," Dumbledore said firmly. "It's my fault he was taken," Harry yelled. "This is a trap for you, Harry. They want you to go looking for him. You'll walk right into their hands," Dumbledore said regretfully. "Well, if they want me to come to them, they'll have to lead me to Ron. It's the only chance we have. I already know the Order has no clue where the Death Eaters are hidden. It's the only way. And what do you think they'll do to you when you get there?" "They will kill you and they will kill Ron too," Dumbledore said grimly. At this, Mr. Weasley paled and Mrs. Weasley let out another sob. "At least we'll have a chance." "What are you going to do?" "Keep searching for their hideout and hope you'll find it this time." "You've been doing that for over a month without any luck," Harry yelled. "For now, that's all we can do," the headmaster said sadly. Harry shook his head. "I'm going to go look for him," he said angrily, stalking to the door determinedly. Sirius quickly called for him to stop, but Harry flung open the door and made to step outside. But he couldn't. He was pushed back by some force. He tried again and was still pushed back. He whirled around and looked furiously at Dumbledore. "I've put wards around the burrow, the lighthouse and Snape Manor, and the flow system will only allow you between the 3. You can't leave, Harry." "I'm sorry." Harry slammed the door angrily. "You can't do that. You can't just lock me up while Ron's out there." "I'm sorry, Harry. I hope you will eventually understand." "So what if Death Eaters attack here? Or there's some other emergency? Am I just going to be trapped inside?" he asked bitterly. "If there is an emergency like that, the wards will let you out, but nothing like that is going to happen. This is for your own good," Harry, Dumbledore said sternly. Albus, let's stop arguing about this, said Mr. Weasley. We need to get started looking for Ron. We need to call the order together and. Arthur, Dumbledore interrupted, for now at least, the wards include your family as well. And Sirius, I hope you don't mind Miss Granger staying with you for a while as I'm including her in them as well. What? Mr. Weasley bellowed. You are all too emotionally involved. It would interfere with the search. The search hasn't done anything yet. Harry yelled. Sirius, please, tell him to let me go. He pleaded. No, Harry. There's no way you're going to go get yourself killed, Sirius said firmly. Sirius, please. No, Harry. I've already lost you once and I am not losing you again, Sirius said sternly. Maybe we should listen to Harry. If he can get Ron back, Mr. Weasley started cautiously. Arthur, what are you doing? Sirius yelled furiously. I want my son back. Mr. Weasley shouted back at him. And if Harry's our only chance. No, we are not sending Harry to the bloody slaughter. He's already died playing hero. What are you thinking? Sirius yelled, enraged. Hasn't he been through enough? Lucius Malfoy hates me. What do you think he's going to do to my son? We've got to get him out of there. Besides, Harry defeated the Dark Lord, he can handle some Death Eaters. Mr. Weasley yelled, sounding slightly crazed. Dad, please don't, Fred said weakly. Arthur, stop it, Mrs. Weasley yelled. Albus, let Harry go. He can find Ron. I'll go with him. I need my son back. Mr. Weasley bellowed. Dad, no, this isn't the way, Ginny yelled. Mr. Weasley's right. I need to go for Ron to stand a chance. I've done this sort of thing before. Harry insisted. Damn you, Arthur. Stop this. Sirius yelled. Enough. Dumbledore bellowed. Everyone went silent. Harry is not going. Sirius, get Harry out of here. I'll come by later with Miss Granger and update you on the situation. Arthur, calm down. You are going to regret things you are saying later, so we're ending this conversation. I am going to go talk with Severus and Draco to see if they know anything helpful, and I'm going to start the search. Meanwhile, everybody needs to calm down. Mr. Weasley slumped into a chair and put his face in his hands. Harry could tell he was crying. Harry looked toward the ceiling and blinked away his own tears. Sirius led him away. Harry had no energy left in him to fight his case. When they arrived back at the burrow, Harry was feeling very numb. Harry, you have to understand. You'd be killed, Sirius said quietly. I'd deserve it, Harry said numbly. Don't ever say that, Harry. You know that's not true, Sirius said, putting his hands on his godson's shoulders and looking into his eyes. He's such a good friend to me. He took care of me when I was sick, and I only put him in danger. I just ruin people's lives. I destroy everything. That's not true, Harry. No, it is. Draco lost his father because he couldn't curse me. Snape lost his spy position because of me. I put people in danger all the time. I almost got Draco killed by convincing him to go back for his stuff with me. Cedric died just because he was near me. All the people in Hogwarts could have died just because Voldemort wanted me. Listen to me, Sirius interrupted. You've made my life 1,000 times better, Sirius insisted. No, Harry said bitterly. You had to eat rats and put yourself in danger because of me. You had to give up your life to take care of me. Everyone I care about is always put in danger because of me. Harry, Sirius started, but Harry quickly pulled away from him. Don't, you'll curse yourself even more. I already ruined your life. I'm such a freak. Harry, no, I just need to be alone, Harry said, backing away before belting up the stairs. Sirius heard the bedroom door slam. He didn't know what to do, but eventually decided to let Harry have his space. Half an hour later, Draco arrived, giving a curt nod to Sirius before rushing up to Harry's room. Draco knocked and entered Harry's room without waiting for a response. Harry was pacing his room like a caged animal. It's not your fault, you know, Draco said. Ha, Harry said bitterly. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. I'm the one who always told my dad what good friends you two were. I'm sorry. Don't be stupid, it's not your fault. It wasn't exactly top secret information. Well, Dumbledore's made it so the wards will recognize me as well. Don't know why he'd think I'd go looking for Weasley. Draco, please, Harry said pleadingly. Sorry. Hermione burst into the room in tears. She ran over to Harry and threw her arms around his neck and he hugged her tightly. Harry, we have to get him back, she said tearfully. I know. First we need to get past these stupid wards. Wait, you're planning on going after him? Draco asked incredulously. Are you bloody mad? Of course I'm going after him. He's my friend. But the wards. I think I've figured out how to get past them, Harry said. It was actually what Lucius did to your room that gave me the idea. Fire. Dumbledore said that if we were in danger, where the only way out would be to get outside, then the wards would let us out. Oh, brilliant, Draco said sarcastically. So whose house are we going to burn down? The Burrow. Ron once told me that they've covered their house with spells so that the walls and floors won't burn since they had so many close calls with Fred and George's experiments exploding. If we lit a fire in one room, it wouldn't spread to the others. Oh Merlin, I can't believe I'm going to be going on a rescue mission for Weasley, Draco groaned. You aren't coming, Harry said quickly. Harry, don't even start that, Hermione said menacingly. I'm coming. You can't do this alone and I am getting Ron back. And I'm coming too, Draco said firmly. Harry and Hermione looked at him incredulously. What? I'm just going to make sure my only friend doesn't get killed because then I'd just be too pathetic to return to school. Besides, you need my help. Who knows Death Eaters more than me? Neither of you, that's for sure. Harry sighed in defeat. He wasn't going to waste time arguing. All right, then. Let's start brainstorming. But we don't even know where he is, Hermione protested. Don't worry. Give it a few hours and they'll tell us, or Harry at least. They're using Ron as bait for you, Harry, so they'll let you worry for a bit and then tell you where he is. You might want to leave your window open for a while. Just like that. I don't know. I mean, if they did that, Harry could just tell the Order to go there, Hermione pointed out. They're not that idiotic. There will be a catch, Draco said knowingly. So, what do we do now? Harry asked. We wait, Draco said calmly. And then, we figure out how the hell we're going to pull this off. A few hours later, a large black bird flew in through Harry's window and dropped a letter on his lap. The dark mark was pressed into the wax seal. This is it, Draco said nervously. Go on, open it. Harry took a deep breath and broke the seal, unfolding the letter. He began to read, as Draco and Hermione read over his shoulder. Potter, as you are probably aware by now, I have taken something I am sure you want back. Of course, everything comes with a price. I propose a simple trade. You for your friend. I will kill your friend at midnight after the 7th day unless you've accepted my offer before then. If you decide to meet my demands, a portkey is waiting for you on the steps to the guest house at my manor, which I'm sure my obliging son will tell you how to find. This portkey can only be activated by you, and if you try to bring anyone with you, we will know and will kill your friend immediately. You will come alone if you want your friend alive. Hope to see you soon, Potter. Your friend screams for you. L.M. Once he was done reading, the letter burst into green flames, leaving no trace of it. Well, here we go. We've got our way in, Draco said with a gulp. Sorry my dad's such a bastard, by the way. Wait, but now this is sounding like a suicide mission if they'll know if we come, Hermione said nervously. Well, I'll have to go alone, Harry said. Oh, don't worry about that. It's a bit of a bluff, well, sort of. You see, he'd be able to detect Dumbledore and the people in the Order, or at least most of them, but not Granger and me. See, this isn't the first time Dumbledore's had his little anti-evil club all rounded up together. The Order was around fighting the Dark Lord during his last reign, before you brought him down the first time, Harry. Anyways, the Death Eaters, or at least the top ones like my father, suspected or knew who most of them were, just as they basically know who a lot of the top Death Eaters are. Both sides have ways of tracking these people. There's one on you, Harry, though it's blocked most of the time. You see, each side has its way to block against the tracking most of the time, but there are certain kinds of wards that'll make blocks against them impossible. That means they can't find you now, with all the wards around the lighthouse, but as soon as you step onto their territory, the wards they've no doubt put up will make it so they'll be able to track you as long as you're inside of them. Well, what about you two then? Wouldn't they be able to track you two inside as well? Harry asked dejectedly. This was sounding hopeless. No. Granger's just a muddler muggleborn, sorry there. She's not significant enough to track. They actually have to do complicated spells to track somebody, and she's not worth the effort, no offense, Granger. As for me, well, my father made the mistake a while ago to put a spell on me so I couldn't be tracked with the spells that they know, as he was head of that department at the time. If there's one type of person a Death Eater trusts less than the enemy, it's another Death Eater, so my father wanted to make sure they couldn't find me in case they turned on him for some reason, Draco explained. Well, there's only one thing we can do then. They're using bait, we will too, Harry said determinedly. You, Hermione said quietly. It was the only thing they could do. Well, it looks like we have a lot of planning to do then and we're going to have to keep it a secret. There's no way the adults would let us do this, and they can't go instead. They're all tracked, Draco said. We'll have to do it ourselves, Hermione said. This might take a few days to get everything worked out, Draco said. Well, let's start figuring this out then, said Harry. If Professor Snape starts to get suspicious of you coming over here all the time, just tell him I'm very distraught and I need you for moral support. I'll make sure Sirius thinks I'm upset too so the stories don't clash. Hermione, you're staying here, so that won't be a problem. We're really going to do this, Hermione said, taking a deep breath. We're really going to get him back. Yeah, we're going to get him back, Harry said determinedly. The first thing they were going to need was an escape plan. It would do them no good to get Ron and then be stuck there. A portkey was their best option. Hermione immediately began doing research, with Draco bringing her piles of books he was sneaking from the massive library at Snape Manor. She, being Hermione, quickly found a way to make a portkey with a password to activate it, though they really only had one shot to try to make it. If the Ministry caught Harry doing magic again, he would be expelled, and if either boy did it, their godfathers would be notified and they would suspect what was going on. Hermione, on the other hand, could use her one warning to try to make it and then send a letter home telling her parents her wand accidentally went off. She tried to make one out of Harry's shoe, so they could be sure the Death Eaters wouldn't take it away, but it glowed purple instead of blue, indicating it had been made incorrectly and would take them in the direction of their destination but would land them somewhere short of it. How short of it, they had no idea. But they needed a portkey that would get them safely to the burrow, especially if Ron was injured. There was only one option, and that was asking an adult. Harry knew precisely who to go to. Harry flowed to the burrow under the guise of needing to be with the Weasley kids at this time of distress. Yet Harry didn't go upstairs where the three were huddled together in the twins' room, or to Ron's room where Mrs. Weasley hadn't left since the day before when it had happened. Instead, he went into the kitchen where, from speaking to Ginny through Owl Post, he knew he'd find Mr. Weasley, watching the Weasley clock with a numb expression, just waiting for Ron's hand to switch to something other than mortal peril. Mr. Weasley looked up at him with bloodshot eyes, and Harry was certain he had not slept a wink the night before. Mr. Weasley, he said softly, I need a portkey without a fixed starting destination, only a fixed ending one. I already tried portkeying out of here. The wards won't allow them if it's one of us that's trying to leave, he said tiredly. I figured that. I don't need one that's going to leave though, he said quietly. Mr. Weasley stared at him momentarily. What's the ending destination you're thinking of? He asked. The burrow. Hermione's done a bit of research and she thinks the wards will only prevent us from leaving, but not from coming back, and so it should work. Mr. Weasley looked at him as though studying him. I can't make one like that, but I can get one. How soon? Either tonight or tomorrow, I think. I can talk to a few people and pull some strings, Mr. Weasley said, looking more alive now that he had a purpose and hope. Okay. Just owl it to me the second you get it. Obviously, word of this can't get back to certain people, Harry said quietly. Mr. Weasley nodded and Harry got up to leave. Harry, Mr. Weasley called quietly. Harry turned around. Mr. Weasley was looking at him with a desperate expression. I'll bring him back or die trying, Harry assured him. Mr. Weasley looked down guiltily and nodded. Okay. Here's the prisoner drill, Draco said. No matter what type of prisoner, Lucius, Harry noticed Draco had been having a much easier time disassociating himself from his father lately, will not be present at the capture unless absolutely necessary. His ideal situation will be just like the Dark Lord's was with this. He'll want a few Death Eater guards to capture you, take your wand and such, lock you in the dungeon while they go present your wand to him. This demonstrates their loyalty to him and also is used as a fear tactic with prisoners. They'll leave a couple to guard the door, but since those dungeons are impossible to get out of from the inside once you're locked in, they won't necessarily be the brightest blokes either. All they need to do is rough you up a bit and let you know that you'll eventually be given to their leader, then leave you for a while to get you good and scared. There's something about being locked in a concrete cell without any way of knowing when you'll be brought out or what will happen when you are, that tends to terrify people, making them a lot easier to deal with. Fear is a powerful weapon, after all. Oh, and they'll definitely put you in the same cell as Weasley. Fear also brings people subject to that fear closer together, making it easier to manipulate them by using the other one. Perfect for them and perfect for us. Malfoy, are you even paying attention? Hermione asked sternly. Yes, ma'am, Draco said mockingly. Well, you'd better, because one of these charms I'm trying to teach you might save your ass in there. Now, when you say the silencing charm, it's silencio with a sharp jab of the wand. Yes, like that. The three were practicing with each of their toothbrushes so they wouldn't use any real magic and alert anyone before it was time. I feel stupid, Draco whispered to Harry, jabbing his toothbrush in the air. You'd feel more stupid if you couldn't do it later, Harry pointed out. Besides, we look just as ridiculous. Hermione cleared her throat and the boys snapped to attention. Okay, now here's one to open doors from a distance. Not quite, my own. Swish it all the way through Expelli and flick it on the arm and say keep it pointed during the us. Expelliarmus. Good. That's perfect. Oh, and Draco, it's a jab on the ment. Impedimenta. Good. Now we're going to work on shields and defensive spells. I learned some really good ones last year when the professors were training me up. We're going to start with. Shish. Draco hushed him suddenly. The three strained their ears and sure enough, there were footsteps coming toward Harry's room. They all quickly kicked their sticks under Harry's bed. Draco quickly sat down in Harry's desk chair while Harry and Hermione quickly climbed onto his bed and leaned back against the wall. What if the Order doesn't find him? Hermione asked, putting on a sad voice. Well, I know during the last war the Order found prisoners a few times when the Ministry never did. That's why they're so much more afraid of the Order, Draco ad-libbed. If anyone can find Weasley, it's them. I just wish they'd let me help, Harry put in. I mean, it's me they want. I should be out there. There was the predicted knock at the door. Sirius opened it and entered, giving them a sad smile. How are you all holding up? Harry looked away. Hermione took a shuddering breath and blinked a lot. Draco shrugged. Right, bad question. I brought you all up some sandwiches, he said, placing a platter on Harry's nightstand. It'll all turn out all right. Harry was beginning to feel bad. Sirius had been so nice about the whole thing, and Harry knew he would be very disappointed when Harry disobeyed him again. After this, Sirius would really hate him. Thanks, Siri, Harry said quietly. His godfather nodded at him sadly before leaving the room. The three waited until the footsteps faded away and they could hear bustling around in the kitchen before each grabbing a sandwich half in one hand and their stick in their other. Okay, so here's how you do your basic shield. Errol arrived with the portkey from Mr. Weasley on the third day since Ron's kidnapping in the guise of a small key. The three agreed that they would do it that night. The day was mostly spent practicing spells, charms, shields, etc. Draco went home for dinner with Professor Snape and Harry and Hermione went downstairs for dinner for the first night since it had happened. Harry figured he owed Sirius that much. Neither Harry nor Hermione could eat much as nervousness made their stomachs churn, but luckily Sirius took their loss of appetite as part of their grief. Harry couldn't even bring himself to look at Sirius, since each time he did, Either images of the good times they had had that summer cropped up, or the night after he and Draco had broken the rules the first time, when Sirius had yelled at him. Harry wasn't sure which made him feel worse. That night, Hermione sent an owl to her parents right before Draco flowed back over. Harry told Sirius they were going to go over to the Weasleys to see how they were doing. The three flowed to the burrow. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were now both in the kitchen staring at the clock obsessively, just waiting for a change. They didn't even register the arrival of 3 guests as the teens slipped upstairs. They had to get one more thing, so they knocked on the twins' bedroom door, hoping they wouldn't get suspicious. "What are you all doing here?" Fred asked weakly when he opened the door. He wasn't that surprised to see Harry and Hermione, but Draco was a bit odd to see hanging around the burrow at times like this. "We just wanted to see how you all were holding up, and to hear if you had any news," Hermione lied. Fred motioned them inside. "Well, Mum's doing terrible, so is Dad," Fred said sadly. "They've just been staring at that clock forever. At least Mum's come out of Ron's room though. At least in the kitchen, Dad can manage to get her to drink tea, even if she won't eat anything." "And how are you guys?" Harry asked. Well, we're holding in there," George said tiredly. "We're just so mad that they're not letting us help. We're of age and everything, and Bill, Charlie, and Percy are all helping on the search, but we can't." "Well, it's for the best really," Harry said. "I mean, your parents are so distraught now, I'd hate to think what it would do to them to have to worry about another one of you. No matter what happens, you two and Ginny really need to be here for your parents right now," he said significantly, hoping the twins would remember it later. "Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just so horrible feeling so helpless," Fred said miserably. "Well, hopefully, Ron'll be back soon," Harry said. "We're going to go check on Ginny, all right?" The twins nodded as the three left. "Got 'em?" Harry asked Draco quietly. Draco nodded and held out the 3 fake wands he'd stolen from the twins' room. He stuck one in his pocket and handed the 2 others to Harry and Hermione. The 3 continued up the stairs, slipping quietly past Ginny's room. Harry reached up and pulled the cord to let down the staircase into the attic. A plume of dust came out and the 3 muffled their coughing against their sleeves. "I guess they don't go up here very often," Harry mused. "There's dust on my robes," Draco whined. Harry and Hermione rolled their eyes and climbed the stairs. "All right, let's take this stuff down to Ron's room, or at least put it out in the hall," Harry said, eyeing the several boxes, trunks, and such full of old things. The ghoul was staring at them in surprise, not having had guests to the attic in a very long time. "Oh," it Ned in an unearthly way, creeping toward them menacingly. "Oh, don't even start," Hermione scolded. The ghoul huffed and went back to clanging things against the pipes. The 3 began moving the things quietly out of the attic and into Ron's room, Draco complaining the entire time. When moving one of the last chests into Ron's room, the 3 found Ginny standing in her brother's doorway, arms crossed over her chest. "What are you doing?" she asked suspiciously. "Looking for something," Harry tried. "You're going after him, aren't you? You've found a way past the wards." The 3 exchanged a look. "Ginny, you can't tell anyone until we're gone. If anyone stops us, there's no chance to save him," Hermione said seriously. "I'm coming with you," she said firmly. "I'm going to go get those last few boxes," Draco said quickly. "I'll help you," Hermione said, following him out. "Ginny, I'm sorry. You can't come," Harry said apologetically. "I can help. He's my brother. You have to let me come. You can't leave me around here doing nothing while you 3 go risk your lives to save him." Ginny protested. "Ginny, please listen. We have a plan and it's pretty detailed. It only will work with 3 people and Draco, Hermione, and I have been going over it for the past few days, so it has to be us," Harry said quietly. "I am not staying behind like some damn damsel in distress while you go out there and risk your life for the 1000th time." Ginny hissed furiously. "You're not a damsel in distress, Gin. I know you're brave, but think of your parents. They're already so upset over Ron. If they had to worry about you or Fred or George, they'd crack. I love your parents and I couldn't do that to them," Harry insisted. "I've already seen you die, Harry." Ginny protested angrily. What do you think it's going to be like for me to be here just waiting to know if I've lost you again? Harry blinked. He didn't know what to say. Ginny, I'm sorry. It's the only way. I won't die again. We've got it planned out perfectly. Everything will be fine. Ron and the rest of us will be back here in a few hours, and though I'll be grounded until the end of the century, I'll be back as well, and hopefully that will be the end of all the excitement for a while. Harry, Hermione said quietly from the door. We're ready. We'll wait for you upstairs. Ginny, if you can, please get your mum out of the kitchen for a while. It would be best if she didn't watch my hand on the clock until we're good and gone, Harry said sympathetically. Ginny nodded, looking away angrily. Well, Harry said quietly after Hermione left, I'm off then. Don't worry, we'll bring Ron back, he said, turning to leave. Ginny grabbed his shoulder and turned him back around. She seized the back of his head with one of her hands and pressed her lips to his in a key. Before Harry could even register what was happening, she pulled away and looked him straight in the eye. Bring yourself back as well, or I swear I will bring you back from the grave and kill you myself, she said firmly, before marching past him and going down the stairs. Harry stood there for a moment, stunned. He touched his fingers to his lips, unsure of what had just happened. After a moment, he shook himself and quickly went up into the attic, shutting the trap door behind him. Ready? Harry asked after locking the door. The other two nodded nervously. Oh God, I hope this works, Hermione said anxiously. All I can say is if I end up getting disfigured, somebody's going to die, Draco warned. He pulled open the window and pressed his hand against the invisible barrier that kept them all trapped. Harry pulled out a box of matches and a bunch of paper and alcohol-covered rags from Draco's bottomless bag. He also pulled out Draco's 2 brooms and set them near the window. He spread out the flammable materials all over the floor and finally struck a match against the box. He held up the small flame. The other two gave a nervous nod of assent and Harry threw the match to the corner farthest away from the window. The rags and papers immediately lit and the fire began to spread. Harry struck another match and tossed it into another corner. He backed up to the window where Draco still had his hand pressed against the invisible barrier. All they could do was wait. The ghoul scowled at them and howled indignantly. Oh, shut it, Hermione said in annoyance, it's not like it can hurt you. You'll have your little haunting grounds back to normal in no time. The ghoul pouted and clanged the pipes half-heartedly. The room began to fill with smoke, the small window not being enough to drain it from the room. Just as the three began to cough, Draco stumbled forward, his hand out the window. He grinned back at them. They had bypassed the wards. Draco swung his legs out the window and Harry handed him his broom, which he hopped onto and hovered right outside. Hermione was the next through. Draco pulled her onto the back of his broom and she reluctantly wrapped her arms around his waist to keep from falling off. Harry squeezed through with the bag, coughing loudly, and awkwardly maneuvered himself onto his broom. He turned back to the window and pointed his wand inside. With a quick spell, the flames disappeared along with the burnt remains of the rags and papers. Now there would be no evidence of what they had done, and no way for the adults to figure out how they had gotten past the wards. Sirius would be informed of his expulsion from Hogwarts soon. As Harry swung the bottomless rucksack onto his back and the three of them swiveled their brooms around and set off into the night in the direction of Malfoy Manor. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ginny had pulled her mum from the kitchen into the living room telling her she had just gotten word that somebody was onto something in regards to rescuing Ron. Mrs. Weasley had desperately begged her daughter for more information, but Ginny just kept saying that she couldn't say anything but that Mrs. Weasley would find out soon. In the kitchen, Mr. Weasley watched with bated breath as he watched Harry's hand switch to mortal peril, and then to traveling. Sirius was sitting in the living room, trying to think of what to do about Harry. He wasn't sure if it was the right time to have a talk with his godson, with Hermione staying with them and Ron gone. He supposed it wasn't, but was frustrated. He had been meaning to have a talk with Harry for so long now, but things kept coming up that was preventing it. He had promised himself he would do it as soon as Harry got over that last bout of sickness, but of course, Ron had been taken, and unless the redhead was returned soon, he wasn't sure when the right time would be. Suddenly, an owl flew through the window, dropping a letter into his hand. Dear Mr. Black, we have received intelligence that your godson, Harry Potter, performed magic outside of school for the second time at 17 minutes past 9 this evening. Being the second breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Sirius was interrupted as the fire in the fireplace flared up. His mind was buzzing. Harry performed magic. But why? It must have been a mistake. He looked over to see who was coming through the fireplace and found Snape stepping out, looking extremely panicked, something very odd for the normally composed man. Black, please tell me they're still here. Harry and Draco. They went to the burrow. This letter says Harry performed magic. I don't understand, Sirius said confusedly. Something was wrong. He knew that much, but his brain wasn't registering what it could be. I found this on Draco's bed. Snape yelled, waving around a piece of parchment with writing on it. They've found some way around the wards. They're going after the Weasley boy. The blood instantly drained from Sirius's face. He raced to the fireplace and threw in a handful of the glittering powder in. Sirius burst into the living room of the burrow, Snape right behind him. Mrs. Weasley stood up hopefully, thinking the two might have news. Where are they? Sirius yelled frantically. Ginny stood. They're already gone, she said calmly. No. Sirius screamed, racing up the stairs, followed by Snape. The two raced up the flights, calling out their godsons' names desperately. The twins came out of their room, watching the two in bewilderment as they raced past the floor and followed them curiously. The two men raced all the way to the top floor, looking into Ron's room desperately. Hey, what's all the stuff from the attic doing out here? Fred asked in confusion. Snape pushed past him and pulled the cord to the attic. The four quickly climbed up the pull-down staircase. The room was completely bare aside from the ghoul who was moaning in the corner. The twins looked around in amazement. Who cleaned out the attic? George asked. 4 sets of eyes landed on the open window. Sirius ran over and pressed his hand against the open space, feeling it being pushed back by the still intact ward. Snape whipped around angrily and began making his way down the stairs. How the hell did they get past the wards? He fumed. Sirius was next out, followed by the twins who were just beginning to grasp what was going on. What's going on? They asked as the 4 of them reached the living room once again. They've gone after him. Harry, Hermione and Draco have gone after Ron, Sirius said in disbelief. Mrs. Weasley gasped. Her eyes lit up with hope. Fred and George exchanged a look of mixed emotions, both of hope and fear. They didn't want to lose another brother, even if he wasn't technically related to them, but now there was a chance of getting Ron back. Snape contacted Dumbledore as Sirius went back to the lighthouse to see if Harry had left a similar letter as the one Draco had left for Snape. Sure enough, lying on Harry's pillow was a neatly folded letter. He grabbed it and frantically read it through. Sirius, by the time you get this letter, I'll already be gone. We've figured out a way past the wards and Draco, Hermione, and I are going after Ron. Don't come after us. Just stay at the burrow since that's where we're coming back to. Please don't worry. We have a plan. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you about this sooner, but if you stopped us from going, Ron would have been killed by the end of the week and the plan we've come up with couldn't have possibly included any of the Order members. Tell everyone not to worry. We should all be back safely in a few hours or so. But just in case, I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for everything. I know I put you under a lot of stress. I know I'm not great to live with, but you always treat me so well. Thank you for that. I never told you, but I think you're a great godfather. I've never felt luckier than when I found out I was going to be living with you this summer. I'm sorry I haven't been a better godson, but I promise that this rule breaking will be the last and I'll try a lot harder when I come back. Well, I guess that's pretty much it. The next part had been written and erased so much that the paper at that spot had been nearly worn through, as if Harry couldn't decide whether to write it or not, but in the end had opted to leave it there. I love you, Harry. Sirius, letter in hand, numbly flowed back to the burrow. Snape and Dumbledore were in the kitchen, interrogating Ginny for any information she might know, and the rest of the Weasleys had all been kicked out into the living room where they waited anxiously. Sirius, George said tentatively. The animagus looked over at him. If anyone can pull this off, it's Harry. He'll get them all out of there. He's not invincible, Sirius said bitterly. If he dies this time, he can't be brought back. He paused. At least he made it to his 16th birthday. It was yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't think he even realized it. Dumbledore came back into the room, followed by Snape and Ginny. I have made the Order aware of these new developments, but for now, the best thing we can do is wait. No one here is to go out and look for them unless they hear otherwise from a member of the Order outside this room. Albus, Snape started. Severus, please. I am fully aware of all the danger your godson is in. The reality of the matter is that we have no idea where they are headed. They have said they have a plan, both in writing and to Miss Weasley here, and since we do not know what that is, any rash moves on our part could jeopardize their safety and any chance they may have of rescuing Ron. Now, I need to go speak with the Order's search teams and straighten out things with the Ministry since I have a feeling there will be much underage magic being performed tonight. I will also be speaking with the Grangers. Arthur, I will be giving the Grangers a portkey to your home if that's all right with you. Mr. Weasley nodded. Nobody seemed to notice him stiffen at the word, portkey. He had neglected to mention his involvement in the ordeal. Dumbledore nodded and made his exit. Nobody knew what to say or what to do. We need to call everyone we know who can help and get them out there looking, Sirius said determinedly. I'm going to go contact some people. He walked off in a daze to use the fireplace to call people, even if he, himself, couldn't go through it. Harry's done this before, Mr. Weasley said confidently. He can do it. Snape sneered at him. Harry's been very lucky many times. Bravery only gets you so far. He's on their territory this time without any special powers or wand connections or any hats to pull tricks out of. All I can say is they better have a damn good plan. Draco and Harry landed their brooms softly onto the ground. I hate flying, Hermione groaned as she tried to steady herself on the solid ground. I'm never getting on a broom again. The three quickly ran over to the guesthouse steps. On the third step up laid Ron's wand, the portkey. How predictable, said Draco. Psychological tactic to make sure you don't turn back now. It's to show Weasley's vulnerability. Maybe you should become a psychiatrist, Harry suggested. And listen to other people's problems. Please, Draco snorted dismissively. All right, you guys ready? Harry asked nervously. He pulled out the last item from Draco's bag, his invisibility cloak. As ready as I'll ever be, Hermione said with a deep breath. Let's just get this over with so we can return to a nice hero's welcome, just before we're grounded for the rest of eternity, Draco said, taking the cloak from Harry and draping it over himself and Hermione. Okay. Wands out, Harry said. Check, came two voices, seemingly out of nowhere. Okay. On three, Harry said, hovering his hand over the portkey. Honnêtement three. He grabbed the Ron's wand and felt the familiar pull at his navel. A second later, his feet hit solid ground. He heard a significant cough, letting him know that the other two were there under the cloak. He looked up to see a mansion, not as big as the Malfoys but very significant in size nonetheless. It was surrounded on both sides by very dense trees, and the building itself looked dilapidated and abandoned. Of course, Harry knew otherwise. He had been deposited at the entrance and was sure the Death Eaters knew he was there. As planned, he took off running. He hid behind a tree and used the cover to look for a possible entrance. He moved quietly through the darkness, eyes studying the mansion. When he found a fairly low window, he crept out from the trees and began slowly making his way toward the house, keeping his eyes open for any movement. He reached the window and peeked inside. It was completely dark. He pulled out the wand in his pocket and pointed it at the lock. Allaho! Expelliarmus! Came a shout from behind him and the wand flew from his fingers. Harry whipped around to find two wand points concentrated on him. Well, if it isn't the boy wonder, one sneered. The other stepped forward, spun him around and slammed him against the wall. Harry winced as his cheek scraped against the rough surface and his glasses dug into the side of his face. Harry was ripped away from the wall and shoved forward. Each of the two Death Eaters grabbed an arm and kept their wands trained on him with their free hands, marching him forward. They soon reached a door and muttered the password, revenge. Harry barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes. The door swung open to reveal a short passageway with another door, this time, with two other Death Eaters guarding it. Harry put up a bit of a struggle right after the door was open, feeling something invisible brush past. Well, that was sooner than expected, said one of the new guards. It's only been 3 days. I would have guessed he would have waited until the last minute. Probably afraid of what we've been doing to his little friend, the other said derisively. Harry scowled at them. You better not have hurt him, he growled. Or what, you'll bite us, said one of the ones holding him, running a finger down his cheek. Harry glared at him and stomped on his foot. The Death Eater swore with pain and the other 3 laughed. All right, Potter, why don't we go say hello to your friend, one of the door guards said, unlocking the door. The 2 door guards led the way, and the 2 that caught Harry pushed him after them. Harry kicked back discreetly, pushing the door open a little more with his foot, praying it was enough. He was roughly led down to the dungeons. The Death Eaters tossed Harry into a dark cell. His face smacked against the cement ground, giving him a bloody nose and a crack in one of the lenses in his glasses. He looked up to see a figure lying near a corner beginning to stir. Ron? He asked. The figure looked over, squinting weakly through the darkness. As his eyes adjusted to the lack of light, Harry could see a shock of red hair. He began to crawl over but was grabbed roughly from behind and hauled to his feet before being slammed into a wall. Ah, isn't that cute? The Death Eater said in a sickly sweet voice. He wants to see his friend. Let him go. You want me, not him. Harry growled. The Death Eater ignored Harry's plea. The other masked figure walked over to Ron. The redhead Mo.Ned, not yet fully conscious or aware of what was going on. Leave him alone. Harry screamed, struggling wildly against the one holding him back. I think your friend wants to say hello, Potter, the other Death Eater said gleefully, raising his wand. Ron looked up at the unidentifiable man, frozen in terror. Harry sank his teeth into the arm that was holding him and kneed the guy in the stomach. He raced toward Ron. Crucio. The cloaked figure yelled. Harry threw his body over Ron's just as the curse hit. Harry was engulfed in pain but bit back any screams. The agony soon died and the sounds of surrounding laughter sank into his hearing. He looked up and glared coldly at the masked figures and carefully climbed off of his friend, making sure he was still between the redhead and the Death Eaters. We'll leave you 2 to bond while we announce your arrival, Potter, one said mockingly. The same one ordered 2 of the Death Eaters to stand outside the door and guard the cell. They all filtered out and the door slammed shut, locked with a resounding click. Harry immediately spun around and knelt by Ron, trying to check for any major injuries. The young Weasley certainly looked worse for the wear. Though he hadn't sustained many injuries, he was rather shaky and his muscles seemed very tense. Harry had been through the Cruciatus curse enough to know the aftereffects. The redhead had dark circles under his eyes and a dark bruise on his cheek. His lip was split and dried blood still clung to it. It was useless for Harry to do any sort of healing spell, as he had only learned ones for emergencies and was pretty sure that only potions could ease the effects of the Cruciatus. Ron would be fine as long as they got out of there. A lot of rest and food would do the work that his wand could not. Harry? He asked weakly, looking up into Harry's face in disbelief. Yeah, Ron, it's me, he said comfortingly. Ron burst out into sobs and, with a tremendous amount of effort and help from Harry, sat up. He wrapped his arms around Harry's neck and wept into his shoulder, clutching Harry's shirt desperately as if the raven-haired boy might disappear at any moment. I thought I'd never see anyone again. They're going to kill me. I don't want to die, Harry. I don't want to die, he sobbed hysterically. I'm so glad you're here. I don't want to be alone here anymore. I just want to go home. Ron, listen to me, he said very quietly. I'm going to get you out of here, okay? Ron sniffed. How? He asked, pulling away wearily to look into Harry's face. Harry shook his head and looked pointedly at the door. He couldn't be sure of who was listening. Ron nodded to show he understood. Harry helped him over to a wall to sit against and the 2 friends sat down next to each other in the cold cell. Ron leaned bodily against Harry for warmth and comfort. Harry was glad he had thought to wear a sweatshirt. He immediately pulled it over his head and pulled it over Ron's. But you'll be cold, Ron protested as Harry pulled Ron's weak arms through the sleeves. We won't be here long, Harry promised. Ron, what have they been doing to you? They used the Cruciatus curse on me. It hurts so bad, he said, choking back a sob. I tried not to scream, but I couldn't help it. And they laughed at me. They said I was weak and I'd be easy to break. Those bastards, Harry spat. You know that's not true. I used to see Voldemort put them under that curse through my visions, and they all screamed the second it hit them. Most people do, Harry said reassuringly. Trust me, I'm the one that knows you and you'd be as hard as hell to break, whatever they mean by that. Ron choked out another sob. I'm so glad you're here, he repeated. I'm sorry because I shouldn't be since it means you've been brought into this hell, but I am. I just am. Harry hugged him comfortingly. Ron was obviously frightened out of his mind, not to mention weary from what he had been through physically and mentally. Don't worry, Ron. We're getting out of here really soon. Have they been feeding you? Are you hungry? He asked. They gave me a slice of bread once, but that was it, Ron said tiredly. Harry pulled up his pant leg and unstuck his wand, which he had taped to the inside of his pant leg with spellotape. Thankfully, the Death Eaters had fallen for the fake wand. He pulled out the sandwich he had made for Ron from his pocket. He enlarged it from the size of a postage stamp to regular size. He had shrunk it during the long flight to Malfoy Manor so it wouldn't be taken away by the guards. Ron's eyes lit up and took the food eagerly. You'd better eat that slowly then. You don't want to throw it up, Harry warned gently. It's a bit smashed. When we get out of here, though, we'll have your mum cook you a feast of all your favorites. More than you could ever eat. Ron truly didn't seem to mind the smashed state of the sandwich as he wolfed it down, ending up in a coughing fit. Harry grabbed Ron's wrist before he could shove the rest of the sandwich in his mouth, despite the coughing. Wait till you can breathe first, Harry said seriously, patting Ron gently on the back as the coughs subsided. He enlarged a flask of water and helped make sure Ron drank it slowly as well. Only then did he let Ron eat the rest of his sandwich, a little slower this time. Outside the cell, Hermione and Draco had followed the Death Eaters and waited until they emerged again. Both had to contain their fury as they heard the Cruciatus curse put on Harry, judging by the lack of screaming. Finally, the Death Eaters locked the cell door. All right then, stay here. Guard this cell with your life. If we send someone down, the password will bait a boy who died, one said with a sick chuckle. Your originality astounds me, another said sarcastically. Now just go tell Lucius so we can start torturing the little bastard. I can't wait to give him what he deserves for what he did to our Lord, he said coldly. Two of the dark figures left, leaving the other two to guard. Draco nodded at Hermione and the two began silently trailing after the two messengers, wands drawn. As they got into a deserted corridor, the two poked their wands out from under the invisibility cloak and simultaneously whispered the stunning spell. The two Death Eaters hit the floor, never even knowing what hit them. Hermione and Draco hurried over to them and dragged them into an empty, nearby cell. After taking their masks and robes, Hermione put them in full-body binds, complete with silencing charms. The two quickly threw the robes on and fixed the masks into place. Hermione put illusion charms on them to make them appear taller. After waiting a believable amount of time, Draco tucked Harry's cloak under his robes and the two left, heading back down the hall. As they approached, the two guards straightened. The boy who died, Draco said confidently. The two guards nodded and relaxed. What did Lucius say? One asked eagerly. We don't know. We were just told to help you two guard the door, Draco said. Do you know who we've got in there? One asked eagerly. The Weasley boy, Draco asked in a bored tone. He meant Harry Potter, the other Death Eater bragged. Draco did not act impressed. Oh, I'm sure. Probably just a muggle with dark hair and glasses, Draco challenged. Hermione stood stiffly behind him, not trusting herself to say a word. It's true, we caught him ourselves, the first insisted. Did you even check if he had a scar? Draco drawled. Yes, it's there. Ha, I'll believe it when I see it, Draco said haughtily. Look, I'll even show you. Get out your wands though, Just in case. He's a bit of a feisty one, the second man said, taking out the keys. Draco shrugged as he and Hermione pulled out their wands. If you say so, Draco said. As the two Death Eaters were excitedly focused on finding the right key to open the door, Draco and Hermione walked up behind them and pointed their wands at the back of their necks. Hey, what the? One started, but the two teenagers dropped them both with stunners. Wow, I'm so glad I didn't become a Death Eater. They're just embarrassing, Draco said, plucking the keys from the unconscious man's hand. Oh, I hope they're all right, Hermione said anxiously as Draco unlocked the door. Ron stiffened as they heard the click of the lock and clutched Harry's arm desperately. It's okay, Ron, Harry said quietly, praying that their plan had worked and that his words were truthful. His blood ran cold when the two figures that stepped inside were definitely taller than his friends. But then, one ripped off their mask, ending the illusion charm and revealing a tearful Hermione. She raced over to the two as Draco pushed his mask on top of his head and began dragging the bodies of the guards into the cell. My own? Ron asked in disbelief as his girlfriend hugged him fiercely. Ooh, my own, careful. Cruciatus curse, Harry warned before getting up to help Draco, as Hermione was busy fussing over a dumbfounded Ron, planting keys all over his face. As he walked over, he fixed the crack in his glasses with a spell. You all right, Harry? Draco asked, noticing Harry's shaky hands as they dragged the second guard inside. Yeah, very relieved to see you too, he said. Draco nodded at his hands and Harry followed his gaze. Oh, Cruciatus. Just a quick one. I've had worse, he said dismissively. Draco raised an eyebrow but Harry ignored him and led the way over to Ron and Hermione. We really are getting out of here? Ron asked, still shocked. Of course. Did I promise you a feast or what? Harry said as he and Draco helped Ron to his feet. I'll tell you what, Weasley, we'll even have it at my place. House elves waiting on your every need, Draco said. Hermione was too concerned for Ron to bother about house elf rights. Really? Ron asked hopefully. Sure, why not? But first, we have to get out of here, Draco said, getting down to business. Ron was too weak to stand on his own, let alone walk, so Harry and Hermione put his arms around their shoulders and helped the weak boy to his feet. Draco slid his mask back down and poked his head out the door before motioning for the rest of them to follow. They were all silent as they made their ways down the stone hallways, Draco in the lead, checking every corner before gesturing the trio along. How far are we going? Ron whispered weakly. We just need to get out of the dungeons to use the portkey, Harry whispered back. Up ahead, Draco suddenly froze as he turned a corner before straightening up and trying to look casual. What are you doing down here? A deep voice asked. I thought we were the ones supposed to be patrolling down here. Where's your partner? Another asked. Don't tell me you lost your partner. Hermione quickly pulled on her mask and motioned for the boys to hide in the nearest room before slipping out from under Ron's arm. She hurried over to Draco as Harry helped Ron into the room and shut the door behind them. As soon as the door closed, small flames flared up in torches placed all around the walls to reveal a large empty cell. It was not like the cell Ron had been kept in but looked newer somehow. The walls were a blood red and there was a black inscription running around the walls in an ancient language that neither of them could read. Harry, Ron asked shakily. Do you hear that? Harry nodded uneasily. Soft, far-away sounding screams sounded all around them as if from a memory. Suddenly, they could hear whispered words whirling around them, as if someone was whispering as they ran around them. The voice sounded as if it were coming from the walls themselves and followed the inscription as it glowed an eerie red color. Harry, Ron whispered in a panicked tone, clutching Harry's arm in fear as his eyes flickered around the room. Harry, Ron. Hermione's voice came from the small grate in the door. Harry helped Ron over. Figuring the Death Eaters must be gone, Harry tugged at the door with a frown. It wasn't opening. Hermione, get us out of here. I have a bad feeling about this, Harry said nervously. He was unable to see Hermione's face. He could only see darkness through the bars. Harry, came Draco's panicked voice, what the hell did you go in here for? Do I need to refresh your memory of the Death Eaters that were coming around the corner? It doesn't matter, Draco cut him off. Listen to me, Harry, you're in the nightmare chamber. The what? Harry asked nervously. He did not like the sound of that. Listen to me, Harry. You too, Weasley. You've gone into a psychological torture chamber. Whatever you see in there is not real. You have to remember that and help each other remember that because it's going to play games with your mind and the doors will only open once if you get through your nightmares. Your fear feeds it, but you can't let it make you forget it's not real. It's not real, Draco said extremely quickly and urgently. Harry and Ron looked at each other in fear. What's not real? Draco, what's going to happen? Harry asked breathlessly. It's going to. Draco's voice was cut off. Draco. Harry called anxiously. Draco. Are you guys okay? Did something happen? Harry. Ron said shakily. I don't think anything happened to him. I think it started. What started? Harry asked, trying not to sound afraid. I don't know, Ron said quietly, fright clear in his voice. Something bad. The inscription glowed a dark red before fading out. Harry blinked and started. The cell had been replaced with the hospital wing of Hogwarts. It appeared to be nighttime. Doesn't seem so bad so far, Harry said nervously. Ron didn't look so sure. The door opened and Dumbledore came through and walked sadly up to Ron. Mr. Weasley, do you know why you're here? He asked sadly. Ron closed his eyes. It's not real, he whispered firmly. It's not real, Harry said with a confirming nod. Mr. Weasley, you've had a very hard few months and your family and friends have expressed their concern for you. We want to help you. Help me with what? Ron asked shakily. Ron, it's not real. Harry reminded him. Ron looked over at him and nodded, looking as though he'd temporarily forgotten. Who are you looking at, Mr. Weasley? Ron. Dumbledore asked kindly. Ron looked back at him warily. Harry. He's right here. Dumbledore sighed sadly. Ron, Harry died at the end of last term. I know you've been suffering these delusions that he's still alive and speaking to you, but they're not real. The reality of the situation is that Harry's gone. He's dead. You have to come to terms with that. Harry was stunned. This was Ron's worst nightmare. That he, Harry, was dead. Ron looked at Dumbledore in horror and shook his head. No, this is not real. It's not, and I can see Harry, he's right here. Ron turned to him anxiously. Harry, tell him it's not true. Ron, it's not real. Believe me, I'm alive. I never completely died. Remember where we really are. It's a torture chamber and this is just a nightmare, Harry said firmly. Right, yeah, this is just a nightmare. It's not real, Ron said as if trying to convince myself. Dumbledore looked at him sadly. Ron, come here, he said, walking over to one of the hospital beds that had the curtains drawn around them. Ron followed him as if in a trance. It took him a lot of effort to walk over there, and he moved very slowly, but Ron didn't even seem to notice his shaky legs. Dumbledore pulled back the curtains and on the bed lay Harry's dead body, looking just the way it had the day he had, for lack of a better description of it, died. Ron choked out a sob and looked desperately back at Harry. It's not real, Harry shouted at his friend desperately. Why wasn't Ron remembering that? Harry, Ron said breathlessly, you're fading. You look like a ghost. Dumbledore motioned for Ron to come forward to the fake Harry's side and the redhead weakly stepped up to him. Feel his hand, Dumbledore instructed. Ron reluctantly felt the fake Harry's hand and burst into tears, sitting down on the floor next to him as his tired legs could no longer support his body weight. Oh gods, it's true, he said, taking the dead Harry's hand in his. It can't be true, please. The real Harry ran over to Ron and made to grasp his shoulder, but his hand passed through Ron as if he were a ghost. Ron, unfortunately, saw this and began rocking back and forth in despair. No. Gods no. Please no. No. It can't be, he chanted desperately. Ron. Harry shouted firmly, causing his best friend to look up at him. His expression was one of pure misery. Ron, listen to me. This isn't real, but it's seeming more and more real because you're believing it, okay? Ron, Dumbledore said sharply, don't listen to him. He's just a dream and you must start to face. Ron. Harry shouted to get back the redhead's attention. Don't listen to him. He's not real. He's even slipping. He's not supposed to see or hear me right. Harry knelt by his friend. Harry, I don't want you to be dead, Ron whimpered through his tears. Harry nodded. Then believe me and listen to me, okay? He coaxed. Let go of his hand. That's not me. Ron nodded and put down the hand of the fake Harry. Ron, don't listen to that apparition, Dumbledore said warningly, his eyes flashing dangerously as the real Dumbledore's would never. Don't listen to him, Ron, Harry said. You know the real Dumbledore would never talk like that. Ron nodded. You're becoming more solid looking again, he said in relief. Harry cautiously touched Ron's arm. It was solid again. He grinned in relief and stood, helping Ron to his feet. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore shouted angrily, but Ron ignored him. It's not real, he said with conviction. And suddenly, they were back in the chamber. Oops, Ron said sheepishly, I guess I let it me in. Your nightmare is me dying? Harry asked, still in disbelief. Ron looked at him gravely. You don't know what your death did to me, Harry, Ron said, looking away sadly. Ron, thank you, he said sincerely. The words around them glowed a deep red again and they were surrounded by faint screams and louder whispers that swirled around them before the glow and the noises extinguished. Ron looked at Harry sympathetically. Time for yours, I guess. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon, he said as the room began to dissolve around them. When Harry looked around, he realized he was in his room at the lighthouse, which came as a bit of a surprise. He had expected to be at the Dursleys. But then again, a lot of his more recent dreams involved Uncle Vernon coming to the lighthouse. Suddenly, Sirius burst through the door looking furious. Harry recognized the dream. He knew it as his worst and he'd had it repeatedly, but for some reason, as he rapidly tried to remember it, the details were slipping away from his memory and he could remember what was going to happen. His mind began to feel strangely numb and he felt very wrapped up in the scene, as if he were actually there. It's not real, Harry reminded himself, but he could now tell why Ron had started losing grip of reality. There seemed to be something about the spell that warped your sense of what was real and what was not. Do you know who I just got finished talking to? Sirius sneered. Who? Harry found himself asking, caught up in the moment. Harry, it's not real, Ron said from beside him. Harry quickly looked over at his friend and nodded. Arthur Weasley. And do you want to know what he said? Sirius asked dangerously. It's not real. It's not real, Harry chanted to himself. You wish this wasn't real. He said that you're no longer allowed over there. He said you've been nothing but an annoyance. Ron finally asked his parents to keep you away so he didn't have to tell you himself that he doesn't like you. Did you really think they wanted you over there all the time, leeching off their family? Well, think again, Sirius ranted. You just put everyone in danger and just face it, Harry, everyone just puts up with you. I mean, Merlin, I called the Dursleys and offered to pay them to take you back and they still refused, so now I have to be the one stuck with you. Harry, Ron said quietly, looking at Harry sympathetically, not knowing what to say. Harry felt his face grow hot with embarrassment and avoided Ron's eyes. Your uncle warned me this would happen. I always thought you were going to be like James, but obviously I was wrong, he spat. You're destroying my life. You're pathetic. You're worthless. You only ruin lives. As your uncle put it, how could anybody love a piece of trash like you? They were right. You're just a freak. I finally see that, he said viciously, echoing Uncle Vernon's words from the kitchen at the Stensons. Sirius advanced on Harry, who involuntarily stepped back. He quickly told himself that Sirius couldn't hurt him because he wasn't real. But Ron could feel people in his nightmare, he remembered. He tried to calm himself, but the knowledge that the more afraid he got, the more Sirius would be able to actually touch him did nothing but frighten him more. He started to look for Ron, but was interrupted when Sirius backhanded him and Harry went sprawling to the floor. He scrambled back up as his godfather came closer. Harry, Harry. He heard Ron call from what sounded like far away. Harry looked up and Ron was partially see-through, like a ghost. It's not real. But the pain in the side of his face felt very real as he backed away from Sirius, whose expression looked much like the one his uncle often wore when Harry was really in trouble. Sirius picked up a picture frame from Harry's nightstand and hurled it at Harry's head. He ducked just in time and the frame crashed into the wall behind him. Sirius, don't. Please, I'm sorry, Harry pleaded as his godfather strode toward him angrily. Harry dodged by him and ran to the door, turning the handle and pulled at the door desperately, but it wouldn't budge. He suddenly felt himself being yanked away from the door by his hair. Sirius shoved him to the floor and kicked him solidly in the stomach. The animagus then hauled him up by the front of his shirt. Harry looked behind him, confused to see the Dursleys' glass table there, the one his uncle had thrown him through. He looked in horror at Sirius, realizing what he was going to do. No, Sirius. Please, he begged in a panic as Sirius pushed him back. Harry. There's no table there. Harry glanced in surprise over at Ron, suddenly remembering the redhead being there. That moment of distraction was all he needed, and instead of hitting the table, he landed flat on his back, the glass table still in one piece above him. He had gone right through it. But then, through the glass, he could see Sirius holding out Harry's cauldron over the glass, a cold expression on his face. Harry quickly turned over and threw his arms over the back of his head as Sirius dropped the cauldron, shattering the glass. The heavy cauldron struck Harry in the side and shards of glass sprayed over him. He felt several cuts, but the damage was nowhere near as bad as it would have been if he'd been thrown through the table and fallen onto the broken glass. After chancing a glance and seeing Sirius begin to move, he scrambled out from under the table, getting several slices on his hands and knees. He had to beat this. It's not real, he told himself. It's not. Sirius pressed him up against the wall, hands around his neck. Harry couldn't breathe. He clawed at the hands, cutting off his oxygen supply, but couldn't. He could distantly hear someone calling his name. Suddenly, the ghost-like Ron was in front of him, looking absolutely terrified. Harry looked in amazement as Sirius's arms went right through him. Ron, he choked out before Sirius tightened his grip painfully. Harry, damn it, listen to me now. Harry, look at me. Ron screamed. Harry complied weakly as his head began to swim. Harry, I'm your best friend and you've got to trust me. Sirius can't hurt you if you don't let him. Sirius loves you. He would never do this. This is a very bad nightmare. It's not real. Harry's vision began to darken around the edges. Harry, for Merlin's sake, if this was real and I was standing here, I would not let this happen to you. Do you understand that? Harry, please. This can't be real because I would never stand aside and let it just happen to you, Ron screamed desperately. It's not real. You have to believe me. It's not real, Harry told himself firmly, forcing himself to remember where he was as he fought unconsciousness. Suddenly, the hands were gone and Harry felt his legs give out. The room turned back into a cell. Ron grabbed him before he could hit the ground and shakily lowered him to a sitting position on the ground before Ron's own weak legs could give out. He held Harry upright as the raven-haired boy gasped for air. After his breathing got back to normal, Harry let out a small sob before pushing back any tears. Ron held him tight as Harry clutched the back of his shirt shakily. Harry, was that what it was like at the Dursleys? Ron asked quietly. Harry nodded numbly. The door clicked loudly and Harry pulled away from Ron, wiping his bloody hands on his trousers. There was no trace of glass on him, but his mind had let the nightmare take its physical effect. He knew he'd soon have vivid bruises on his face and neck. Hermione and Draco yanked open the door. I hate to be insensitive or anything, but we really need to get out of here, Draco said anxiously. Harry nodded and got control of his emotions, helping Ron to his feet and slinging the redhead's arm over his shoulder once again. When they got to the door, Hermione supported Ron on his other side, frowning as she took in Harry's appearance, and the clear tear tracks on Ron's grimy face. Are you guys all right? She asked gently as they followed Draco. I just want to get out of here, Ron said in a weary tone. Then, we'll all have a talk, he said, giving Harry a significant look. Now remember, you're in the dungeons and it's full of cells and torture chambers, so don't go in any of them, okay? Draco said exasperatedly. Just so you know, the ones with the black doors are cells, so if you need to hide, choose one of those, not one of the red door ones. Thanks for telling us that now, Ron grumbled as the trio followed Draco's lead. Draco, Hermione hissed to get the Bee-own's attention without attracting any unwanted attention as they walked through the eerie halls of the dungeon. How much longer until we can use the portkey? Draco pointed to a staircase up ahead. Once we're up there and down the hall, we can use it, he said quietly. The Bee-owned went ahead to make sure the coast was clear before motioning them forward. The three took only a few steps when suddenly, incredible pain shot through Harry's head. He fell to his knees, letting go of Ron's wrist to clutch his forehead. This time the pain felt much sharper, much more concentrated and direct. This time, it was clear that the pain he was feeling was originating from his scar. Without Harry's support, Ron fell as well, dragging Hermione down with them. To their horror, footsteps could be heard in the distance, moving rapidly toward them. Harry, Ron and Hermione whispered frantically, trying to shake him out of it. Harry clenched his teeth and got to his feet. Draco was at his side instantly, shouting that they had to go now. He no longer bothered with hushed tones as it was obvious that they had been discovered. Hermione attempted to tug Ron to his feet, looking panicked. Yet another wave of pain brought Harry down to his hands and knees, crying out in agony. Go. Just go. He yelled at his friends desperately. He felt something warm drip down from his nose and several drops of blood splashed to the floor. His head swam dangerously and his hearing kept coming and going. Draco desperately tried to pull him to his feet, but it was hopeless. Oh no. It was a trap, Ron gasped shakily, falling back to his knees. It was something with his scar all along. Draco, please. Harry gasped in a hiss of pain. Get them out of here. Get yourself out of here. Your dad'll kill you. Draco looked torn, looking searchingly into Harry's eyes as if looking for an indication of what he should do. With an apologetic look, he reluctantly nodded. He dropped Harry's arm and raced over to Ron and Hermione as the Death Eaters rounded the corner. We've got to go. He yelled at them, hauling Ron to his feet. What? Hermione shrieked. We can't leave Harry. What are you doing? Let me go. We have to help him. Ron screamed. Granger. Please, they're coming. If we stay here right now, we're all going to die. They'll kill you too instantly. Harry's going to be taken somewhere else first. They're not going to kill him right away. Do you understand? Help me get Weasley out of here. He yelled. If we stay here, none of us will stand a chance. Weasley will be the first they'll kill and he won't stand a chance without a wand or even being able to stand. Harry stands a chance. Hermione shook her head tearfully before grabbing Ron's other arm and flinging it around her shoulders as the Death Eaters got closer. Hermione, what are you doing? We have to help him. Ron shouted in disbelief. Ron, they'll kill you. You're defenseless. We have to get you out of here, Hermione said through her tears. She and Draco began dragging the screaming redhead up the stairs. No, we can't leave him. Ron shouted feverishly, watching as his best friend was hit by a bunch of Cruciatus curses in conjunction to whatever the first pain was. Harry screamed in agony and writhed around on the floor, clawing at his scar, but Draco forcibly hauled Ron up the stairs. Hermione was bawling next to Ron, but continued to pull him up the stairs, forcing herself not to look back. Harry, no, leave him alone. Ron screamed hysterically, watching the sight below. The Death Eaters had surrounded Harry, obstructing Ron's view. Judging by the absence of further screams, he figured that they had stopped cursing Harry, but that he was in for a much worse fate. The green-eyed boy was dragged from the crowd by two Death Eaters as many others followed, wands trained on him. His face contorted in pain as he pressed a hand to his scar. A few of the Death Eaters who weren't given the important task of getting Harry to their new leader for punishment, started after the three who were nearing the top of the stairs. Draco and Hermione shot several curses over their shoulders, hitting a few and causing the others to find cover. Draco kicked open the door at the top of the stairs and the three ran through it, closing and locking it with several spells. Draco slowly pushed Ron's weight off him and onto Hermione. He began rapidly searching his pockets. Here's the portkey, he said, thrusting the key into Hermione's hand. Get Ron to the end of this hall and turn right onto the carpeted area. As soon as you're on the carpet, activate the portkey. And don't you dare even think about doing otherwise, because once I get Harry, I want to get us out of here immediately and not have to come looking for you too, got it? Ron opened his mouth to say something, but Draco cut him off. No, you can't come. Weasley, you can't help him in this state, and Granger, you need to get him out of here. If you want there to even be a chance of Harry getting out of here alive, you two will do as I said, Draco said firmly. Don't argue with me, it'll only waste time and I need to catch up to them. The two just nodded reluctantly. Draco took off his amulet and placed a large chain around their necks as the Death Eaters began pounding loudly on the door. That'll only work once, Draco warned. So watch it. Thank you, Draco. Good luck, Hermione said tearfully. Bring him back, Ron ordered shakily, still stunned at what was happening. Draco nodded before covering himself with Harry's invisibility cloak. Ron and Hermione began hobbling down the hall. Moments after Draco disappeared, the door burst open behind the two and several Death Eaters stormed through. Hermione threw curses over her shoulder, skillfully taking down several of the cloaked figures. At first, several were cursed with spells Hermione knew she hadn't cast and suspected that Draco had helped them out a bit before slipping back through the open door. Can't duel as well when it's not 100-on-1, can you? Hermione spat back at them as she and Ron slowly made their way down the hall. They were almost at the carpet when one of the Death Eaters jumped up and furiously shouted, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light sped toward them before either could even scream, but suddenly, a streak of white light appeared, coming from the amulet. It collided with the killing curse a foot away from the two, causing a mini firework. Ron and Hermione stood frozen in shock momentarily, not daring to believe that they were still alive. They looked down at the amulet and saw that the glow that now appeared in the emerald eyes was slowly fading as the two tiny gems turned black. The flash of light caused from the collision of magic faded away, revealing a surprised Death Eater at the end of the hall. The two teenagers and the masked figures stared at each other momentarily before they each snapped out of it. The Death Eater raised his wand as Hermione and Ron dived sideways onto the rug. Hermione wrapped her arms around Ron, gripping the key in her hand. She shouted, "The burrow," which activated the portkey. The two disappeared just as the Death Eater rounded the corner. They landed with a thump on the floor of the burrow's living room. Everyone had been sitting in silence around the living room on various couches and chairs. It only took a second to register what was going on before everyone jumped up and started shouting for others to come. "Oh, Ron, my baby," Mrs. Weasley cried, immediately kneeling by her son and sweeping him up into a desperate embrace. Mr. Weasley was there next, hugging both of them and sobbing. The twins and Ginny latched onto the group hug, all crying in relief to have their brother back alive. Ron lost it once again, and in the comfort of his family surrounding him, broke down into tears. Hermione's parents were there as well and immediately descended on her, hugging her tightly as they wept, telling her never to do something like this to them again. Sirius and Snape raced into the room from the kitchen, scanning it desperately. They darted forward as the families broke up their hugs to assess the physical condition of the two teenagers. "Where are Harry and Draco?" Snape shouted frantically. The Weasleys looked around, noticing for the first time that only two had returned. Ron and Hermione hung their heads slightly. Death Eaters got to Harry. They took him. Draco went after him, Ron said numbly, feeling so drained. It was as if he was trapped in some kind of horror story that wouldn't end. The guilt he was feeling was overwhelming. "No," Ginny gasped in terror. Fred and George froze with identical looks of horror. Snape picked up a nearby vase and threw it against the wall in a bout of fury. "No," Sirius cried, sinking to the floor and putting his face in his hands. "No, not again. I just got him back." The rest of the room didn't know what to say to the two, and were rather distraught themselves. Sirius looked up at Hermione with an odd look on his face. "How did you get that portkey?" he asked. Everybody looked at him, now wondering that exact same thing. "Harry didn't know how to make one and I'm sure Draco didn't either," he said coldly. Hermione looked away. Umi don't know," she lied, but Sirius knew anyway. He took one look at Mr. Weasley's guilty face and knew. "You bastard," he growled before lunging at Ron's father. Before he could reach him, Snape tackled him from behind. Sirius struggled to get out of Snape's grasp, to get to Mr. Weasley. You bastard. You knew. You helped send him on a suicide mission. He's barely 16. He never got a birthday party. He cried, looking crazed. Black. Stop this, you idiot. Snape yelled. We'll deal with this later after we figure out exactly what's going on. Sirius finally calmed down, getting to his feet rigidly, glaring with nothing short of loathing at Mr. Weasley. Snape began walking him back into the kitchen, but Sirius spun around coldly, not making another attack on the eldest Weasley, but just to get in his last bit. Harry thought of you as a father and you sent him to the slaughter like he was nothing. And now he's going to die thinking he was nothing more than a tool we use when we're in trouble. That's enough, Black, Snape snapped, dragging Sirius into the kitchen and giving him firm orders to stay there. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley checked over their son, who was obviously not in great shape. Mr. Weasley scooped Ron up into his arms. Ron put his arms around his dad's neck and buried his tired, dirty, and tear-stained face into his shoulder. Snape came back into the room, with a deadened expression. I'm taking Ron to St. Mungo's, Mr. Weasley announced. The Weasley children stood solemnly to follow as Mrs. Weasley stood at her husband's side, brushing back Ron's hair with her fingers and murmuring words of comfort to him. Wait, I need to know exactly what happened. What the boys planned for. What they have, Snape said frantically, looking to Hermione. I have to go with Ron, she said apologetically. Ginny stepped forward. I'm going to go with them to the hospital, but once we make sure Ron's okay, Hermione will tell me everything and I'll come back to tell you, she said shakily. Snape nodded as the Weasleys and the Grangers all flowed to St. Mungo's. The pain in Harry's head finally ceased as he was pushed to the hard floor. The room continued to spin and the ringing remained in his head for a few minutes. Finally, he was able to look up and take in his surroundings. He was in a large room without anything special about it. It looked as if it might have once been a large dining hall, but was now bare and cold. The torches lining the four walls made everything look even more eerie. Each torch had two crossed swords hanging on the wall underneath them, promising that this room would bring pain. He remembered Draco telling him how his father loved swords, which was why he'd started Draco in fencing in the first place, hoping to one day teach him how to do it with real swords. The decoration of the room proved who was in charge. Death Eaters stood behind him and on either side. Directly in front of him sat Lucius Malfoy in a large, ornate chair on a raised strip of the room, looking very much as if he were sitting on a throne. A Death Eater was handing him a wand. Harry frantically dug his hands into his pockets, but to his horror, realized that the wand Lucius Malfoy was now twirling around in his fingers was indeed Harry's. Now it didn't matter that there were much less Death Eaters than at Voldemort's final duel with Harry. At that moment, he would have given anything for his wandless magic back. He slowly got to his feet. I'm not taking my chances with you, Potter, Lucius drawled, twirling the wand around. I'll be keeping this. He shoved the wand into the pocket of his robes and stood up, walking forward toward Harry, who tried to force the nervousness of his face, and stood his ground. You want to see a fun little trick, Potter? He asked evilly. He took out his wand and touched it to his dark mark and looked at Harry, waiting for something. Suddenly, Harry's scar erupted in pain once more. He fell to his knees clutching his forehead and trying with all his might not to scream. With a sadistic laugh, Lucius removed his wand and the pain immediately ceased. How interesting. I was told you didn't feel it in your scar when we did it. I guess it's the close proximity, he said, clearly entertained. Lucius walked confidently up to Harry, who quickly scrambled to his feet and backed up a few steps. Potter, it's not time to leave. Take a seat, Lucius said with a malicious smirk. He flicked his wand and Harry's ankles sprung together momentarily and he fell back onto his bum. The Death Eaters all laughed at him. You're pathetic, you know. Harry growled at Lucius with more confidence than he actually possessed. You think you're going to be the next Dark Lord, but you won't even give me my wand and try to beat me in a duel. You can play your little games with me, but even if you kill me, someone else will kill you, leaving the next in line to try and take power, until you're all defeated down to the very last sniveling little rat. Lucius quickly walked up to him, his expression full of fury. He grabbed Harry's hair and yanked it back so Harry was looking up at him. I will not be defeated, Potter. But I assure you that you will. You will pay for what you did to our old master and you will not get in my way, he sneered before throwing Harry's head away. You will also pay, he said in a louder voice, for corrupting my son. He was on his way to being great before you messed around with his head. Yeah, he was on his way to following in your footsteps and becoming a sniveling little servant. Luckily, he's made out of stronger stuff than any of you cowards, Harry sneered. Draco is a little traitor and has been a waste of my time for 15 years, Lucius spat. Draco is better than you'll ever be. You have people who fear you, but Draco has people who respect him, and that's something you'll never be able to have, Harry said angrily. Crucio! Lucius yelled furiously. Pain engulfed Harry's body once again and he had to bite his lip to keep from crying out as he curled into a ball on the floor. When the pain ended, Harry shakily put his hands on the floor and started to push himself up with much effort. Yet all of a sudden, he felt a cloak being thrown over him and heard the sounds of several gasps. He looked up to see Draco's face as the bee-owned hauled Harry to his feet. They were both under the invisibility cloak. Draco quickly pulled Harry away from the spot where he had just lain. Did he disapparate? One Death Eater asked. No, you idiot. You can't apparate in or out of this part of the manor, Lucius snapped, looking around anxiously. Cover the doors. Under the cloak, the two boys ran toward the nearest door, but jerked to a halt as two Death Eaters beat them to it. The others began to sweep the room, arms feeling out in front of them. Draco thought quickly and began stunning Death Eaters at each door, effectively confusing them. He used a charm Hermione had taught him to make one of the doors on the opposite side of the room burst open, causing most of the cloaked figures to run that way, including the two guarding the door nearest to the two. A look of comprehension dawned over Lucius's face. Accio invisibility cloak, he bellowed. The two boys desperately tried to hold onto the material around them but the cloak was ripped away. Harry started to dart forward after it, not wanting to lose his father's cloak, but Draco yanked him back, giving him a look that clearly asked if he was insane. Lucius's gaze connected with Draco's and white-hot fury melted over his face. Draco froze under the loathing gaze of his father. Harry grabbed Draco's wrist and pulled him out the door as spells barely missed them. One hit Draco's arm, slicing it sharply, before they slammed the door and began racing down the halls. Where are we? Harry asked frantically. Draco looked around, biting his bottom lip. I think it's this way, he said, sounding very unsure of himself. As they heard steps coming from down the passage behind them, Harry had no choice but to blindly follow Draco. The two turned a corner and nearly collided with someone. Draco jutted his wand toward the figure who was standing in the unlit hallway and began to shout a curse. Whoa, said the man, putting his hands up passively. Harry. Oh, thank Merlin, the man said in relief. He stepped into the light and Harry let out the breath he had been holding. Our Callahan? He asked incredulously. What? How? The three froze as they heard footsteps in the distance coming toward them. In here, boys, the healer said, pulling the two into a small, dark room. The three held their breaths and waited. Draco and Harry were shaking, one with fright, the other with the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Thankfully, the footsteps ran past the room. All right, Harry whispered after a long enough period of silence had passed, we need to get out of here. Wait a sec there, Harry, our Callahan said, eyeing his shaking body disapprovingly, pulling out a small vial. Now, Harry asked incredulously. It'll do us no good if you collapse on the way out of here, he explained. I'm a healer, Harry. Humor me, okay. Harry sighed and quickly downed the potion. Happy? He asked, slightly annoyed. Very, our Callahan said with a pleased grin. How did you find us? Harry asked. Your godfather and Professor Snape have gotten everyone they know out searching, our Callahan said quickly, walking toward the door. Yeah, but how did you think to come here? Draco asked in amazement. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? I'll explain later. We need to go. I'll lead you out the way I came in, he said quietly, listening at the door to make sure the coast was really clear. All right, boys, it's now or never. Stay close, he said before leading them out into the dark hall. The three walked silently down the halls, listening for any sound, but there was none. In fact, it made Harry uneasy, feeling like he should be hearing something of the Death Eater's search for them. Suddenly, Callahan froze. Did you hear that? He whispered. Hear what? I didn't hear anything, Draco said nervously, squinting into the darkness. Me neither, Harry agreed. Go through there. Callahan whispered, pointing to a large door to the side of them as he held the tip of his wand out to the dark hall. Now, he hissed urgently. Thinking the healer may have seen something, Draco and Harry jumped into action, wrenching open the doors and beginning to dart through them until they froze in horror. It was the large room that Harry had originally been taken to. All the Death Eaters were back, wands steadied on the boys. They quickly disarmed the two. Harry and Draco stepped back but were simultaneously pushed forward to the floor. Harry looked back to find Callahan calmly closing the large doors and entering the room. It took several moments before Harry realized what this meant before the sickening realization poured over him like a bucket of ice water. Good job, Callahan, Lucius said with an evil smirk. You traitor, he yelled furiously, jumping to his feet. You backstabbing coward. I trusted you. You couldn't even confront us. You had to trick us like a filthy little snake. Callahan flicked his wand and instantly brought Harry down with the Cruciatus. After all he'd been through that night, he couldn't help but scream as he writhed with pain on the ground. Finally it ended and Harry sat up panting and shaking. Draco helped him to his feet. Now Harry, it was really your own fault in trusting me. I mean really, did you seriously believe it was just a coincidence that I was the only healer in all of St. Mungo's who had happened to taken a few quick courses in Muggle illnesses right before you came in? How gullible are you? I studied Muggle illnesses because it was all over the prophet how you had Muggle cancer. When we started testing out our connections with your scar, we knew it would be only a matter of time before you had to go to St. Mungo's since the Hogwarts school nurse was out on vacation. How did you know that? Harry asked suspiciously. Didn't you hear? Her husband won a trip to the Caribbean and they both dearly needed a vacation, he said with an evil smirk. Anyway, I needed to convince you it was an unknown side effect of getting that cancer taken away so I could study the effects of our experiments. Your experiments? Harry choked out, not believing what he was hearing. Lucius didn't become our new leader for nothing, Harry. He's done an incredible amount of research into your scar. Whereas our old master thought it was a troublesome connection and tried to cut it off, Lucius theorized it could be a useful weapon. He was also the one to figure out that just because the Dark Lord is now gone, doesn't mean the connection disappeared. You were linked to the Dark Lord and so were we, inadvertently linking everyone with the Dark Mark to you, as luck would have it. Lucius has figured out a way to send you pain through your scar, even though he seems to be keeping the knowledge of how to himself. I guess it won't matter much now. Obviously, as you've experienced though these headaches of yours, our connection differs slightly, but apparently distance plays a factor as to whether you can feel that place the pain is originating from as your scar, as I can see from the lovely scratches on your forehead. All that testing, Harry said in disbelief. Yes, didn't you find it a little too coincidental that you always got those headaches during our meetings? You know, for a while we didn't think the whole thing was working since you didn't come running the first time. Of course, the second time finally got you and you weren't stupid enough to think it was an attack. Actually, I guess you were right, in a way, Callahan said with an evil grin. The fainting problem was an inconvenience fixed with the constant ingesting of a potion I designed myself. Of course, we originally hoped to use it as an excuse to get you alone and get to you that way, but your idiotic godfather and Snape wouldn't leave you alone for a second and took my wand whenever they left the damn room. At least we got to keep you under our thumb for a while, keeping our enemies close and all that. I even got to have a little fun on the side, pretending to heal you when you were sick while really making you worse. Of course, I finally had to heal you when Snape was becoming suspicious, but it worked out well enough. We wouldn't want you to have been delusional when news of your friend's kidnap came. But Professor Snape tested the potion you gave me. Harry protested. Snape tested a potion? which happened to have been brought in a different vial than the one I gave you first. He was the only one who was suspicious of me, the traitor. You're the traitor. Harry yelled angrily. He was so mad at himself for not seeing this. Potter, 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 Lucius said evilly, casually walking closer to the two. Harry maneuvered himself in front of Draco, who was desperately not trying to show the terror he felt as his father approached. How can you condemn our Callahan's actions when you've befriended a traitor yourself? How can you call Draco a traitor when you turned on him? Harry spat, scooting back a bit to more fully block his friend. You're supposed to be his father. Are you really the one to be spouting family values when, from what I understand, your own uncle tried to kill you? Lucius sneered maliciously. Harry glared at him hatefully. I thought so. Now Draco, come say hello to your father, he said in a sneering tone. You're not my father anymore, Draco said, sounding very confident, though Harry could tell he did not feel that way. You made a grave mistake in switching sides, Draco, Lucius said menacingly. How many times have I told you that those opposed to our cause would fail? You've chosen the losing side. I'd rather be on the losing side than fight for your cause. Draco yelled, his temper rising. I tried to tell you before that I didn't want to do the things you were making me do. I tried telling you that I didn't want to hurt people or kill them, but you didn't listen. You'd just hit me every time I tried to tell you, and now you act so surprised when I did the thing I was trying to tell you I was heading toward in the first place. It's your own fault you didn't see it coming. You're a horrible excuse for a father. Draco yelled, venting his anger as he came out from behind Harry to stand next to him. You're a pitiful excuse for a Malfoy, Draco. You've shamed the family name, Lucius sneered. Good. I'm glad. I hate that family anyway. They're a bunch of selfish cowards who think they're so bloody special. Well, you're not. You are no different from any of these others who have the dark mark burned into their arm. You've all crawled around on the ground and at people's feet and tortured innocent people, Draco continued. Muggles and mudbloods are not people, Draco. How many times do I have to tell you? Lucius yelled. Well, a mudblood defeated the Dark Lord. And guess what? The Dark Lord was a mudblood too. His father was a muggle, or didn't you know? Draco screamed. There was a shocked silence. Liar. A Death Eater yelled furiously. He told me himself, Harry said. Or didn't any of you notice that his father's grave was in a muggle cemetery? There was another silence as the Death Eaters tried to grasp this concept. Well, we have a pureblood leader now, Lucius said firmly. But since you both are such good friends with our enemies, I think it's time we had a little chat. Two Death Eaters marched up and forced the two boys into sitting positions, back to back, before Lucius conjured ropes around their torsos, tying them together. Are we having fun yet? He asked with an evil cackle. Harry and Draco glared at him. Now, if you two cooperate and tell us what we need to know, we'll make your deaths quick and relatively painless. And Draco, if you do this, beg for forgiveness, and pledge your allegiance to me, I'll consider actually letting you live and letting you join our ranks. Of course, you'll be kept under very tight watch, but you'll be alive. Never, Draco spat. Now, Draco, don't make up your mind so quickly. We'll see if we can't persuade you, Lucius said with an evil grin. Now, I hear you've been staying with your godfather. Severus betrayed us and I want to know how to get to him. I want to know how to get past his wards or another way we can get to him. I also want to know the exact members of the Order and any other information you two have about this. You could make this easy and tell us now, or we can break you down until you tell us everything you want. What'll it be? Neither boy said a word. Lucius walked up to Harry and grabbed the boy's face in his hand, turning it so the emerald eyes met cold gray. How about your godfather or those trashy Weasleys you seem to be so close to? They're in it, aren't they? I know Arthur and his wife were in it last time around. Who else, now? Their older sons, perhaps. How many of their sons are in the Order? Harry spit in his face with a hateful glare. Lucius smacked Harry across the cheek before wiping his own face off with a handkerchief. He circled around to his struggling son. What about you, Draco? Want to answer the question? You know what I'll do to you if you don't, and it's such a simple answer. Or how about my questions about your godfather? I'll never tell you anything, Draco spat. Lucius stood and pointed his wand at Harry. We'll see about that, Crucio. The spell hit Harry and a scream ripped unwillingly from his throat as his body twitched and writhed, trying to stop the pain or get away from the ropes, anything to free himself from the agony. When it stopped, Harry shakily reminded himself to breathe. Draco was breathing unevenly and Harry was wondering if the bee-owned was going to cry as the Death Eaters all around them laughed. Now, Draco, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Lucius asked with a satisfied smirk. Draco, don't tell him anything, no matter what, Harry said through clenched teeth. Draco took a deep breath. No, I won't, he said, but with less conviction than before. Your call, Lucius said with a glint in his eye as he cast the Tortious curse on Harry once again. Harry's back arched into Draco's. He tried to bite back a scream but found one wrenching its way out anyway. He once again found himself collapsing against Draco's back. The bee-owned was shaking and trying to look over his shoulder at Harry, but couldn't quite see him. Draco, whatever he does, don't tell him anything, Harry whispered. Draco, do you want your friend to suffer? Are you enjoying this? Lucius asked evilly. Draco shook his head vehemently. No, I don't and I'm not. Just leave him alone. Torture me, instead. Harry was about to protest, but stopped himself. He was beginning to catch on to the way the Death Eaters worked, and his protests would only make it more likely that Draco would be tortured. Predictably, Lucius continued to cast the Cruciatus curse on Harry, and the more Draco begged for him to stop, the longer he left it on Harry. Several times, Harry, though Draco was close to blurting out the information out of guilt, but remained strong and didn't. The bee-owned grasped Harry's hands, giving him any bit of comfort he could as the boy was tortured over and over again. In any other situation, Harry was ashamed to say he would have been begging and pleading for them to stop, but he forced himself to keep quiet for Draco's sake, biting his bottom lip until it bled to prevent himself from making things that much harder for the two of them. You can stop this at any time too, Potter. Just tell me what I want to know and I'll just move on to killing you and end all this pain, Lucius continued to remind him, but that was something Harry was certain would never come out of his mouth, no matter how long he was tortured. As he was continuously put under the curse, Draco's pleading and the laughter of the Death Eaters faded into the background as his mind buzzed with thoughts. He couldn't help but think of what had happened to Neville's parents, though, and prayed he wouldn't be driven to insanity. That seemed even worse than death. At least in death he'd see his parents and die with dignity, but insanity would give him no one and he would never want his friends to see him like that. He also thought of Sirius, how he'd never get to truly apologize for doing this. He was finally realizing that they weren't going to make it out of here alive. He would never get to see his friends again. He had fulfilled his promise of returning Ron safely, and Hermione had also made it back, but what about Draco? Draco would never have even considered coming if Harry hadn't gone, and the bee-owned's death would be on Harry's shoulders. Draco had trusted him, and in return, Harry had led him to his death just when he had been starting a really good life with Snape. Sorry for what, Harry? Sorry for what? He heard Draco ask in a choked voice, bringing him back to reality. He realized he had been repeating, "I'm sorry, Draco," over and over again. The Death Eaters were all laughing at him, mocking him, but Draco held his hands tightly with his own trembling hands. Harry started panicking that he'd already started going crazy. He was shaking all over as perspiration clung in little droplets to his face. His breathing was erratic and he was whimpering slightly as he continued to feel the remnants of pain and anticipated the next bout of cursing. "I'm sorry I got you into this," he whimpered to Draco, hanging his head as his head pounded furiously so he didn't have to watch the world spin around him dizzily. "Don't you dare blame yourself, Harry, it was my choice," Draco whispered quickly before Harry was hit with the curse again. After Draco refused to answer him a few more times, Lucius began to get angry. He undid the ropes and Harry immediately lay down on the floor, shaking. Draco was at his side instantly, checking him over, though there wasn't much he could do. Harry focused on calming his shivering body and struggled to sit up. He wished he had the hope that they'd be back in safety soon, but Harry couldn't help but think that this was it. This was how he was going to spend the very short rest of his life, with no relief from pain until he died. It wasn't a comforting thought, and Harry tried to push it away rather than succumb to despair. Fine, Lucius yelled, enraged. You've made your decision, Draco, and it's time to pay the consequences. You want to be on Potter's side. Let me teach you a thing or two about what it's like to be on the losing side. He nodded, and a few Death Eaters marched up and seized Draco, dragging him struggling and screaming over to his father before dumping him unceremoniously at his feet. Draco scrambled away, but the Death Eaters circled around him and his father, leaving him no escape. Lucius raised his wand and cast the Cruciatus Curse on his son. The Death Eaters laughed as Draco screamed and writhed on the ground, curling up into a little ball for that insignificant feel of protection. Harry, meanwhile, backed away slowly. Any of the Death Eaters that glanced over at him saw a horror-struck boy, shrinking away in shock as he watched his friend being tortured. A few months ago, Harry would have dived into the crowd and tried to bring down Lucius despite the sure failure of it, but spending so much time with two Slytherins had taught him a thing or two. Now was not the time for senseless bravery, but time for a little Slytherin cunning. He had been intended for that house, after all. He had quickly come up with a crazy idea, but it at least had a better chance of working than just diving in to try to help Draco. When he felt himself back up into the wall, he reached up and grabbed the swords displayed there, holding them behind his back as he crept back up. They were long, thin, ceremonial swords, but they would do. In fact, they'd work better as they were closer to fencing foils than some of the heavier ones. As soon as he reached a Death Eater, he swiped his foot underneath the cloaked figures. The Death Eater was brought to the ground, and Harry instantly had the point of one of the swords at his throat. Lucius stopped the curse as they all turned and looked at him. Most pointed their wands at him out of reflex, but stopped. Expelliarmus was meant for wands, as it sent the weapon flying the way of the caster, and nobody wanted to have sword flying at them. Besides, Harry would have time to drive the sword down if any of them started saying a spell before that spell hit him. Draco lay on the floor in his ball, crying and shaking in pain. The Bee-Owned opened his eyes and saw what was happening. He started to crawl over to where Harry was, but his father reached down and grabbed him by the hair, and Draco was pulled back with a cry, his fingers clawing at his father's hand. No one move. Now, let him go, Harry said in a menacing growl. Let him go, or you'll have one less in your ranks and the rest of your followers will know how little you care about them. The Death Eater below him pleaded with Lucius to follow Harry's orders. Oh Potter, Lucius drawled, you don't have it in you to kill a man. I've already killed Voldemort. If it's down to this, Draco or him, I'd do it with a clear conscience. Self-defense, last resort, you know how it is. My loyalty to my friends is far stronger than my reservations in killing a man who has delighted in the tortures of others, including myself, Harry said with a calm he didn't know he possessed. Of course, on the inside his heart was clenching with fear. He knew Lucius wouldn't care about one less follower, but if he carelessly let this one die, he would lose support among the Death Eaters, as the role of leader implied a role of protector. Besides, he continued darkly, being under the Cruciatus Curse so much in the last hour has really left me feeling less than amicable. Harry lifted the other sword in his other hand, thanking Merlin it was somewhat light, and quickly put it to another's throat. Lie down next to him if you don't want your throat slit, Harry threatened, and followed the masked figure with the sword until he laid down next to the other. Harry prayed nobody would recognize the emptiness of his threats. Lucius was right, he doubted he could ever kill someone, at least not like this, with the other person not even having a chance. Lucius looked at him with fury and tossed his son forward. Draco scrambled forward to Harry and shakily got to his feet. Harry handed him one of the ends of the swords. Now Harry wished he had thought this through a little more, because he hadn't the slightest clue what to do. Get to your feet, Draco spat. The two hostages slowly followed orders. Unfortunately, standing the two were bigger than the boys and would be harder to control. Just as Harry realized this, so did the two Death Eaters. One knocked the sword away, getting himself a slice in the arm, while the other simply dodged forward out of the reach of the blade. Harry and Draco didn't have to wait to be told to run and dashed toward the door, ducking and dodging spells as well as they could. One spell hit the blade of Harry's sword and it was all Harry could do not to drop it as the blade vibrated with the blast. Yet, the metal had apparently reflected the spell, hitting one of the Death Eaters and bringing them down in a screaming mess. Two masked figures blocked their way, now brandishing their own swords. You want to play sword fighting, boys? Lucius cackled evilly. Well, this should be entertaining. Let's see how you fare. Don't kill them yet. We'll see about Potter, but I want the honors of teaching my son his final lesson. Draco maneuvered himself so Harry and he were back to back, not touching to give them room to work, but close enough to make sure no one could get behind them. Harry paled. He wasn't sure how much these Death Eaters knew about sword fighting, but he wasn't very confident about his own sword fighting skills. He always lost to Draco in fencing and he wasn't used to the weight of the sword. He remembered Draco saying he'd practiced with swords before, and was relieved at least his friend should fare well. Harry didn't have much more time to think as a sword was swung toward him. He blocked it with his own with a loud clink before quickly swinging it to block another's sword. Two Death Eaters were fighting him. Luckily, that's all that could really be allowed in the space or the Death Eaters would risk injuring each other in the close proximity. But two was definitely more than he'd ever fought before and struggled to concentrate on both. He fought as well as he could but had some very close misses, unsure if the two fighting him would really heed Lucius's words about killing him. Harry cried out as one of the blades caught him in the side of his arm and he nearly dropped his sword. He ignored the pain and continued to defend himself, occasionally trying to get a jab in, but it wasn't working as well with the new weapon and two opponents. He smirked when he finally swiped one of them across the chest, leaving only a shallow cut, but leaving the Death Eater disabled enough that another had to take his place. At one point, Harry caught a glimpse of how Draco was doing and was very impressed to see several people on the floor gripping their injuries. Draco was currently fighting two opponents, but to him, it looked easy, his feet moving in graceful patterns. He was definitely in his element. Harry was brought back to reality in hearing a whooshing sound through the air and swung his sword up to block the one bearing down on him. He put everything Draco had taught him into use, but most of the crowd was filtering over to help fight Draco. Harry continued dropping more people with shallow injuries that merely prevented them from continuing the sword fighting until one lunged at him with his sword. Harry ducked to the side, keeping his sword forward. His blade plunged into the person's stomach. Harry's stomach fell as the cloaked figure hit the floor and didn't move. He looked at his sword, coated in blood half deep in a stunned horror. He had killed someone. There was a loud clang by his ear and he looked up to see Draco having barely blocked Harry from someone's sword. The B-Owned swiped his blade across the man's leg to bring him down. Keep going, Harry. Don't give up now, Draco said quickly before maneuvering his blade to block two swords at once. Harry swallowed heavily and continued to fight with all he had. Suddenly, the Death Eaters he was fighting backed away and Harry turned confusedly just in time to see Lucius approaching him from the side before the man swiped a sword in one fluid motion across Harry's chest. Harry dropped his sword as his hands clasped his chest, not quite comprehending what had happened as a burning wave of pain spread through his chest. He pulled his hands away and saw they were drenched in blood. The wound didn't seem too deep, but it sure hurt and bled like hell. Lucius advanced on him furiously and Harry stumbled backwards. The B-Owned man drove the butt of his sword into Harry's chest, bringing the raven-haired boy down with a flash of pain. Harry looked desperately over at Draco, but the B-Owned was busy, now surrounded by the remaining Death Eaters who were able or skilled enough to try to fight him. Harry groped around on the floor for his sword as best he could lying on his back. Just as his fingers brushed the handle, Lucius had his sword trained on Harry's throat, his cold, gray eyes glinting furiously. You're a meddlesome fool, Potter. I told you once it would lead you to the same end as your parents. Today is that day, boy. Of course, they were given a swift death and you'll be granted no such mercy, he hissed, sliding the blade of his sword along Harry's cheek, not cutting him, merely sending chills down his spine as he reached his fingers just a little bit further along the handle of his fallen sword. You're going to fail, you know, Harry said with a glare, keeping Lucius focused on his face as his hand closed around the sword handle. Dumbledore's onto you and he can kick your ass any day. Harry knocked the sword tip away from his face and swung his own sword up, slicing a deep cut into the owned man's upper leg. Lucius cried out in fury and whipped out his wand as he kicked Harry's sword away. He spat a spell Harry didn't know and blue light hit Harry's stomach. Harry screamed in anguish as his stomach seemed to completely cramp up, sending spikes of pain through his torso and down to his toes. When the pain ceased, he looked up to see gray eyes close to his, but they were filled with concern. Draco helped Harry sit up, looking worriedly at the emerald-eyed boy's chest. Harry looked down and saw the front of his shirt was now nearly dripping with blood. "It's not that bad," Harry said quietly with a wince. "It's not that deep. I don't know why it's bleeding so much." "Play time is over, boys," Lucius sneered, obviously incensed that the two, especially his son, had fared so well against his Death Eaters. "I don't know what you hoped to gain with that little charade, but as you can see, you're worse off than you started." Harry looked around at all the Death Eaters clutching their wounds. It didn't seem to him that they were worse off. If they were going to die, he was glad to at least have kicked some Death Eater ass. He was about to relate these thoughts to Lucius, but he was hauled to his feet by a few Death Eaters as others restrained Draco. Harry winced in pain as the sudden movement caused a streak of pain through the wound on his chest, but remained silent. "That was a foolish move, Draco," Lucius said, clearly incensed. "Don't you realize that fighting against me will only make your death more painful? I'd rather die fighting you than live kneeling before you," Draco shouted, his adrenaline kicking in and making him feel a bit more courageous. "Righteous words, Draco," Lucius sneered, "but I don't believe you've really thought about the consequences of fighting me. Traitors are not granted instant or noble deaths. They watch as their friends are tortured before they themselves are only granted death after begging for it, and even then, we'll only grant the request if we get bored. Let's see if you reconsider your place in this war." Callahan and another Death Eater came forward and roughly grabbed Harry's arms and forced him to the center of the room, where the Death Eaters made a circle around him so they all could see what was going to happen. Draco ran forward to try to get to his friend, but two Death Eaters grabbed him as well, bringing him to the circle to make sure he would see what was going to happen to Harry. "Now, Potter, I think you've had enough of the Cruciatus curse before, and frankly I'm bored of using it on you. So, I thought back to what information my son gave me about you. I heard you're familiar with the effects of a Dementor, correct?" Lucius asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry paled slightly. He didn't have a way to protect himself from Dementors without his wand, and he had a feeling that he'd be relieving something more recent than his parents' deaths if they came near him. He'd just gone through living his nightmare about Sirius. He wasn't sure how much more he could take. "My son told me all about the effect they have on you, and I can see by your expression he was speaking the truth." Harry glanced over at Draco, who looked overwhelmed with guilt. Harry tried to silently communicate to him that Harry knew it wasn't his fault. Besides, that had been in third year while they were still enemies. "You'll be interested to know that there's a little spell that recreates the effects of the Dementors, though magnified. It makes you feel like you are actually reliving your worst memory. Now, they say that if your worst memory involves you getting physically injured, the spell will actually make your body re-experience the injuries, and I've always been curious to see if that was true," Lucius said cruelly. The Death Eaters sniggered as Harry felt as if his heart had stopped. He didn't want to relive his worst memories. He'd rather have the Cruciatus curse or be tortured or anything but relive that night at the Stensons. "Don't leave him alone," Draco yelled. "Oh, don't worry, Draco. You'll get your turn," Lucius said mockingly as he raised his wand. Harry couldn't help but look at the wand with terror. Iramem el Barret. Suddenly, Harry felt as if he weren't in the room full of Death Eaters anymore. Instead, he was lying on the floor of the Stensons. He sat up abruptly, but a hand covered his mouth and slammed his head back into the ground. Sure enough, it was Uncle Vernon. Draco watched as Harry's eyes snapped shut and his body fell to the floor as the Death Eaters let him drop. "No, no, no, no," Harry whimpered in terror. Suddenly, a large gash appeared on his forehead in the exact place it had that night. "It's not real. It's not real. It's not real," Harry began chanting to himself as he had in the nightmare room. "Good, Harry. That's right," Draco silently urged his friend. "It's not real. No, please. Not again. Harry suddenly shrieked, eyes shut tight as he tossed and turned on the floor, caught in some horrible nightmare. Sirius, please help me. Sirius, don't let him take me there. He's going to hurt me. Harry called out desperately. Draco watched in silent horror as Harry's screams suddenly became more desperate and pain and injuries of all sorts began to appear. When the scar on Harry's wrist suddenly started bleeding furiously, Draco had to look away before he was sick. Something caught his eye. Looking down into his pocket, he saw two wands. He was momentarily confused as he knew the Death Eaters had his and the only other one he remembered having was one of the Weasleys' fake wands. Suddenly, it clicked. The portkey. It was Ron's wand. They had decided to have Draco take it since Harry was going to be searched by the Death Eaters when caught. The extra wand the Death Eaters had found on Harry earlier was not Ron's, but one of the fake ones Draco had grabbed from the twins' room. Draco quickly averted his eyes, knowing it would look very suspicious if he was staring into his pocket. Harry's pleas brought his attention back to the middle of the circle. Harry was lying in a pool of his own blood, tears streaming from his eyes. Stop. Please, make it stop. He begged, though Draco wasn't sure whom he was talking to. Just let me die. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Sirius. I just want it to end. Let me die. Harry curled into a ball and another streak of blood appeared on the back of his shirt. The Death Eaters laughed with entertainment. I told you I'd have him begging for me to kill him, Lucius said smugly. How pathetic. Draco looked at his father with pure hatred. For a brief moment, he imagined himself in his father's position. That's where he would have ended up if he hadn't switched sides. He had never been more thankful for his decision. How could anyone find this entertaining? Suddenly, Harry's screams ceased and all the injuries and blood disappeared. At first, Draco thought his father was showing mercy toward the young Gryffindor, but quickly realized that the spell had automatically ended when the worst part of the memory ended. Harry's eyes opened slowly and he looked around at the laughing Death Eaters with a deadened expression. He didn't have the strength to get up. You begged for death, Potter, and I'm very willing to oblige, Lucius said with an evil grin. He raised his wand and Harry shut his eyes. Avada Kedavra. Through his closed lids, Harry saw a flash of green. But, moments later, he didn't feel dead. He cautiously opened his eyes and noticed that Lucius wasn't standing above him anymore, but was crumpled on the ground near him. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened until he looked over at Draco, who was holding a wand out with a shaky hand and a terrified look on his face. Draco had killed his father. The Death Eaters soon began to emerge from their states of shock and Harry, ignoring the painful protests of his body, jumped into action. He crawled over to Lucius's body and quickly grabbed his own wand from the man's pocket. He looked back and saw some Death Eaters turning on Draco, who was oblivious as he stood there, staring at his father's body in shock. Harry quickly stunned those Death Eaters and began hurling curses at others. He quickly grabbed his invisibility cloak and ran toward Draco, not even bothering to throw it over them as it would only slow them down. He grabbed Draco's wrist and pulled him along, sending curses over his shoulder as they once again ran from the room out the nearest door. Harry prayed to anyone who was listening to help them get out of there alive as he pelted down a dark hall, Draco running along with him numbly, still in shock. Harry shot engorgement charms behind them at everything from spider webs to pebbles, hoping to slow their pursuers down. It was helping, but also meant Harry was looking behind him, rather than in front. Suddenly, Draco knocked Harry to the side, slamming the two of them against a wall as the killing curse shot down the center of the aisle. It hit the closest Death Eater behind them. Draco had obviously snapped out of it and grabbed Harry's wrist, pulling him forward at a bit of a crouch. Draco cast spells at the Death Eaters in front of them as Harry worked on those behind them. Thankfully, Draco pulled him down an intersecting hall and the two ran full speed as Draco led the way, pulling them down a zigzag of paths, trying to throw the Death Eaters off. They passed a painting of a man wearing a cold, commanding sneer with a plaque saying, Ozymandias. I know where we are. Draco exclaimed in inexplicable relief before turning them down the next hall. Harry could have cried in relief. They slammed to a halt when they heard a voice around the corner ordering someone to guard the door. Harry threw the invisibility cloak he still had in his arms over the two of them just in time for several Death Eaters to race down the hall intersecting theirs, moving to cover all the doors. Someone go back to the main room and get the crystal and map of this place so we can get a track going on Potter, somebody commanded. We need to kill that little bastard now. As soon as they were past, Draco led the way across the hall, under the invisibility cloak, into a large room. They closed the door and worked together to levitate a large desk in front of it, the room being a very old study that looked as if it hadn't been used in years. The two ran to the window and tried to yank it open, but the wood had swelled and it wouldn't budge. Unfortunately, it seemed as though the closed door hadn't gone unnoticed, or someone had been able to do a tracking spell on Harry, because soon there was a Death Eater banging at the door, calling for backup. He apparently didn't want to fight the boys alone, especially now that they had wands. Harry ran and grabbed a paperweight, throwing it with all his might through the glass. He grabbed a small rug and draped it over the bottom of the frame so they wouldn't get stabbed by the glass shards jutting out of the bottom. Go! He yelled at Draco, and the bee owned immediately crawled through the small opening, his back getting several cuts on it from the broken glass from the top of the window pane. Harry followed after him, jumping slightly as he heard the door explode behind him. Draco grabbed his arms and pulled him through, and the two fell to the muddy grass before immediately scrambling to their feet and racing away from the house to get cover from the trees as spells were being shot from behind them and Death Eaters started pouring out of the house. As they ran, Harry pointed his wand up at the sky and shot several colorful flares up into the sky. Draco figured out what he was doing and jutted his wand upwards. Mors Mordra! He yelled, and the dark mark appeared huge in the sky. Now the Order would be able to find the Death Eaters' main headquarters. Harry pictured the burrow in his mind as they ran and held onto Draco's wrist tightly. The burrow! Harry shouted, activating the portkey Hermione had made out of his shoe. He quickly prayed they would end up someplace they recognized and not in the middle of a tree or something. He prayed that it would work, period. Then he felt a familiar tug at his navel and thanked anyone who was listening. Harry felt his feet hit the ground and his legs give out from under him as pain shot through his right ankle from landing on his foot awkwardly, bringing him to his hands and knees. Draco was lying next to him on his back, catching his breath. Harry raised his tired head and looked around. They were on the side of the dirt road that would lead to the burrow. They would have a long walk ahead of them, but at least he knew where they were. He sat back and gently wiped his hands on his pants to try to get the dirt out of the cuts and scrapes on his palms, including the deep slices from crawling on glass in the nightmare chamber. He felt a drop of water hit his hand. It was raining lightly. He looked down at his chest and tenderly ran his fingers over the gash there. It really didn't seem that deep, but it hadn't started closing up and was still bleeding slightly. He wasn't sure why it wasn't healing at all yet, but there was nothing he could do about it here. He looked over at Draco. The bee owned had sat up and was staring blankly into the distance. The burrow's that way. I'd say we have a pretty big walk ahead of us, Harry quietly informed him. Draco numbly nodded but otherwise made no move. Draco, Harry asked gently. Do you mind if we don't start back quite yet? He asked quietly, not looking at Harry. Harry stood up and winced as he put his weight on his right leg. He limped over to the bee owned and sat down next to him. We can take as long as you need, Harry assured him, even though it was beginning to rain a bit harder. Thanks, Draco whispered. There was a long silence. Draco, talk to me, Harry pleaded. Draco took a shuddering breath and hung his head. I'm a murderer. I killed my own father, he said shakily. You did it to save us. You had no other choice. Besides, he's not your father, Draco, not really. He was going to kill you. That's not a father, Harry said softly. Draco shook his head. He raised me. Even if he hated me, I was still his son and I killed him. No matter how much I tried to change, I'm still evil. He cried, choking back a sob. Do you think I'm evil for killing Voldemort? Harry asked gently. No, but that's different. He was the Dark Lord. He was going to kill so many. You did it to save people. Can't you see they're exactly the same? Lucius Malfoy was the next Dark Lord. Harry insisted. Draco turned to him angrily. You better not be comparing my father with the Dark Lord, he yelled. Harry didn't let the boy's anger faze him, as he knew it was misplaced. He had to stop the Own's guilt before it was too deeply rooted to fix. Well, I am. He was nothing but a greedy git who betrayed his family. Shut your damn mouth. Draco screamed. He thought he was so great, but he was nothing but a coward who would have killed his own son to save his neck. He was the evil one. You bastard. Draco yelled furiously. He turned to Harry and swung a fist at the Gryffindor's face as well as he could while sitting. Yet the Owned was too emotionally distraught to aim properly, and Harry easily dodged the punch. That's why he can't be your father, Draco. Don't you see? You're nothing like him. You aren't Lucius Malfoy because he could never even dream of being the person you are. You're not evil. You're good. You're brave and you did what you had to do, even if you didn't want to. Draco shook his head, trying desperately to fight back tears. No, he was a great man. I looked up to him. He was the only person I could turn to for help. He's the only one who was ever concerned with things I had to say. And now, I'm all alone. I killed him. He cried, shaking with the effort of holding back his tears. It was raining heavily now, but neither of them seemed to notice. Draco, listen to me, listen to yourself. You know he was only interested in you when it was in his favor to be. You could never turn to him for help with real things. Would he have given you advice if you fancied a girl? And what if she was Muggleborn? He would have killed you. Could you have told him when you were scared or sad or worried? Would he have ever been excited about something only because you were excited? Harry asked wildly. A warm tear slid down his cheek, blending in with the raindrops on his face, because though he was directing these inquiries at Draco, they could have easily been directed at himself about the Dursleys, and he knew what the answer would be. He took a deep breath and continued. But that's back with your old family. Now you have Professor Snape. He thinks of you as his own son. He loves you, even if he doesn't always know how to show it. He's there for you, really there. Not the kind of there your father was where he just bought you off. Sev's going to hate me after he finds out what I did, Draco said shakily. No, he's not. I swear to you that he won't. But if he does, then we'd have to stick another bed in my room, but that's not going to happen since Professor Snape is probably never going to let you leave his sight again, Harry said with a comforting smile. You'd really let me move in with you if I needed to. Of course. That's what best friends are for, Harry said reassuringly. Draco looked at him in shock. I thought Weasley was your best friend. You can have more than one best friend, but you're definitely in an elite three for me, Harry said. There was a long silence. Why did he have to hate me so much? Draco asked tearfully. He was an idiot. But it still hurts, Draco said quietly. Yeah, I know, Harry said softly. A tear slid out of the Own's eye and he wiped it away in a near panic. Draco, it's okay. You can cry. There's nobody here but me, Harry said softly. Malfoys don't cry, he said firmly. You don't have to be a Malfoy anymore, Harry said quietly. Draco looked up at him with a pained expression. With a sudden sob, Draco hesitantly put his wet arms around Harry's neck and buried his face into the Gryffindor's shoulder as he began to cry for the first time in a very long time. Harry slid his arms around Draco and rubbed his back comfortingly as he had seen the twins do to calm Ron after his nightmares. Draco gripped the back of Harry's now soaked shirt as his body racked with sobs, his tears mixing with the rain, his weeping occasionally muffled by the distant crash of thunder. Finally, Draco was cried out. He sat back sniffling. He had Harry's blood on his shirt, but Harry didn't bother pointing it out. There was nothing they could do about it out here. I guess we should start heading back before our godfathers kill someone, he said, climbing to his feet. Harry tried standing as well, but had a slightly more difficult time. Even the slightest pressure on his foot was met with flashes of pain. Draco was quickly at his side, helping him to his feet. He pulled Harry's arm around his shoulder and steadied him. Come on, Gimpy, he said with a smirk. Harry glared at him. Oh, shut it, he muttered. He tested putting weight on his hurt leg and grimaced, immediately shifting his weight back to Draco. Are you sure you can do this? Draco asked as they began to walk, looking at Harry's blood-soaked shirt with a grimace. Well, I'm sure not staying here. The sky seemed to light up as lightning flashed in the distance. A crash of thunder soon followed it. Of course it had to start raining when we have to walk 1,000 miles outdoors, Draco grumbled. Yeah, it's sort of fitting. But damn, it's freezing out here, said Harry, who was starting to shiver. Really? I'm not that cold, Draco mused. As they continued to walk, Harry began leaning on Draco more and more. You know, Draco said, I think you're getting heavier with each step. Sorry, Harry muttered. He shifted some of his weight back to his good leg and nearly fell. Okay, maybe you should keep leaning on me, Draco said, keeping Harry from falling and holding tighter to the arm around his shoulders. Harry only nodded. As they continued to walk through the rain, Harry's shivering kept getting more obvious. Geez, it's not that cold, Draco said, looking over at his friend. Are you Al? Draco. Harry interrupted. He sounded a bit frightened. You remember when our Callahan gave me that potion when we ran into him in the hallway? I don't think it was a healing potion. Draco stopped walking and looked at Harry in fright. Why, what's wrong? I really don't feel good, he whimpered with a sigh. Oh shit. You okay? Can you still walk? He asked in a panicky voice. Harry nodded. Okay. Then let's try to just get to the burrow. You can lean on me as much as you want. Harry nodded and the two began walking in silence. Harry had to lean on Draco more and more for support and was having a more difficult time breathing. Dre, I can't go anymore, Harry finally said as even his good leg was nearly giving out on him each time he stepped on it. He was so dizzy and so tired. His whole body ached. He just wanted to go to sleep. Harry, you have to, Draco said, trying to keep Harry up, but the Gryffindor sunk to the ground shakily. I can't, Harry said quietly. Everything was spinning. Please, Harry, don't do this to me, Draco pleaded. You're gonna make it. You can't give up now. Harry winced as he took in shaky breaths. It hurt to do so, but he felt as if he wasn't getting enough oxygen. His head was swimming. Tell Sirius I'm sorry about all this, he muttered as he lied down. Harry, no, Draco yelled tearfully. It was obvious, though, that Harry wasn't going to stay conscious for long. Draco looked around frantically, up and down the dirt road with nothing but some trees along the sides. He prayed that somehow someone would be there, but there was no one. All right, I'm going to go for help, okay? He said to Harry. Let's get you under that tree over there to try to keep you a little more dry. Put your arms around my neck. Come on, that's it. Draco wrapped his arms under Harry's and hauled him to his feet. Harry did his best to limp over to the tree, but Draco had to practically carry him. He helped the raven-haired boy lie down next to the tree trunk. Harry was barely conscious as Draco took off the Death Eater robe he was wearing over his clothes and covered him with it to try to keep him warm, even though it was soaking wet. Just hold on, Harry. I'm going to be right back with help. Harry barely nodded. Draco got up and started running through the darkness down the dirt road. After a few minutes, he got a cramp in his side, but didn't let it slow him down. Finally, the burrow came into sight and Draco nearly cried in relief. He put on an extra burst of speed as he sprinted across the grass toward the crooked house. He nearly fell up the steps and burst through the door. He gasped for breath as his eyes darted around for anybody. The house seemed to be empty. He fell to his knees with exhaustion and defeat and burst into tears. Draco. Draco looked up to see his godfather running toward him. The potion's master fell to his knees beside Draco and roughly pulled his soaked godson to his chest. Oh, thank Merlin. Oh, thank Merlin. He cried, letting a few tears of relief drip out. Where's Harry? Sirius asked desperately, running up to the pair. Ginny was right next to him. Draco shakily pulled away from his godfather. Down the road. Our Callahan gave him a potion, he said frantically. Our Callahan. Draco, what are you talking about? Snape asked. He's a Death Eater. He was Therahay gave Harry a potion when we thought he was good, made Harry sick. You have to get to him. I'll show you, Draco said hysterically, trying to climb to his feet, but Snape pulled him back down. Draco, just tell us where to find him. You're not going back out there right now, he said firmly. Down the road, on the left side if you walked from here. He's under a big tree near the edge of the road. It was a few minutes before you're able to see the burrow. You've got to hurry. You stay here with Draco, Professor. We'll find him, Ginny said, racing out after Sirius. They got to the edge of the wards and Sirius grabbed onto Ginny's upper arms as he apparated to the end of the stretch of the road, taking the younger redhead along with him to help him look. The two glanced back. They could barely see the burrow, so Harry still had to be further along the road. They jogged along the left side, squinting along the dark line of trees and calling Harry's name. It was difficult to see anything. Sirius apparated to further down the road to look so they could cover ground more quickly. Ginny saw a dark lump on the ground near one of the trees and hurried closer. Sure enough, it was Harry. Sirius. He's here, she shouted as she sprinted over and knelt by his side. Harry was unconscious and was taking shallow breaths. She looked in horror at the blood covering the front of his shirt. She picked up one of his hands to get a closer look at the deep cuts on his hands. Harry, please wake up, Ginny pleaded, wiping the rain off Harry's face. Harry didn't make a move or a sound. Sirius appeared behind her and knelt down on Harry's other side. Harry. Oh Merlin. Harry, just wake up. It's Sirius, come on, Sirius said frantically. He took in the deep bruises on Harry's neck in the shape of handprints and the one on his cheek, along with the several deep cuts scattered across his body. Somebody was choking him, he said in shock. He quickly snapped out of it. We need to get him some help. Let's get him back to the burrow. He put one arm under his knees and the other under his back, and lifted the soaked boy into his arms. Harry mowed softly at the movement and his eyebrows knitted together. Harry, can you hear me? Sirius yelled frantically, but Harry didn't respond. Ginny, wrap your arms around my stomach and hold on, I'm going to apparate to the edge of the wards. Ginny nodded and followed the instructions, closing her eyes tightly as they disapparated and reappeared with a pop at the edge of the burrow's wards. The two began running toward the burrow, as Sirius cradled Harry tightly to his chest. When they got inside, Draco, who was sitting on the couch holding a cup of tea, jumped to his feet. Snape strode over quickly, and quickly checked to see what was wrong with him. We need to get him to St. Mungo's, he said quickly. What's wrong with him? Sirius asked tearfully. That bastard Callahan gave him something that can't be fought off by his immune system. It's too weak. We need to get him to the hospital immediately, he said urgently. Draco, come on, I want someone to look you over as well. Draco wearily hurried to his godfather, who put a comforting hand on his shoulder and led him to the fireplace after Sirius and Harry. They flowed to the emergency room at St. Mungo's, where they were quickly met by several officials who helped Sirius get Harry onto a stretcher. Snape jogged along with them quickly, explaining to one healer about Harry's medical condition. Sirius, Draco and Ginny jogged along on the other side as they both explained as much as they knew as to what had happened and what they knew about Callahan. Callahan, a Death Eater. The healer they were speaking to asked incredulously. Impossible. Hey, I saw him. He handed us right over to the rest of them and they almost killed us. He's been using those healer appointments to do weird tests on Harry. He gave Harry that potion and then led us back to the room with all the Death Eaters in it. He cast the Cruciatus curse on him. Draco yelled angrily. If you say so, the healer sighed, sounding slightly overwhelmed. They finally arrived at a room and the healers went in, allowing Snape to enter as well once he claimed to be Harry's physician. Before leaving, he made sure Sirius would stay with Draco and make sure someone looked over him. Though Sirius desperately wanted to be with his godson, he agreed so Snape, who knew more about Harry's medical condition, could help Harry. Sirius used his nervous pent-up energy to get a healer to look over Draco, barking at the first nurse that walked by to fetch a healer who was familiar with the Cruciatus curse's effects. Ginny sat next to him, distracting herself from what was happening with Harry by making sure Draco had someone there while he was being looked over. As a healer was checking over the shaky bee, owned right there in the waiting room, since Draco refused to leave until he found out what was wrong with his friend, a few healers raced out of Harry's room and began running down the halls without giving the three of them any indication of what was going on. All they could do was wait. Meanwhile, upstairs, the Weasley parents and the twins sat in the room where Ron had just been examined and subjected to many potions and a few healing spells. The hall's main healer was in the room talking to them all. Ron will be just fine. He can go home tomorrow, but he must get plenty of rest and food. I'll give you some potions. He was interrupted as one of the healers from Harry's room burst in the door. Murphy, we need you over in emergency, right now, she gasped. Can't you borrow Callahan or Gomez? He asked. I'm with a patient who's been with Death Eaters for days. Well, this boy's just gotten back from Death Eaters as well, and his friend insists Callahan is one of them. We need your expertise in immune systems because apparently this kid's is shot from having some muggle illness, the woman explained urgently. Hurry up now. We're not sure if this kid's going to make it. Ron shot straight up in bed. Wait, Harry, are you talking about Harry Potter? That's confidential, the female healer snapped as she hurried from the room, Murphy apologizing quickly before running after her. Fred and George immediately followed them while the Weasley parents kept Ron from running with them. Mum, Dad, Callahan, that was, Ron said frantically. We know, Ron. Harry's healer. Oh Merlin, Mr. Weasley said closing his eyes. Did you hear her? She said he might not make it. That means he's hurt really bad. He might be dying. You have to let me go there. He shouted hysterically. Ron, honey, the healer wanted you to stay in bed, Mrs. Weasley protested. Mum, Dad, Harry put his life on the line to rescue me, and now he might die. I have to be there, Ron said firmly. His parents exchanged a look. All right, Ron, but we're coming with you and you're not to run ahead of us, Mrs. Weasley said sternly, pulling off her cloak and wrapping it around her son as he weakly climbed out of bed. Somebody has to tell Hermione. Ron started before the bushy-haired girl pushed open the door, returning from telling Dumbledore what had happened. Ron, what are you doing out of bed? She asked in concern. It's Harry. He's in the emergency ward and it sounds bad, Ron said, sounding frightened. Hermione's breath hitched and she closed her eyes momentarily. I'm going to run ahead. I need to find out what's happening. I'll meet you there, Hermione said, tearing off out of the room. Ron and his parents began hurriedly making their way to the emergency ward. Fred and George followed the healers until they reached Harry's room. The two Medi-Wizards dashed through the doors while the twins caught sight of two familiar faces. Draco was sitting in a chair against the wall. He had his arms wrapped around himself and a blank look on his face. Sirius and Ginny were pacing anxiously, the former occasionally kneeling in front of Draco and asking him how he was holding up or telling him it would all be okay, the latter being a reassurance to himself as well. The twins walked up. So it's really Harry in there? Fred asked miserably. What exactly is going on? George asked anxiously. Sirius quickly explained the situation, pausing only once to jump at a nurse passing by, asking her to please find out what was going on with his godson. The nurse gently refused, telling him she couldn't interrupt them like that, especially if it was an emergency case. She assured him that she was sure the healers would be out soon. Fred and George sat down in slight shock on either side of Draco, who looked at them, slightly intimidated. He didn't want to deal with the twins right then. Hey, Malfoy, Fred said quietly. Do you mind if we call you Draco? George asked. Draco looked at them weakly. Sure. I'd prefer it, actually, he said softly. We owe you some thanks, for helping save Ron, Fred said. I didn't go to save your brother, Draco said bitterly, once again staring into space. I went to make sure Harry didn't get himself killed. And now I don't even know what's happening. He's my best friend, he admitted. My only friend, he added quietly. He's the only one that ever even gave me a chance. Hermione dashed up and started talking to Ginny. Well, no matter the reason, you still helped to save him, said George. And we also owe you an apology, because you're right. We never did give you a chance, said Fred. We know it's sort of late. But we want to give you a chance now. Draco looked up and was about to say something sarcastic, to laugh in their faces and tell them that it was way too late, but for some reason, the sneering words didn't come out. Okay, he said tiredly. Ron and his parents spotted the group and Ron raced toward them, his parents running after him. Where's Harry? What's wrong with him? He asked urgently. We don't know, Sirius said in frustration. The stupid healers haven't come out of there yet. What are you doing here? He spat angrily, spotting Mr. Weasley. Listen, Sirius, I'm sorry. I care about Harry's welfare just as much you do, the elder redhead said gently. Don't give me that shit, Sirius yelled. Harry only thought you cared about him, but really, he wouldn't be in there right now if you hadn't been pushing him to go. You made that damn portkey for him. Sirius, Hermione piped up, Harry would have gone whether Mr. Weasley made him a portkey or not. He figured out how to get past the wards and he would have gone no matter what. It was his decision to go, just as it was mine and Draco's decisions to go with him. Listen, Mrs. Weasley interrupted sternly, we have much more important matters on our hands than running around trying to blame each other. It will not help the situation any, all right. So everyone sit down or leave. Everyone followed orders and sat down in various chairs, Sirius and Mr. Weasley far away from each other. Mrs. Weasley could be a very intimidating woman. A while later, the healer came out with a solemn expression on his face. Everyone stood up with terrified looks on their faces. As Harry's guardian present, he asked hopefully. Sirius stepped forward. I'm his godfather. What's going on? Is Harry all right? You've had him in there for nearly 2 hours and nobody's told us a damn thing. He yelled shakily. The healer looked at him sympathetically, a look that did nothing to ease anybody's minds. I apologize for that. We've had our best healers in there with him trying to identify the poison he was given. It appears to have been an original creation designed with Harry's weak immune system especially in mind. It seems that it is very likely that what Draco here has claimed is true. All of our Callahan's records on Harry have disappeared, but we have reason to believe that the medicinal potions he has been giving Harry all summer have included small traces of things like blood thinners, which was why he bled so much tonight, and other small things that made this poison work so swiftly and effectively, and is making it difficult to fight against. It first shut down his immune system and then began to slowly shut down his respiratory system and others as well. We had many scares in the past few hours where we nearly lost him. It seems we have finally brought Harry to a stabilized condition, though we are unsure of its lasting stability. What does that mean? Mrs. Weasley asked frantically. Is he going to be okay? Is he awake? What I mean is that Harry has slipped into a coma. If he makes it through the night, we feel it will be a temporary condition, the healer said grimly. If he makes it through the night. That makes it sound as if Hermione trailed off. We aren't sure whether he will survive until morning. Now it really depends on his will to live. He has to really want to in order for him to make it through this. However, he trailed off sadly. However what? George asked breathlessly. However, Harry appears to be giving up, the healer said regretfully. Everyone looked at him in horror. No, Mrs. Weasley gasped. I'm sorry to have to tell you that, but it's the unfortunate reality of the situation. This happens often with patients that have been through a lot within a recent period of time or maybe have been depressed recently and are perhaps confused about things, the healer said gently, as if trying to make them understand something without having to say it himself. Confused about things? Draco yelled, jumping to his feet. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Why don't you just talk to us in plain English? Confused as in why to come back? Is that what you're trying to say? Yes, that's what I'm saying, the healer said regretfully. You mean Harry can't figure out a reason to live? Ron asked shakily. I would suggest talking to him. He won't be able to hear you consciously, but he might be able to sense your presence, and though he won't be able to understand you, it couldn't hurt. Hearing familiar voices might be comforting to him. It might be a good time to say your goodbyes, just in case he doesn't pull through, the healer said as gently as possible before leaving. Sirius sunk down into the waiting room chair shakily, eyes wide, staring blankly ahead. He's giving up, he whispered. Because he doesn't think he's worth anything. Because I never told him he was worth anything. And now he doesn't know why to live. Sirius was not the only one present who felt guilty about this. Mr. Weasley looked deeply ashamed, and everyone hung their heads a little. They had all seen Harry withdrawing into himself. They had all been very aware of what the incident with his uncle had done to him. But all their attempts to reach him had been too little too late. Most had relied on someone else to do the dirty work and, in the end, nobody had gotten through. Now Harry was paying the consequence. Mrs. Weasley walked up to Sirius and looked at him intently. Well, don't you put it off any longer. Go in there and give him a reason to fight. Harry was sitting in his cupboard back at the Dursleys. It was so dark and Harry was afraid. He was reminded of times when he was little and the storms would scare him, but there was no one he could run to, nowhere to go to escape the darkness. He crept to the door and cracked it open. Behind it was a very large empty black space with a bunch of familiar people standing in the blackness. Aunt Petunia scowled at him, while Dudley laughed derisively. Professor! Harry called weakly as he spied Professor Snape. The potions master scowled at him. Don't you get it yet, Potter? I hate you. Your presence is an annoyance to me. You were right. I should have let you die, he spat. Sirius walked up next to Snape and glared at Harry. You ruined my life, Harry. You're such a burden. I thought you were going to be like your father, but you're just a huge disappointment. I wish I could send you back to your relatives, but for now, at least, I seem to be stuck with you and waste my days having you around. I might as well be back in Azkaban. I'm sorry, Sirius, Harry said desperately. I didn't mean. Of course you didn't. You just ruin lives, he sneered. Ron stepped out from nowhere and shook his head at Harry in disgust. You are such a burden, Harry. I had to babysit you all last year when I could have been out being a typical teenager. I had to waste my time watching after you while you were puking. It was disgusting. You even threw up on me and got blood on me during your uncle's punishment. You couldn't even stand up to him, a muggle. To think I used to respect you. We should have let him beat you to death. Hermione stepped up next to Ron. Harry, when are you going to realize you're getting in our way? Ron and I are trying to have a relationship and you're always intruding. You're a third wheel. We don't want you in the trio anymore, don't you get it? We don't want you anymore. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stepped up next and rolled their eyes at him. I can't believe you actually thought we cared about you, Harry, Mr. Weasley said. You should have listened to your relatives. Nobody will ever care about you. We'll pretend, but we could never love you, Mrs. Weasley said. Hugging you makes my skin crawl. I'm sorry, Harry, but we never meant for you to get the idea that we thought of you as part of the family. You jumped to conclusions far too easily, Mr. Weasley said with a shrug before they both walked off into the darkness. Dumbledore came, you're only a weapon, Harry. As did Ginny, are you kidding? Why would I want you? Uncle Vernon glared menacingly at him and started toward the cupboard. Harry slammed the cupboard door shut and dissolved into tears on his dilapidated little cot, hugging himself for comfort. He never wanted to go back out there. He noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and looked into the corner of the cupboard. It had seemed to expand slightly to accommodate a rather large mirror. Harry got up and stood in front of it, realizing what it was, the mirror of Arised. His parents stood there grinning and waving at him. Harry gazed into it longingly. He sunk to the floor in front of it and watched his parents, wishing he were with them. Snape had been left in the room alone with Harry. He had been there the entire time, watching in a sort of horror as Harry's lifeline kept going flat just to be barely brought back to a weak pulse. It all seemed unreal as the healers kept shouting out for his advice, for him to do things to help. He had always prided himself as being unlike the others in regards to Harry, always being very aware of the boy's mortality. But in that room, he realized that wasn't true. Sure, Harry had practically died the previous year, but 1 week later, Snape had brought him back to life. Somehow, this had just made him believe right along with everyone else that Harry was somehow immortal. But seeing him lying there, looking so incredibly vulnerable as the healers did everything they could think of just to keep him alive for another minute while they tried to come up with a plan to save him, his beliefs were shattered. He had always counted on the fact that he could be mean and cold to Harry today, but that the Gryffindor would see in time that Snape didn't really mean it. And now it was very probable that there would not be a tomorrow, and when the healers concluded that Harry would make it if he only had the will to live, but that he was giving up, Snape felt shame like he had never thought possible. He had known Harry was falling, but had let him fall, not wanting to push his pride away enough to catch him. He had told himself that someone else would catch the boy, or that if all else failed, Snape could catch him later. Now later had been erased, and if someone didn't catch Harry now, he'd finally hit the ground. As the healers left to go talk to those waiting in the hall, Snape sat down next to Harry and took his hand in his. Harry, it's Professor Snape. It's Sev. I should have invited you to call me that so long ago. I've been a coward. Even after you went out on a limb and invited me to use your first name, I couldn't do the same in return, even when I let Draco and Anna call me it. You risked trying to have a casual relationship with me, but I kept getting afraid and pushing it back into student-teacher mode. It's like that conversation we had a while ago, about the flawed perfection. You said that sometimes people are afraid to take risks in letting people in. You said that it could destroy a person and that they could get lost in it until someone pulled them out of it. Well, I used to be there, and you helped pull me out, and yet, I ignored that. I didn't want to acknowledge that it was you who had helped me since I hated your father so much. It was a great blow to my pride, but you saved me. You came along and dragged me out of my little dark cave of self-pity and forced me to look around at my life and see that I didn't have to be drowning all alone in the flaws of life. You made me see that just because bad things had happened to me in life, it didn't mean everything was lost. I didn't believe you at the time, but I do now. Now you're in the same place I was, and I know that I've been a big part of the reason that you're there. I have never been more sorry about anything in my entire life. I'm here with a whole lot of other people who want to pull you back out, just as you did for me. I am finally acknowledging that there's a vast difference between you and your father, and I care for you very much. If your godfather was out of the picture, I'd like nothing better than to adopt you as my son, right along with Draco. I don't know why I've been so harsh with you, except that I was still in the process of coming out of the dark place I've been in for so long, and I was afraid. I was afraid of you because you brought me out. I'm not afraid anymore, though. I promise you that if you come back, things will change. I will never call you by your surname to be cruel again. I won't make you treat me as nothing more than your professor. And I'll always be there for you to talk to if you want. And this time, if I say we're going to talk about something, we will, whether you like it or not. No more leaving it up to other people. Come back, Harry, and I promise you things will be better. As Harry sat in his dark cupboard, he looked up to see Snape sitting on his cot. Harry blinked at him in surprise but remained sitting on the floor facing the mirror. Harry, the man said sadly, you have to come back. Come back where? Harry asked tiredly. Out there, he said, pointing toward the door. Harry shook his head. I don't like it out there. I'd rather stay here, he said, looking back at his parents. You can't stay, Harry. You're going to have to choose soon. Come back, Harry, and I promise you things will be better. Harry looked up to ask what he meant and if he was being honest, but Snape had disappeared again. Harry brought his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. He rested his chin on his knee and went back to watching the mirror. Sirius entered Harry's room. Snape looked up from his seat near Harry's bedside and nodded at Sirius in acknowledgement. He rose from his chair and gave Harry's hand one last squeeze before setting it down gently. No words were passed between the two as Snape left, closing the door quietly behind him. Sirius stood near the doorway momentarily and looked at his godson. Harry was looking very peaceful lying there, as if he were just sleeping. Sirius was violently reminded of the period of time when Harry had been dead, how the world had seemed to end without Harry there. He made his way to the chair at Harry's bedside and gently sat down, never tearing his eyes off the raven-haired boy. Harry's hair was messy as usual, flopping strategically over his scar as if hiding a terrible blemish. Sirius was reminded of how Harry compulsively flattened his fringe over his forehead every time he was in public. Sirius gently brushed the raven locks away to reveal the lightning bolt-shaped scar. He swallowed sharply and began to speak. You're always so embarrassed by your scar, Harry. You shouldn't be. You've earned the fame it gives you. You should be proud of all you've done. I know I am, Sirius said quietly, taking a calming breath. There's so much to say and I can't even think of where to begin. I've been such a letdown as a godfather to you, Harry, but you don't even seem to notice it. You're like that, you know. You look so hard for the good in people that you miss their faults. But with yourself, it's just the opposite. I wish you could see in yourself what everyone else sees in you, Harry. Maybe then, you'd fight a little harder to come back to us. I've missed you these past few weeks. I know if you were awake right now, you'd look at me like I was crazy, but it's true. We've been living under the same roof, but ever since that thing with your uncle, you've been different. You smile, but your eyes are so sad, and I know something's been killing you inside. But I did nothing about it. I kept thinking it would go away, and I didn't want to try to fix it because the idea of there even being a problem was so frightening to me. I wanted you to think of me as a cool godfather, so I avoided talking to you about anything serious, or hugging you, or even showing that I care. Really, I didn't do any of the actual parenting stuff. And you know what? Right now, I don't feel like a cool godfather. Right now you're lying here looking so much like you did when you were dead, and you're giving up on life because you don't feel loved, because I never bothered to let you know how much you mean to me, and I'm left wondering what on earth I was thinking. You know, Harry, I was planning on giving you this long, in-depth talk to start fixing things, but then you got sick and then Ron was taken and I never had the chance. And now I might lose you because you've never heard what I wanted to say. I really wanted to give you this talk when you were awake and could be part of it, but I guess we'll have to do the first run now, and I just have to pray that you'll hear me somehow. Sirius shakily took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and straightened the crinkles from it. It was a list he had made of things he wanted to talk to Harry about. He hadn't wanted to forget anything. Sirius looked up at Harry's unconscious form with a nervous smile. If you were awake right now, you'd think I was such a prat. I have a list here to make sure I remember to say all I want to say, even though I'm not sure if I'll be able to cover all of it now without you awake. I was never good at sentimental talks or even being serious for a long period of time. I'm a little bit rusty on all this human interaction stuff. I guess 11 years in an isolated prison cell and a bad relationship with my parents took its toll. First, I know you overheard me saying it would be easier to go back to being a free bachelor. You see, to me, it's almost like I've been thrown into a time machine. I was 21 when I was put in Azkaban, and time just didn't run the way it's supposed to. Only once I met you did I start truly regaining my sanity. Now I'm 36 and I have you, and I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing. Sure, it would be easier to be back to my swinging bachelor days, but I would never want to go back. I love having you stay with me. I love trying to do this responsible godfather thing. I love all the difficulties that go along with it. It makes me feel like a real parent. For the first time in a long time, I have some purpose to my life. You're my purpose, Harry. You make me jealous of James, because I wish I could claim you as my own creation. You were the best thing that James ever did. Speaking of James, I know I've been comparing you a lot to your father lately. I never meant to give you the impression that I was disappointed in you for not being more like him, but I guess I did. I swear to you, Harry, Sirius's voice caught in his throat with a burning sensation. A tear rolled down his cheek. I never wanted you to be more like James. Sirius took Harry's limp hand and held it to his cheek. James was my friend, the greatest one I ever had, but you're my godson and I love you in a way I never loved James. You don't know it, but you make me so proud, Harry, and not just because you're always saving the day. It's everything about you. How you try to learn from bad experiences, how you can't stand seeing anyone else suffer, how you somehow seem to remain innocent even after experiencing so much evil in the world, how you always seem to be able to figure out how to reach whatever person you're communicating with. The list could go on forever. I don't know what's going on in your head right now, Harry, but don't leave me. I know it might seem peaceful and better on the other side, but it's not your time to go there. There are too many people here who need you, Harry. I need you. I need to teach you how to fly my motorcycle, and you need to teach me how to play that Muggle card game you were telling me about. The one about the fish. You need to be here to make me laugh like I haven't been able to for so many years in Azkaban. I love you, Harry. You're my son, even if I'm not your biological parent. I never wanted to take James's place, but if you're trying to decide whether to go to him or come back to me, right now, I beg you, Harry, pick me. Come back to me. You can't leave me now, Harry. You just can't. This isn't meant to be an end, it's supposed to be the beginning. Harry was surprised to see Sirius sitting on his cot where Snape had just been. Sirius, I'm sorry, Harry said tearfully. I'm so sorry. But Sirius didn't seem to hear him. Harry, you can't leave me. You have to come back out there, he said, pointing to the door. Sirius, I can't, Harry said, looking at the door in fright. It's safer here. Look, my parents, he said, pointing at the mirror. Pick me, Sirius said. What? I don't understand, Harry said. Choose me instead of James. I love you, Harry. You're my son. Harry blinked at him in confusion. Who are you? I'm Sirius. I'm your godfather. Sirius doesn't love me. And he doesn't want me. He wants my dad, Harry said sadly. It's me, Harry. I promise, Sirius said with pleading eyes. You always promise things that aren't true, though. How do I know it's really you? What if you change again and don't want me anymore? Harry asked desperately. Come back. You have to take the risk, Harry, he said, getting up and heading toward the door. I'll be out there. Sirius, wait. Just stay here with me. Harry cried, jumping to his feet, but Sirius was already gone. Harry cautiously opened the door and stared out into the blackness. He could vaguely see the people he knew all glaring at him. Sirius, he called into the black. Sirius, please, I don't know what to do. Suddenly, Uncle Vernon emerged from the dark, looking furious, and Harry slammed the door in fright as the man began to yell about what a freak Harry was. Harry sunk back to the floor and curled back into his ball, looking into the mirror to help him forget his fears. Was wondering if I could talk to Harry, Ginny said tearfully. I have some things I need to say. Sirius reluctantly nodded. He Ed Harry's hand before gently placing it back down on the bed. He left the room as Ginny took his seat. She sat in silence for a few moments, just looking at Harry. She took his hand in hers and gently rubbed her thumb on the top of his hand as tears dripped silently down her cheeks. Hey Harry, it's me, Ginny, she said with difficulty. I have to make this quick since everyone else wants a chance to talk to you as well. Remember when I was a first year how I was so scared to be around you because of my humongous crush on you? I sent you that stupid singing Valentine that embarrassed the hell out of both of us. Just a few months ago we were sitting on the Gryffindor common room couch talking about how silly I was, but you know what? I think, in a way, it was back then that I had the right idea. You see, just because I can act human around you now, doesn't mean you don't still have the same effect on me. Yet, I stupidly started to hide how much I adore you when I should have been making sure you knew. Even right now, with you lying here looking like hell, I think you're gorgeous. I always have. I think it's your eyes, mainly, that have got me hooked, and Harry, I can't go without seeing them ever again. I can't go without hearing your voice or your laugh. I can't go without your wonderful smile. I can't let you leave without telling you all my secrets, and I can't let you leave before you let me know some of yours. Because when I'm a crazy old bat, I want you to be there with me to listen to the stories of all my crazy jobs, even though you will have heard them all already 1,000 times. I want you there when the stories are being made. And you can't let our first key be our last. I couldn't stand that. I swear to you, if you come back, you'll always have a safe bet for the future because I'll never feel the same way about anyone else, whether you choose to be with me or not. She stood up, leaned over and brushed her lips against his forehead. I love you like you wouldn't believe, she whispered in his ear. She brushed away her tears and left the room. Harry looked over at Ginny with wide eyes. Ginny? He asked in surprise. She smiled at him and shook her head slightly. I love you like you couldn't believe, she said softly. Harry's eyes widened before he looked down at the floorboards. Ginny, you don't want me. I'm such a mess. Ginny got up and kissed him on the forehead, but it just felt like a warm breeze. I don't want to give up my future with you, she whispered before leaving. You deserve better, he whispered as the door shut behind her. Remus raced down the hall of the hospital, coming up to the group sitting around in chairs, looking very dazed and upset. Sirius looked like he didn't realize the world was still spinning around him. He had been trying to track everyone down to make sure the kids were all okay, and once he found they weren't at any of the houses, he knew they must have gone to St. Mungo's. After all, Ron had been tortured for 3 days and he'd heard that Harry and Draco might have their own sets of injuries as well. He hadn't been prepared for the nurse informing him that Harry could be found in intensive care. He had raced off when she wouldn't give him any more information, praying that Sirius had just overreacted and forced the hospital to allow him to stay in that wing. What's wrong with Harry? He asked desperately. Why is he in intensive care? He waited for less than a second before pushing open the door into the hospital room. His heart plummeted. The Stensons were sitting around his bed looking distraught. Coda was talking quietly to Harry, who was unmoving and looking like death. What's wrong with him? Remus asked breathlessly. He's in a coma. They're not sure if he'll make it through the night, Mr. Stenson informed him in a choked voice. They said we could try talking to him. They said it might be a good idea to say goodbye. Remus momentarily stopped breathing. What? Mr. Stenson took him aside and spoke quietly. The doctor said that Harry's giving up on pulling through this. He's been through so much lately, he doesn't want to live anymore, he said, looking blankly at the floor. We're just finishing up and you can talk to him, Mrs. Stenson said quietly. Coda sniffed and keyed Harry on the forehead. Come on, Harry, you've got to pull through this, okay? We need you so much. And you know I like happy endings. I need them. You can't give up, all right. We love you too much, she said in a teary voice. I can't lose you again. Come on, Coda, her father said softly, giving Harry's hand a squeeze before putting it down. Let's give Remus some time with him. Coda nodded reluctantly and let Remus take her spot as the 3 muggles went out into the hall. Remus sank down into the chair beside Harry's bed and looked at the boy in shock. He brushed back a lock of Harry's hair, which sprung back into his face. That was the thing about Harry's hair, you could smooth it back as much as you wanted and it would eventually fall back into his face, even if he didn't move. Oh gods, Harry, you can't do this to me, Remus said in a choked voice, taking Harry's hand and covering it with both of his own. Werewolves aren't allowed to be parents, did you know that? That's why I never came to visit you at the Dursleys, because I knew I wouldn't be able to bear not being able to take you home with me. You're the closest thing I'll ever have to a son and you can't leave me now. Being a werewolf is hard, but I've never hated it as much as I did when I met you and saw what a great kid you were. I wanted more than anything to just take you home with me, but I couldn't. I have to admit that I'm jealous of Sirius more than either of you could ever know because he's your godfather and I'm not. I hate to admit this to anyone, but sometimes I come back from visiting you and Sirius at the lighthouse and I just feel so bitter because I can't ever have the same relationship with you that Sirius does when I knew you first. And I know that I want that so much that I have to watch myself so I don't unintentionally try to steal you away from Sirius, especially when I see him messing up. I just want you to know that if I ever have seemed to have distanced myself from you, it's because I'm trying to save myself from the pain of being around you, knowing that I could have had the relationship with you that Sirius does. I'm not saying goodbye because I refuse to resign myself to you giving up. You can't give up. When I was teaching you, you never gave up, even if it was nearly impossible, you wouldn't give up. You don't give up and I refuse to believe you'd give up now, Remus said firmly, looking down at Harry's peaceful expression. You can't give up because even if I could never have you as a son, that's what you'll always be to me. A few tears dripped down Remus's face and he held Harry's hand to his cheek. Suddenly Remus appeared on Harry's cot and Harry's heart clenched when he realized the man was crying. Remy, what's wrong? Harry asked, sitting next to his ex-defense professor. I won't say goodbye, Remus choked out tearfully. Harry was a bit confused but nodded sympathetically, nonetheless. Are you going to stay with me for a while? Harry asked hopefully. Remus looked up at him. I want what Sirius has, he said longingly. What's that? Harry asked, wondering what Sirius had that Remus would be jealous of. You, he said simply. Harry blinked at him, speechless. Remus buried his head in his hands and started to cry, but even though he was crying into his own hands, Harry looked down in confusion at the teardrops splashing onto his right hand, as if it had been the one Remus had been crying onto. Hey, Harry, Ron said quietly, sitting beside his best friend and taking his hand. Harry looked too still and pale for Ron's comfort. Ron carefully turned over the hand he was holding and looked at the scar on his wrist from the wire that had dug into it and nearly killed him. The scar made him remember the night Harry's uncle had attacked him and was too painful to look at anymore. Ron placed 2 fingers on Harry's wrist, finding the pulse. He shut his eyes tightly in relief and lowered Harry's hand back to the bed. Harry, how can you just be giving up? Ron choked out tearfully. I don't know what happened. This summer started out so perfectly. We were all so determined to make sure you knew how much you meant to us so we would never have to lose you again because you didn't think we cared. But then nobody ever made sure you knew, even when it was so obvious that you were doubting it, even after we knew your stupid uncle made you doubt it. We're all such idiots, Harry, I don't know how you can stand us. We were given a second chance and we blew it. It seems almost wrong to ask for a third. Of course, that's not going to stop me. We'll get it right, this time. I promise. Harry was sitting in his cupboard, gazing longingly at his parents, when something changed. His mother, instead of merely standing there and waving, beckoned him forward with a smile. Harry stood, his gaze transfixed on the image, and walked toward the mirror. He put his hand up to the glass to find that it was no longer solid, but a liquid substance. He looked back at the cupboard door. The world would be better off without him. He turned back to the mirror and stepped toward it. There was no reason to go back. Suddenly, there was a long beep sound in Harry's hospital room. Ron looked up in alarm, not knowing what that meant. Several healers burst into the room looking frantic. The healers surrounded Harry and began checking him over. We're losing him, one said urgently. Ice-cold panic poured over Ron. He grabbed Harry's hand into his own. Harry, no, don't go. No, Harry, please. You can't leave me, damn it. You can't do this to me again. Harry, please. You have to live. You have to come back. Ron screamed, tears streaming down his face. Harry whipped around as he heard someone scream behind him. Standing there was Ron, crying. Harry, no, don't go, please. You have to come back. He cried. Ron? Harry asked, scared to see his friend so upset. He took a step away from the mirror. Look, Ron. My parents, he said, pointing at the mirror, excitedly. They want me. They want to be with me. They don't mind if I'm around. Don't, Ron said frantically, shaking his head. Come back. Ron, nobody back there wants me, Harry said tearfully. I don't want to be alone anymore. Get him out of here, one of the healers ordered. 2 healers walked over to Ron. One laid a hand on his shoulder, but Ron shrugged it off violently. The 2 healers roughly pulled Ron from Harry and began dragging him toward the door. Suddenly Ron disappeared from the cupboard and Harry let out a sob, hugging himself tightly. He quickly turned toward his parents and went to the mirror. Ron violently fought back, kicking and screaming. No, let go of me. Let me talk to him. He doesn't want to be alone. He screamed. He didn't know where that last statement came from, but somehow just knew it was true. Wait, another healer yelled. He was doing better and now he's slipping again. Oh shit, get his friend back here, now. The healers immediately let go of Ron, who raced back to Harry's side, grabbing his hand desperately. Harry, I need you. I can't do this without you. And not only me, a lot of people need you. Hermione needs you to keep her sane. Sirius loves you. You're his family and you can't leave him. He's out there freaking out right now. I can hear him screaming out in the hallway because they won't let him in, but he really wants to be here with you. And Snape, you've made Snape actually care about something. He cares about you. You can't leave him now or he'll go back to being miserable. And Malfoy, Harry, Malfoy. You're his only friend. You're better than the rest of us. You gave him a chance even after everything he did to you. Without you, he'll have no one. He'll have no friends and be all alone. You need to be here for him, because he needs you for support to be able to face going back to school and seeing all his old friends. You need to be here to stick up for him. You have to be here for Ginny, Because she loves you and you have to be here for the twins because they think of you as their little brother, right along with me. But Harry, you have to be here for me. You said you'd be there for me, you bloody promised. I swear, I'll be there for you too, if you just come back. He said through his sobs. Hey Sonny, one of the healers said as they monitored Harry's vitals, keep it up. Whatever you're saying is helping. Keep going. Ron determinedly wiped the tears from his cheeks. Harry, come back. If you don't, think of all the things you'd be missing. There's Quidditch. There's advanced potions, which isn't all that exciting, but you helped me get in it and you need to help me through it and you have to see the Slytherins' faces when Snape's nice to you. And you have to be there to shock everyone with your friendship with Malfoy. And even though you were teasing that day when I found Eloise's plan for your future, Hermione and I will probably end up getting married and having a bunch of kids, and of course, you'll be one of their many uncles, whether you end up with Ginny or not. But you'll be their favorite because you'll live right next to me and be over all the time because I won't stand you not visiting daily. Harry, please, I can't do it without you. I need you. You're my best friend and I need you. So don't you dare leave me because I can't do it on my own, and I swear you won't have to do it alone anymore either. You'll never have to feel alone again, even if I have to move in with you and spend every night on the mattress next to your bed, okay? You won't be alone anymore, I swear to you. Harry had stepped almost all the way through the mirror when Ron was suddenly screaming behind him again, even more desperately than before. Harry, please, I need you. Don't leave me, he screamed hysterically. Harry looked longingly toward his parents who were waiting for him with gentle smiles on their faces. He looked back at Ron through the liquid mirror. Ron, you don't need me, I make your life horrible, Harry explained sadly. I need you. You promised you'd be there for me. The redhead cried desperately. You're my best friend and I can't do it without you. You have to be there for me and all of us who need you. Harry was torn. He didn't want to go back to a world of pain and doubts and loneliness. He didn't feel like he belonged there. You won't be alone anymore, I swear to you, Ron said determinedly. His eyes shone with sincerity. Harry wanted time to think about this all. The whole idea of going back seemed too risky when, on this side of the mirror, his parents were there and safe and ready to accept him, to love him. He was feeling a vague pull to go toward his parents. Suddenly, Harry realized that the edges of the mirror were becoming solid and working its way toward the middle. He had to make a choice. He turned toward his parents and prayed he was making the right decision. With one last look at his mother and father, Harry stepped back through the mirror, back into the cupboard. He turned back toward the mirror and saw that it had solidified and now was cracked. He couldn't go back through it, at least not now. Thank you, Harry, Ron said sincerely. Let's go. Ron started toward the door. No, I can't. I don't want to go out there, Harry said tearfully. Can't you just stay here? I can't forever, Harry. Neither can you. But when you come back, we'll be waiting there for you. Are you going to leave me alone again? Harry asked tearfully. Ron wordlessly sat down on Harry's cot. Harry slowly sat down next to him. The two sat there in silence for a long time, as Harry looked at the broken mirror, wondering if he had made the right choice. He's stabilized, one of the healers announced. Everyone breathed with relief as Ron looked up at them hopefully, tears still trickling down his face. One of the healers patted his back. You saved him, kid. He's lucky to have a friend like you, the healer said with a warm smile. Is he going to be all right? Ron asked tearfully. Well, everything's looking good. Now we'll just have to wait until he's ready to come out of his coma, but I think that was the last close call of the night, the healer said reassuringly. He can't be alone right now, okay? Ron said firmly, wiping at his tears. Someone he knows needs to be with him at all times, all right? Okay, the healer said with a nod. The healers filed out of the room and Ron just held Harry's hand tightly. Meanwhile, the hall was filled with frantic shouting and crying as nurses attempted to calm the situation. Minutes earlier, several healers had raced into Harry's room screaming instructions at each other. One had said Harry was crashing, and though those in the hall weren't familiar with emergency room lingo, they all knew what it meant, especially when they heard Ron's desperate screaming and sobbing from inside. Immediately Sirius and Snape rushed toward the door, only to be thrown back by spells cast by two nurses trying to explain to them that they couldn't go in. They tried to explain they were Harry's godfather and physician, but the nurses still made them stay outside, claiming they'd be a distraction to those trying to save him. Draco and Hermione tried to get in as well, shrieking that they were his best friends and that they hadn't even gotten to talk with Harry yet and that they wouldn't let Harry give up. Hermione even bit one of the arms of someone trying to restrain her, but still was unable to get through the door. Ginny was carried away from the door screaming by two orderlies, using a variety of curse words her parents never dreamed she knew. The twins were also attempting to break in, shouting that they were Harry's brothers. The nurses looked at the two with raised eyebrows, so Fred and George insisted that they were his adoptive brothers and that the similarities between them and some of the others was purely coincidental. They'd never seen those Weasley people before in their lives. Mrs. Weasley had gotten the farthest toward the door and it had taken no less than 6 orderlies to drag her away. The Granger parents were watching in a stunned and sympathetic fashion, doing the best they could to calm people. Mr. Weasley was sitting in a chair sobbing into his hands. Having been informed by Owl of what had happened by Ginny, who had believed that Harry needed as many friends there as possible, Neville, Eloise, and the Stensons chose that time to arrive. It didn't take them long to find out what was happening and all rushed the door themselves. It was still a crisis the hospital talked about years later, taking all the staff that could be spared to stop the situation before duels broke out, though several orderlies had ended up multicolored by the end of it. Finally, they had administered calming potions to all those who were a threat and as a precaution, stuck them to the waiting hall chairs with some simple charms. Their wands were all confiscated and would be given back to them only when they were leaving the hospital. A few orderlies stayed to interrogate Fred and George on what would get their skin to stop flashing neon orange, but the furious, panicked twins refused to tell them until they brought information about Harry. The healers finally emerged, informing the group that though they had just nearly lost him, Harry was now stabilized. Of course there was the grim news that Harry was still in his coma and they couldn't tell if he'd come out of it. They just needed to be given the support he so clearly needed right now and they'd have to see what happened from there. Mr. Weasley slipped into Harry's room. It had been hard to get a moment where Harry was unguarded, but the healers had shoved everyone out of the room and had insisted they either go home or at least go to the tea room for a bit so they could check over Harry. Arthur had made an excuse to get away, and nobody stopped him as the tension between he and Sirius was unbearable. He went straight down to Harry's hospital room and waited until the healers left. He hadn't felt like he deserved to demand time alone with Harry, so he waited until he didn't need to ask anyone else for it. His breath caught in his throat as he saw Harry lying on the hospital bed, with monitoring spells making beeping sounds and Harry looking so pale and still. Some might say he looked like he was sleeping, but Harry had stayed at the burrow enough for Mr. Weasley to see how unnatural it was. Harry never slept on his back. He always curled up on his side, almost into a protective ball, looking peaceful but alone, as if he was trying to protect himself from the harsh world while in such a vulnerable state. The only time he relaxed from that position was when someone was near him while he slept, and both Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had, on occasion, secretly snuck up to Ron's room to sit next to Harry while he slept, just to see the tension in his features truly disappear. But Harry had never slept on his back. Arthur sat in the chair next to Harry and sadly took the boy's hand. "Hey Harry," he said quietly. "It's Mr. Weasley. Pretty much everyone wants to kill me right now for encouraging you to go on that rescue mission for Ron. They think I don't care about you. I want you to know that I do care about you, that is. I don't know how to explain what I did and I don't even know how I feel about it. But I do know how I'm feeling now. I'm so scared that you might not come out of this. I don't care much what other people think about me right now. I just care about the fact that you're here in this hospital, that you so nearly died and now are just clinging on and aren't even sure why you should hold on. I feel guilty, of course, knowing that I had a hand in this uncertainty and the whole thing itself. I can't tell you how I felt when I realized you and the Malfoy boy were still back there and that you had been caught by Death Eaters. I was just stunned. I don't think it even registered. I just took Ron to the hospital and I just knew, that you'd show up as soon as I left, perfectly fine, with some heroic tale about how you escaped, leading the Malfoy boy to safety. That's just how you are. You always come out the victor and you always make sure everyone gets back safe. That's why I just knew that with you in charge of this rescue mission, everyone would get back okay, because that's how it always goes. That's how it's supposed to go. And the fact that it didn't go like that just didn't register until maybe even until I saw you here just a few moments ago. I think I fell into the trap, the boy who lived trap. I know you're just a teenager like my kids and like every other kid your age, and I never thought I'd be one of those people who just blindly put their faith in you. No, that's not what I meant to say, because I've always had faith in you and I still have faith in you. None of it was blind. I meant to say those people who put burdens on your shoulders and stupidly believe that you're some rock that can just hold it all and never get hurt. Those people who think you're immortal. But you know, that's what I did, wasn't it? I didn't protect you like I would have of any other kid. I wouldn't even have let Hermione or Draco go if you hadn't gone along. I told you it was your job to get him back, and whether you would have or not without my encouragement isn't the point. The point is that I let you down and momentarily forgot that you were Harry, not the boy who lived. I let you down where it mattered, in the only area that ever really mattered to you. And for that, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself, he said, taking a moment to shut his eyes and stop talking in order to fight back his emotions. I guess I just wanted you to know that I do care about you, despite what you or anyone else might think. You don't have to forgive me or even talk to me ever again, but you have to come back, Harry. You have to wake up and go back to playing Quidditch in our backyard and complimenting Molly's cooking and sleeping in your curled up ball on your side. And I will never make the mistake of treating you like anything other than who you really are ever again. He paused and looked at the boy in front of him. I think your friends have it down, but some of us adults really need to start seeing you as Harry. Just Harry. Draco was sitting at Harry's bedside. The adults had all gone to get coffee, so the kids were all scattered around the room. Hermione was quietly reading, but everyone else was getting some sleep, sprawled out over the couch transfigured from a few chairs while others had laid their heads on the table to catch a few winks. Draco sighed and took Harry's hand. Hey, Har, he said quietly, ignoring Hermione's glance up at him. It's time to come back now. We're all waiting here for you. Need you okay? There, I said it. You're my first and only friend. You know that. I can't bring myself to talk about what happened until you're back. I'm not getting in trouble without you and, I just don't know how to tell Sev what happened, so I want you there with me to help me do it. So it's time to leave the place you're in and come back to us. We really miss you. Harry looked up as Draco walked in. It's time to leave here, Harry. Time to come back to us. We're all waiting for you, he said, holding out his hand. I'm scared, Harry admitted. Draco just nodded. I know. Harry took one more look around his cupboard before sighing and taking Draco's hand. Draco suddenly felt Harry's hand squeeze his weakly. The B's eyes widened. Harry? He asked breathlessly. Harry swallowed and struggled to open his eyes. That's right, Harry, come on. You can do it. Open your eyes, he encouraged excitedly. Hermione was at Harry's other side in an instant, helping Draco coax him awake. Finally, Harry blinked up at them tiredly through half-open eyes. Hey, Harry, Hermione said with a teary smile. Harry closed his eyes and swallowed before looking up at her again. Hi, he whispered hoarsely. Just the one word seemed to take a lot of effort and Harry winced as it hurt his sore throat. Don't talk, Harry. Just take it easy, Draco ordered, smiling in relief. Hermione woke up the others with a yell and called for someone to get a healer. Neville reluctantly ran from the room to fetch one. Harry, Ron cried in relief, somehow getting in there to carefully hug his friend. Ron, be careful, he just woke up from a coma, so give him some room, Hermione scolded. And Ginny, I think Harry could do without his feet being coddled right now. The redhead girl looked up through her teary smile. She had indeed latched onto Harry's feet and was dotting them through the sheet, the only part of him she could really get to with all the others crowded around. Neville burst in the door followed by a healer who quickly shooed everyone away from Harry's bed. Behind him, all the adults burst into the room led by a big black dog who quickly transformed back into Sirius. The spell Mrs. Weasley had taught Sirius had let the man know Harry was awake. The healer stepped in front of them all. Everyone out of this room, right now. Harry has just woken from a coma and I do not want you all overwhelming him. Mr. Black and Professor Snape may stay, but that is all. You will all get your time with him later. Now out, he demanded. Everyone reluctantly followed orders, promising Harry they'd be back. I'm Healer Lerman, the man informed them. Before you do anything, can I see your arm? Snape asked sternly. Callahan ended up being a Death Eater and we don't want to take that chance. Of course, the healer said, lifting up his sleeves and letting Snape check for concealing charms. Just so you know, the hospital is doing a sweep of the staff, checking for dark marks in order to not let something like that happen again. Also, I'm related to Albus Dumbledore. He asked me to look after Harry here after what happened before. Snape nodded and let the healer go about checking over Harry. The Gryffindor boy was tiredly smiling at his godfather who was holding his hand and crying with relief, thanking any god who was listening. When the healer was done checking Harry over, he assured them all that Harry was on his way to recovery, though he'd need to stay in the hospital for a little while to assure that everything was all right. Harry drifted in and out of sleep for the next few days, but as each day passed, the more he was able to stay awake for longer periods of time. Gradually, it took less effort and energy to talk with people, who all competed for time with him, especially when he was awake. The healers steadily let more people into Harry's room at a time, which had the drawback of not allowing for serious talks that took privacy. As soon as Harry had gained enough of his strength back, Draco and Harry had to tell their godfathers the entire story. Draco nervously told his godfather about what he had done. Snape made sure Draco knew he was proud of him for doing what it took to protect himself and his friend. Draco was relieved beyond words. Sirius informed Harry that he would never be letting Harry out of his sight again. So wait, let me get this straight, Snape said after they were done. Your brilliant plan was to let Harry get kidnapped by Death Eaters and hope you all could get out without anyone catching you. Draco and Harry looked at each other for a moment thoughtfully. Well, it doesn't sound as good when you say it, Draco pouted. Sirius shot Harry an incredulous look and Harry shrugged sheepishly. Well, at least I'm improving. In first year, my plans were only to go running after the bad guy and see what happened next. Now, I do escape plans, with a hint of pride in his voice. Sirius shook his head. Well, it's the end of your plan-making days, understand? No more rescue missions or battling evil of any kind, got it? He asked sternly. Harry nodded. There was a knock at the door before Remus stuck in his head with a tired smile. Is this a bad time? He asked. No, we were just listening to the full story of what happened, Sirius said, his tone clearly indicating that it was not a delightful tale. Remus shut the door and walked over to Harry, ruffling his hair fondly. How you feeling, kiddo? He asked warmly. Fine, ready to get out of here, Harry said. Harry, you can barely walk on your own. You are in no condition to leave the hospital, Snape said in exasperation. Harry rolled his eyes. Well, I thought you might all be wondering what the Order's been doing all night, Remus said, conjuring up a chair and sitting down. Everyone perked up to listen. Well, the second we got word of a dark mark we immediately checked it out. We got there just minutes after it was shot up. We guess you did that, Draco? He asked kindly. Draco nodded. It was perfect to let us know how to get there. Anyway, some of the Death Eaters immediately dissipated, but we realized that a lot of them were trying to get to this room in the center of the building. We captured quite a few who got trapped in anti-apparition warded parts of the place. But many of the Death Eaters were trying to destroy evidence in what appears to be where Voldemort and then Lucius made their plans and kept a bunch of files and such. They were smart enough not to keep certain things, but we found portkeys that led us right to their other headquarters and notes and books that Lucius used for researching the connections between the dark marks and Harry's scar. So, the Order quickly got to another one of the locations and used the information there, and some of the captured Death Eaters, to call the rest. They all apparated there to meet and, I guess, figure out what to do, and we were able to catch them by surprise and round them all up. We don't know for sure that we got all of them, but we definitely captured a great majority, including Healer Callahan. They're all awaiting trial, but they don't have much of a case to defend themselves with. Anyway, Dumbledore's looking over the notes and he says he's figured out how to disable the connection between the marks and the connection between them and your scar, Harry, and is on his way to where they're being held to do it, so the marks in your scar will now only be physical marks with no magic behind them, Remus said with a smile. Snape and Harry both looked immensely relieved. I have a question though, Harry said a bit confusedly. The healer said our Callahan had been giving me blood thinners and such, but why? I mean, I know he was a Death Eater and all, but it just seemed like it would have been a waste of time to do that sort of thing when the effects were so small. He was trying to weaken you, Snape said surely. You've been so hard to beat that they wanted to make sure they'd be able to kill you more easily while still having you seem as if you were perfectly healthy. I'm sure very few people knew about what Callahan was doing. And obviously, they were uncertain enough about whether they'd be able to kill you or not, that Callahan gave you that potion. That way, even if you escaped as usual, they'd still get their revenge and hopefully pass it off to the unknowing Death Eaters as a result of the injuries they gave you. Obviously, even that didn't work. Lucius tried not to make the Dark Lord's mistake in underestimating you, but still did nonetheless. By the way, I saw the condition of the Death Eaters. You two must have put up one hell of a fight, he said with a proud tone. Let's not talk about it anymore, Draco said in a pained voice. Harry nodded in agreement, thinking about the person he killed with the sword. It made him feel sick. He just wanted to forget about that whole night. Snape stood. Draco and I are going home. We'll come back and visit you later, Harry. Harry nodded as the two Slytherins left, Snape's arm draped over Draco's shoulder as if the bee-owned might disappear if Snape didn't keep a hold on him. Before the door closed, it was pushed open again as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley entered. Mrs. Weasley ran over and dropped some Tupperware containers on the nightstand before turning to Harry and immediately gathered him in his arms. She began half screaming at him for putting himself at risk, half thanking him for rescuing her son. Harry chuckled as the woman nearly cut off his air supply with her tight embrace. I don't trust this hospital food they're feeding you, so I brought you some soup and sandwiches and tonight I'll cook something nice for you. What would you like, dear? The moment was broken, however, when Harry noticed Sirius giving Mr. Weasley a deadly look. Get out before I strangle you with my bare hands, Sirius growled through gritted teeth. Sirius. Harry gaped at him. He looked at Remus for support, but the werewolf didn't look as if he was going to make any move to stop Sirius. Mrs. Weasley looked like she didn't quite know what to do either. She let go of Harry and stood up. Now, you two, I will not have any fighting between you, especially not in Harry's presence, she scolded. Look, Sirius, I'm sorry about what I did, but it all worked out and we have all the kids back and whatever you might think, I care about Harry, Mr. Weasley protested, but stopped when Sirius lunged at the man and punched him in the face. Mrs. Weasley screamed and even Remus seemed surprised as Mr. Weasley looked at Sirius in shock, blood trickling down from his lip. Oh my God, Sirius! Harry shouted. Stop it. You care about him. Oh really? Sirius yelled furiously, sending him off to be killed. He took another swing, but Mr. Weasley dodged it and whipped out his wand, but Sirius grabbed onto the end and pushed it away, sending a jet of light shooting into a vase, making it explode. Arthur! Mrs. Weasley screamed. Put your wand away, you're going to hurt someone. Sirius, stop this now. Remus yelled, but jumped back as another jet of sparks shot out of Mr. Weasley's wand as the two struggled for it and tried to get in punches at each other. The door swung open and the twins, Ginny and Ron, appeared in the doorway, still in shock at the scene. Harry scrambled down to the foot of the bed yelling for Sirius to stop, but his cries just blended into all the other shouting. He reached out to put a hand on Sirius's shoulder, but got in the way as Sirius threw his arm back so he'd be able to get a good punch into Mr. Weasley, and his elbow collided with the side of Harry's face. Harry fell off the foot of the bed and crashed to the floor. Harry! Mrs. Weasley shrieked. The whole scene stilled. Sirius never even followed through with the punch. As soon as he felt his elbow hit something, he turned around, praying it was Remus and not Harry, but to his horror, found his godson trying to sit up on the floor, still weak from being in a coma, holding the cheek which would soon have a bruise on it and looking up at him in shock. Sirius immediately forgot all about Mr. Weasley and hurried to Harry's side. Oh gods, Harry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were there. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I'd never hurt you on purpose, I swear, he said desperately. It's okay, Sirius, Harry muttered. Let me look, Sirius said, holding out his hand to pull Harry's away, stilling when Harry flinched at the movement. Everyone stared at them in shock before Mrs. Weasley stepped into action. She first turned to her children. You four, leave, she ordered. But Mum, Ron protested, wondering if he should tell someone about what he saw in Harry's part of the nightmare chamber. He wanted to scream at Sirius to get away from Harry. I said, go, she yelled dangerously. The four immediately left, shutting the door behind them. Now, Arthur, Sirius, apologize to each other this instant, she commanded. Sirius took one look at Harry's upset look and immediately turned to Mr. Weasley. I apologize, Arthur. Really, I was out of line, he said seriously. He wasn't sorry he'd hurt the man, but because he should never have started something like that in front of Harry and, of course, because he had hurt his godson in such a way after all Harry had been through with his relatives. Mr. Weasley nodded, casting a worried glance at Harry. I'm sorry too, Sirius, I really am. Now both of you apologize to Harry for your behavior, she said furiously. No, you don't need to, Harry started, embarrassed, but Mr. Weasley interrupted him. No, Harry, I want to tell you I'm sorry. Not only for this but for encouraging you so much to go risk yourself for Ron, he said, but Harry doubted he really meant it. It's fine, he said firmly, wanting them all to just stop talking and leave him alone. Harry, I am so sorry. I should never have done that with you here, Sirius said sincerely. You shouldn't have done it at all. It wasn't Mr. Weasley's fault, and what did you expect? Ron is his son. He'd do anything to get him back. Harry yelled, clearly upset. Well, it's not like he was offering to let any of his children go risk their lives to get him back, Sirius exclaimed, trying not to let his temper rise too high again. Of course not. They're his kids. I'm just Ron's friend. Harry, Mrs. Weasley started, but Harry cut her off. It's okay, really. I never expected to be anything more than that, he said with a reassuring smile that was tinged with sadness. Mrs. Weasley gave her husband a sharp look and Mr. Weasley looked properly ashamed. Molly, Arthur, I think we should leave Harry and Sirius to talk, Remus said, sounding doubtful of his own idea. Nevertheless, he led the two Weasley parents out. Harry, how could you just forgive him like that? He sent you on a suicide mission, Sirius exclaimed. Sirius, just think about it. What if you had a son and what happened to Ron happened to him? You would have done the same thing. You wouldn't want to lose your other kids too, because you'd love them just as much. Harry exclaimed, putting a hand to his head as he was beginning to feel lightheaded. He was still recovering, after all. Harry, I think of you as my son, Sirius said, regarding Harry worriedly. Harry sighed and looked away. If you did, you would understand how Mr. Weasley felt, he said quietly. Harry, Harry, a new voice exclaimed from the doorway. The pair looked up to see the main nurse looking over Harry. She had taken a great liking to the boy in the few days she'd gotten to know him. What are you doing out of bed? And on the floor, nonetheless. Get back in there right now. And Mr. Black, Harry needs to take his meds now, so you'll have to go so Harry can get his rest. Can you give us a few minutes? Sirius asked hopefully. We're kind of in the middle of something. I'm sorry, we have to stick to schedule, and since Harry's still toward the beginning of his recovery, it's even more vital that he gets these on time. He needs his rest in order to make a full recuperation. You can come back later though, she said kindly yet firmly. Sirius sighed and gently pulled Harry to his feet, insisting on helping the light-headed boy into bed. Harry, he whispered, looking into his godson's sad, emerald eyes, I love you, kiddo, just as much as Arthur loves Ron. Right now I can't fathom myself doing what he did, but it's quite possible that I'd do the same in his position. Your mother told me once that love makes us all hypocrites, that the greatest shame comes from the foolish things we do for those we love. I guess this is what she means. I still want to rip that man to shreds, but I promise I'll think about what you said and try to put myself in his position, okay? Harry nodded, looking at his sheet. The nurse gave Sirius a reassuring smile as she took his place, asking Harry how he was as she prepared his medications. Sirius walked dejectedly out of the room, only to be approached by a very stern-looking Ron. I need to talk to you, he said harshly. I'm sorry I hit your father, Ron, Sirius said wearily. You don't understand. I'm not happy about you hitting my dad, but that's not what I need to talk to you about, Ron said with a slight glare. Fine, Sirius relented, following Ron into an empty hospital room. The redhead closed the door behind them. I wasn't sure if I should tell you about this, but I guess I'm going to have to so you'll understand how much you just screwed up and how hard you're going to have to try to fix it, Ron said, crossing his arms and looking very unpleased. What? Sirius asked, getting a bit worried. I don't know if Harry told you, but the two of us accidentally got ourselves stuck in a psychological torture chamber called the Nightmare Chamber, which, as you might guess from its name, makes the people in it feel like they're in their worst nightmare. Harry could see mine and I could see his. Ron suddenly lost the sharp edge to his voice, and looked almost sympathetic toward Sirius. He sighed and continued. His worst nightmare was, well, it involved a lot. I didn't like him. My family rejected him, and you hated him. You tried to give him back to the Dursleys but they wouldn't take him, so you became violent. That's where a lot of Harry's injuries came from, because the Nightmare Chamber makes them sort of real or something if you let it s.k.u. in. Sirius blanched, looking in horror at Ron. What? He dreams that I hurt him. I gave him those bruises. Well, you didn't hurt him, just his dream version of you, Ron said with a helpless shrug. But, in Harry's mind, I was the one hurting him. Oh Merlin. Oh gods, he muttered. How could he ever think that? How could he ever think I'd do something like that to him? Harry's been treated like crap all his life by people who are supposed to love him, and I know that it's had a deep effect on him. Deep down, he still thinks we're all going to turn on him, not because of us, really, but more because he doesn't think he's worth it, or some crap like that. I guess if your family spends the first decade of your life drilling it into your head that you aren't worth anything, you start to believe it. I didn't tell you this to make you upset, but I want you to see how much you're hitting Harry, even though it was an accident, is going to affect him. You have to try really hard to make him realize that you're not turning into his uncle, that what just happened is never going to happen again and that you'd never ever do it on purpose. Sirius nodded, stunned. This time, you might actually want to talk to him. I think a lot of us will be giving him talks of some sort, but I really think that yours will be the one that matters the most. I will. Thank you. Ron nodded and started toward the door but paused and turned back to the man. I want him back, he said. Sirius didn't have to ask what he meant. It broke his heart to see the careless joy gone from Harry's eyes where it had been earlier in the summer. He wanted Harry back too. Harry. Harry jerked awake just as he heard Laura yell after her daughter and something landed on his chest. Harry opened his eyes and gave Anna an amused smile as she peered down into his face, looking worried. Harry, Mommy says you're sick. Are you almost better? She asked, smoothing her small hand along his forehead for some unknown reason. I am so sorry, Harry. She's been begging to see you so I was just peeking in to see if you were awake and she just ran past. Laura apologized profusely as she tried to pull Anna away, but the little girl latched onto Harry, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging onto his hair with a cry of protest. But, unfortunately, we're going to have to go soon. No, Anna, Mummy has to run an errand, Laura said to her daughter before turning to Harry. She put her hands over Anna's ears and whispered, there's this ancient potions book a friend of mine just excavated and I've been running around trying to get it translated into English as a present for Sev and I can finally pick it up today. Don't tell him yet though. Is that why you've been going out of town so much? Harry asked curiously. Laura nodded with a smile. Yeah, I couldn't take Anna with me because if she found out, she'd blurt it out to anyone who'd listen the first chance she got. But I can take her with me to pick it up and just make sure she isn't around Sev until I give it to him. She finally let Anna pull her hands away from her daughter's ears. I can watch Anna. She can just stay here with me, Harry assured Laura, wincing as Anna pulled at his hair in her attempts to latch onto him. Oh please, Mummy, please. I want to stay with Harry. Anna pleaded. Harry, you need your rest, Laura protested, and Anna's not exactly the calmest thing. It's okay. I'm awake and I haven't seen Anna for a while, Harry said as Anna loosened her grip on his hair and he was able to scoot up so he could sit against his pillows. Laura sighed, shaking her head at her daughter. Okay, if you're sure. Sev should be here in a few hours to drop in and check on you, so you can just send Anna off with him. Yeah, that'll be fine, Harry said. Yay, Anna exclaimed, burying her face in Harry's chest. Laura set down a bag. If she starts whining for food, there are snacks in there. Feel free to have anything you'd like in there for yourself, as well. Harry nodded. Laura keyed his cheek and patted his head fondly before taking her leave. Harry, I missed you, Anna said fondly, imitating her mother by patting his head. You did? Harry asked, taken aback. Dua, she said with a giggle. Sevi said you've been in bed for a very long time, so I brought toys for us to play with so you're not bored. Anna scrambled off the bed and began digging through the bag, throwing what Harry guessed was the wizarding equivalent of a few Barbies onto the bed, along with all the accessories for it. Harry's eyebrow shot up as he prayed he wouldn't actually be expected to play Barbies. He picked one up curiously, but dropped it in shock when it poked at his hand with its small wand and gave him an annoyed look. The doll stood up and shot him an indignant look before lying down and going stiff again. Harry decided these were much creepier than Barbies. Anna hopped back onto the bed with a grin. Okay, this is Diana. She likes to play with animals and has a cool bow and arrow that's. She trailed off, searching for it. Well, it's somewhere here. And this is Venus. She's the beautiful one and has the prettiest clothes. Oh, and here's my new one, Quidditch Iris. She has a broom and some of the balls. I lost one of the bludgers though. Mercury, he's a boy here he is. He can play Quidditch too. Right now he has owned hair, but watch. She ran the miniature brush through his hair and it turned black. She tapped at his face and to Harry's surprise, the doll blinked and when the eyes opened back up, they were bright green. Now he looks like you. Anna pointed out excitedly. Come on, Mercury, stand up now, she instructed the doll. Harry spent a few hours with Anna eating cookies shaped like magical creatures and following her instructions, picking out outfits for the dolls to change into and such, all of which he would never admit to anyone that he ever did. Eventually, Harry drifted off to sleep. Anna continued to make the dolls march around on his chest for a little longer before pushing them all away into the covers. She curled up next to Harry and fell asleep, her small head resting on his chest. Harry later awoke to find Anna being lifted off of him. He felt the painful marks from where his glasses were digging into the side of the face. He looked up in confusion, as it was Fred who was holding a sleeping Anna in one arm, and grabbing her bag with the other. George was sitting in the chair beside Harry's bed. Snape's here, so we're handing Anna on over to him. We need to have a chat with you, George explained, helping Harry into a sitting position. Fred soon came back into the room, and sat down on Harry's other side. Harry expected to see the jovial, mischievous expressions of the twins, but instead was met with stern looks and crossed arms, reminding him unexpectedly of Mrs. Weasley. How are you feeling? George asked in concern. Fine, Harry answered. Seeing their skeptical looks he added, I'm getting better. Harry, what were you thinking? Fred demanded. Harry blinked up at him in confusion. Huh. We said no more dangerous stuff. We shook on it. George said in frustration. You guys, Ron, you should have told us what you were doing. Ron's our brother, but so are you, Fred said seriously. We're really thankful for what you've done. First Ginny, now Ron, but you're not immortal, Harry. You could have been killed. In fact, it's a miracle you're still alive, and you don't even seem to care. George exclaimed. Well, we had a plan, Harry started to protest. That failed, Fred pointed out. No, we just had a slight hitch. It all worked out okay, Harry insisted. It all worked out okay. George exclaimed. You've just emerged from a coma that nearly killed you and the Malfoy boy, Draco, is traumatized because he had to murder his father. You were both so nearly killed. And you think that's okay? Do you think Draco's really traumatized? Harry asked worriedly. The twins looked at him incredulously. Fred seized Harry by the shoulders, causing the raven-haired boy to yelp in surprise, but Fred just looked him searchingly in the eyes. Harry, do you seriously not get how important you are? Do you seriously not care about yourself? Do you seriously not care that you nearly died? Fred asked with slight horror. Sure, I care about myself, he said without much conviction, but I didn't die. I'm fine. It's not that big of a deal. I've done this sort of thing before and nobody reacted like this. You guys used to send me candy and toilet seats when I did stuff like this, so I don't understand why you're yelling at me now, he said with sincere confusion. The twins were struck speechless. Harry was right. He had drastically risked his life for others every year in Hogwarts and no one had told him it was wrong until the cancer. In fact, they had all congratulated him for it. By not scolding Harry for it previously, it had been a message to him that it wasn't a big deal, that his life and safety weren't big deals in comparison to everyone else's. They had unknowingly helped drill in the boy who lived title into Harry, making the boy think that's all he was to other people. We were stupid, Fred said finally. Complete morons, George added. We should have been yelling at you since your first year. Because it's not your job to rescue people or play hero all the time. And we don't want you to do it. We want you to be done with all this. We want you to just have a normal life from now on. Or as normal of a life as you can have being practically family with us. No more. Boy who lived. Only Harry. Deal. They concluded simultaneously. I'll try, Harry offered. What is this? Try. Fred asked, acting shocked. There is no try here. This is a do or don't situation and you have to promise us that you won't do this kind of stuff anymore. I can't promise that, Harry said apologetically. At the twins' upset expressions he went on. Well, I can't. Every time I think this stuff is over, it's not. I'll always be a target and that makes people around me targets just because they're associated with me. Harry, it's not your job to play hero all the time. A distressed George protested. It is when it's the only way. It's my fault these things happen in the first place, so it's my job. Harry. Fred interrupted sharply. Don't be ridiculous. It's not your fault any of this stuff happens. Ron got kidnapped as a trap for me, Harry pointed out. The whole school nearly got slaughtered because Voldemort was after me. Cedric. Harry, those things aren't your fault. You can't actually think those things are your fault. George said in frustration. It's not your fault psychopaths are always after you just because a curse backfired when you were one. Look, what would you have done if you had been in my position? What would you do if you knew that you could get Ron back and you were the only chance he had? What if you found out something bad was going to happen in the school, but nobody would listen to you? Would you try to stop it or just let it happen? Fred and George were silent. But why is it always you? Fred asked with a sigh. Harry thought about the question for a second. Aside from the whole boy who lived thing, I guess it's because I'm nosy, he concluded with a laugh. Because when things start going on, Hermione, Ron and I can't let it go and have to figure it out, especially Hermione. At least that's how it started out. Okay. New rules. George jumped in. First of all, no more being nosy. Second, if you are ever being nosy or planning on doing something stupid or anything like that, you have to tell us, okay? You have to promise. Harry hesitated. Harry. Fred exclaimed. Well, you guys would stop me from doing whatever I was going to do. Harry said helplessly. You bet your ass we would. Ow. What my dear brother was trying to say, Fred said with a glare at George, who was rubbing his forehead where the piece of candy Fred had thrown at him had hit, is that if you absolutely had to go on some crazy heroic escapade, we would want to make sure it would be as safe as possible for you and help you with it. Liar. Harry said with a grin. Okay, fine. I'm lying, Fred admitted, but look, Harry, maybe in the past you've been swept up in all these messes, but from now on, it's not your job to do this stuff. Let someone else do it. It doesn't have to be you. Harry, you've done enough heroic stuff in your life, okay? You're done. You've already died for Merlin's sake. We can't take it anymore. I hate coming to hospitals and hospital wings all the time because you're in there once again. You don't know what you do to us when you do this sort of thing. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry about things that are already done, it's useless. Just don't do them again, George implored. Harry nodded. All right, well, it looks as if you can use some rest, so we'll leave you to it, Fred said, getting up and ruffling Harry's hair fondly. The twins left the room and exchanged a knowing look. They were going to need to do some serious work on Harry's self-esteem, and they would make that kid have a sense of self-worth if it was the last thing they did. Harry looked up as Ginny walked into the room with a smile. He immediately began struggling to sit up, and she hurried to his side to help prop up his pillows, causing Harry to blush. Thanks, Gin, he said with a shy smile. You're welcome. Now budge over, she said, sliding into the bed next to him. She gasped and then pulled out a small plastic bow and arrow out from underneath her. Harry, have you been playing with Diana dolls? You've found me out, Harry joked. My secret passion. He smiled tiredly and leaned back against his pillows. I'd watch out. I think Anna brought more stuff in here than she took out. I woke up earlier to the pain of Quidditch Iris and her broom jabbing into my shin. Ginny chuckled and set the plastic toy on the dresser. There was a long silence before Ginny turned and pulled Harry into a hug, despite the awkward position. Ginny, are you all right? Harry asked worriedly. She pulled away and turned her body around so she was kneeling on the bed facing him. She looked directly into his eyes. Harry, I don't want to do this anymore, this trying to pretend I just want to be your friend when the entire world knows that's just ridiculous. Harry, don't you get it? I'm crazy about you, she said seriously. Don't feel obligated to feel any particular way about me. I swear I won't set my brothers on you. I just wanted you to know because I suddenly wasn't sure if you did know. Harry looked at her, slightly shell-shocked before looking down at his lap. Ginny, you deserve so much better than me, he said, looking up at her with sadness in his eyes before looking away again. Don't get me wrong, Ian. Well, I like you more than a friend, a lot more than a friend, he said, sounding very flustered, blushing at how stupid he sounded. But I'm such a mess and everything around me is a mess and everything I touch becomes a mess, and you could be with someone who's so much better and perfect and human messy, he finished lamely. Ginny chuckled at his comment and lifted his chin with her fingers so his eyes met hers. Harry, think of who you're talking to. You know my family and what my house looks like. We're already chaotic and I wouldn't have it any other way. Besides, don't you think I already know your life can be messy at times? I want to be part of your mess, if you want me there, that is. Harry blinked at her in disbelief. You do. Are you sure? It's really messy. And dangerous. And so is the twins' room, but that's never stopped me from going in there to get what I want, Ginny said with a grin. Harry grinned as well. Are you really? Really? Oh, shut it, Harry, Ginny said, leaning in and capturing Harry's lips in hers. I've never been surer in my life, she whispered against his mouth. Good, he whispered back before sliding a hand up to the side of her face and, somewhat shyly, dotting her again. Ahem, somebody cleared their throat from the other side of the room. The two shot apart and whipped their heads toward the doorway to find Healer Lerman standing there with an amused expression. It's time for some potions for you, Harry, including a nice sleeping potion. Now? Harry asked incredulously. Yes, now. As romantic as hospital rooms are, there will be no premarital, underage say. On my ward, especially right after you've emerged from a coma, Harry, he said with a look that was stern yet joking at the same time. Harry's jaw dropped and he blushed furiously. Ginny blushed as well but laughed. We didn't, Harry stuttered. That's what they all say, Healer Lerman teased, handing Harry a few cups, waiting to make sure Harry drank them all. Now, I'd say you two have about a minute left of snogging time before Harry here is passed out. Have fun, he chuckled as he left the room. Harry was already beginning to feel the effects of the potion as he looked over to Ginny, who was grinning at him in amusement. So this is really romantic, huh? Harry asked with a tired smile. A minute after we get together and I'm falling asleep. And who could dream of a better setting? Ginny chuckled as she helped Harry settle down, adjusting his pillows. White walls, hospital staff barging around, monitoring spells making strange beeping noises in the background. Well, at least I've got my most stylish outfit on, Harry joked, gesturing to his striped hospital pajamas. Yet you're still gorgeous, Ginny said with a smile, leaning down and dotting him quickly, finding his surprised look at the compliment too adorable to resist. I'll keep from telling everyone about all this for a while so you can focus on getting better rather than people harassing you about this, okay? Harry nodded sleepily. Ginny laid down next to him and the two turned toward each other, Harry's eyes struggling to stay open. Ginny removed his glasses and placed them on the nightstand before lightly running her finger up and down the side of his face until his breathing evened out. I love you, Harry, she whispered to the sleeping boy. Never doubt that. Harry scooted up in bed as Healer Lerman came in to look him over. Hey, Harry, how's it going? He asked as he took Harry's arm and prepped it for taking some blood. Fine. How soon can I get out of here? He asked as usual. Very soon. You're making a good recovery. But you're going to have to take it easy, of course. Yeah, Harry said dismissively. He'd had the lecture multiple times before. After the healer had checked over Harry, he smiled down at the raven-haired boy. You have quite the family, you know, the man said with a grin. An animagus, a potions master, a werewolf, Slytherins, Gryffindors, a Hufflepuff, redheads, owned, brunettes, witches, wizards, muggles, a bunch of adults, a bunch of teenagers and a little girl. Oh, they're not my family. The closest is Sirius. He's my godfather, but my real family's either dead or would die before coming to see me, Harry said with a sad sort of chuckle. The healer sat down on the edge of his bed. When you were flatlining, you had your friend Ron screaming and crying in here looking as if he would die if you did. Outside this door, everyone else was fighting like you'd never believe to get to you. Now, despite any animosity between each other, they're helping each other and working together because you are more important to them than anything. Everyone out there loves you like crazy and needs you in their own way, even if it might not always be obvious. It doesn't matter if they're related to you by blood. They may come from different backgrounds, have different ideals, and look very different from you and each other, but each of them has a part of them that would die if you did, and that is what family truly is. The healer winked at him and left the room, giving Harry a lot to think about. Harry stepped out of the fireplace into the living room of the lighthouse. He had finally been released from the hospital. Sirius stepped out right behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Happy to be home. Tonight you'll be able to sleep in your own bed and eat normal food rather than that scary hospital stuff, even though I know that occasionally my cooking can be just as frightening, Sirius said with a smile. I like your cooking, Harry said quietly. I should go unpack, he said, heading toward the stairs. Wait, Har, what do you want for dinner? It can be anything you like, and if we don't have it, I'll order some takeout. Anything is fine, Harry said with a strained smile before heading up the stairs. He made his way to his room and shut the door behind him. He looked around and took a deep breath. It should have felt good to be home, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't supposed to be there, that he didn't belong. In the hospital, they had all insisted that it would be different now, but he doubted it would. The healer said he had almost died, but Ron had talked him out of it. He never got up the courage to ask Ron what he had said to make Harry change his mind, not wanting to face questions about why he had almost chosen to leave. He remembered something about a dark place and his parents and something holding him back, but that was it. He wished he could remember what had happened with his parents. What if they had said something to him that he should be remembering? The healer had said anything he might have dreamed was just that, a dream, but how did he really know? Maybe Harry had been so close to death that his parents had actually managed to communicate with him and he couldn't even remember. He grabbed a framed picture of his parents off his nightstand and sank down to the floor, leaning against his bed. His parents smiled and waved at him. James tickled Lily's sides and the redhead laughed before spinning around and smacking James's arms to make him stop. The two hugged and then looked back at Harry, smiling at him again. He could have been with them. Harry set down the picture and brought his knees to his chest. He put his face in his arms and began to quietly cry. Why had he chosen to come back only to face the nightmares again? Why come back to people that didn't even want him? Suddenly, he felt a hand on his back and he jerked his head up to find Sirius crouched down next to him, looking at him sadly. Sirius. Harry stammered, trying to wipe away the tears and stop the rest from coming. Shush, Harry, come here, he said, pulling Harry gently into a fatherly embrace. Harry stiffened, waiting for it to be over, but Sirius just held him, and after he realized Sirius wasn't going away anytime soon, Harry couldn't stop the tears anymore. I'm sorry, Sirius, he sobbed hysterically. I'm sorry I wasn't a better godson. I'm sorry I broke your rules. I'm sorry I disappointed you. I'm sorry for being a stupid burden. I'm sorry for keeping you from living the life you wanted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll move back to the Dursleys, so you can have your life back, or I can be more like my father if you want. LL, do whatever you want, I just don't know what you want me to do. He was crying harder than he ever had in his entire life, everything that had been weighing on his mind rushing to the surface to feed the flood, and he couldn't seem to stop talking either. I don't want you to hate me like the Dursleys do. I thought they loved me and I was so stupid to think that. But now I can't tell. I can't tell, and everyone who said they cared about me really doesn't, and I'm just so confused I don't know who to believe because everyone lied. You all lied. Harry, Sirius said, now crying as well. Harry, I never lied to you. I do love you and I would never, ever send you back to the Dursleys. I don't want you to be like James. I want you here and I want you the way you are, he insisted. Harry wrenched himself away from Sirius and fell back into his dresser, still weeping. Please, just stop lying to me. I can't take it anymore, he screamed. Sirius crawled over and grabbed his protesting godson and pulled him back to his chest. I'm not lying, Harry. I swear to you. Please trust me. I love you. Harry shook his head wildly. I'm a freak, Sirius. I'm a freak. You can't love me. You can't want me around. It doesn't work that way. I'm just ruining your life like I ruin everyone else's. He sobbed helplessly. Harry, listen to me, Sirius said firmly, holding Harry by the shoulders so he could look into his godson's face, which was contorted in emotional agony. You are not a freak. Whatever the Dursleys hammered into your head is complete and utter dragon shit. Everything negative they ever said to you was complete crap. Harry shook his head. You're wrong. I'm weak and whiny and arrogant and nobody wants me around. I'm no use to anyone anymore now that I don't have the wandless magic and extra power thing. Now I'm just leeching off everyone's happiness and I don't want to do that. I don't. He took a shuddering breath as tears rolled down his face. I'm annoying, and he let out a sob. An embarrassment. And I know that everyone's sticking around me because they feel obligated or they pity me or something. And Sirius cut him off, once again hugging him. Harry, no. No. Merlin, no. Listen to me. You have so many people who care about you, Harry, but I won't speak for them right now. I'll speak for myself. Your wandless magic thing doesn't matter. You're a very strong wizard, even without all that extra stuff, and that extra magical energy was brought on by you having cancer, so I'm more than happy it's gone. Besides, your use is not to go around saving the world, it's to be you and to be happy and to be my godson. I would love you just as much if you were a squib. I don't give a damn about how powerful your magic is. You're not leeching off my happiness, Harry, you are my happiness. You are what chases away my bad thoughts and dreams. You are the reason I've been able to move past Azkaban and that whole horrible nightmare. You are not annoying and never an embarrassment. I love you as if you were my own son. Harry nodded but looked skeptical as he began to calm down, sniffling and occasionally hiccuping as he tried to control his tears. Harry, one day when I tell you I love you, you're going to believe it and you're going to know it's true, Sirius promised quietly as Harry pulled away, wiping his face on his sleeve. What if I turn out like my uncle? Harry asked quietly. What? Sirius asked, completely taken aback at the ridiculous inquiry. They say this sort of thing continues, Harry said, a bit hysterically. They say if you get abused the chances are good you'll be abusive yourself. It's that whole cycle thing. I might end up like that. Harry, don't be ridiculous. Sirius exclaimed. Wait, is this why you've been refusing to babysit Anna? I don't want to hurt her, Harry said tearfully, looking away. I don't want to hurt anyone. Sirius put his fingers under Harry's chin and turned his face back so Sirius could look Harry in the eye. You are nothing like your uncle, he said slowly and deliberately. You are nothing like him. But what if I? You won't. Sirius cut him off firmly. You don't have that in you. Sirius, I've killed 2 people. Harry protested. Voldemort and a Death Eater, both of whom were trying to kill you. It was self-defense and self-sacrifice, not something you wanted to do. Harry sniffed and wiped some of the tears from his face. I'm sorry for everything, he said quietly. Harry, listen to me. Yes, I'm upset you went after Ron without telling me. Yes, I'm upset that you risked your life. But, it's because I care about you so much. It would destroy me if I lost you again. Harry blinked up at him in surprise. He numbly shook his head. Yes, Harry, it would, Sirius insisted. When you died, my life just lost all meaning. The entire time, I just sat next to your body lying there on Dumbledore's huge bed. I didn't eat or sleep, I just sat there, wishing I could die too. Don't say that, Harry whispered. It's true. I think Remy's the only thing that kept me from doing anything drastic. You hadn't even seen your room, Sirius trailed off, getting emotionally worked up at the memory. I love my room, Harry offered. I wanted it to be perfect when I was working on it. I just felt that if I made it perfect, you'd want to stay in it forever, you'd never want to leave it, and therefore you never would. You'd just stay here forever with me, and you could just be my godson, and we'd just talk and eat in this room and never leave. You'd never leave. Sounds nice, Harry said quietly with a sniff. Sirius smiled at him fondly. Yeah, it would be nice, but that's not the way life works. If I hid you away from the world, you wouldn't get to experience all the good parts of life. I'm sick of the rest of the world, Harry said angrily. All they care about is drama. They're addicted to it, and they don't care about the people it's happening to. I'm sick of playing hero to people who want me to beat the bad guys but find it almost more exciting when my name's smeared in the dirt. They stick me up so high on this pedestal that of course I'm going to fall. Are you still talking about the public in general, or maybe people closer to you? Sirius asked knowingly. Harry opened his mouth to speak but then changed his mind and just shrugged, looking out the window. Maybe people like me? He asked sadly. Harry looked over at him in surprise. No, I didn't mean. Harry, Sirius said gently, look, I need you to know that despite what you might think, I do not wish you were more like James. Harry immediately looked away. I know I've been constantly commenting on how you aren't like him, but I swear to you that it was just out of surprise, Sirius insisted firmly. I've just been seeing more and more how different you two are, which is just interesting because you two look so similar and are, of course, so closely related. I never was disappointed in the fact though. Harry looked up at him with a glint of hopefulness in his eyes. Okay, the rest of today's going to be one long talk. Let me go order some AL delivery and get my list. List? Harry asked, allowing himself to be helped to his feet. I made a list of things I wanted to talk to you about, really talk to you about, so I don't forget anything, Sirius said with a tinge of embarrassment. Wow, that's really nerdy, Harry teased, but the thankful look on his face pushed all of Sirius's doubts away. Harry, please. I am never nerdy. I am the essence of all things cool and suave, Sirius said matter-of-factly. Harry snorted with laughter and Sirius ruffled his hair indignantly before slinging an arm over his shoulder and leading him downstairs for a very overdue talk. Harry jerked awake from another nightmare about his uncle. He was shaking and sweating as he looked wildly around his room. He fumbled for his lamp and switched it on, making sure the tall shadows were nothing more than bits of furniture and such. He shakily put on his glasses and hugged his knees to his chest. Suddenly, his door opened and Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. Sirius padded into the room and Harry looked at him in surprise. Siri, what are you doing up here? How did you fix the squeaky stair? He blurted out in bewilderment. Ah, I thought that might have been how you've been knowing when I'm coming. Yes, I fixed it. Now, what was your nightmare about? Sirius asked, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Harry blinked at him owlishly. I didn't have a. Harry, Please let me help you. I could go through and guess what it was about, but it would be a lot easier if you told me, Sirius said. Harry paused uncertainly. My uncle, he murmured. Ah, the king of bastards himself, Sirius nodded. Harry looked up at him in surprise. Where did it take place? It started out here. He came out of my closet, Harry admitted, looking at his lap. And then I was back at Privet Drive in my cupboard. And what was he doing? Sirius continued to prod patiently. He had finally realized that Harry needed the questions. Harry shrugged, not looking at his godfather. The same stuff he always did. Yelling and other stuff. He was hurting you, Sirius prompted. Harry nodded with a sigh. I know it's stupid. I don't know why I'm still having these stupid dreams, I should be over it. Harry, it's not stupid. Of course it's still affecting you. The Dursleys didn't only physically abuse you but they mentally abused you your entire life. Don't shake your head, Harry, it's true. They neglected you and treated you horribly. But that's because they were scum, Harry, not you. They hated me, Harry said quietly. I embarrassed them. Well, you make me proud every day, Sirius said sincerely. Harry looked up with such a thankful look in his eyes for the compliment that Sirius's heart melted and he immediately pulled Harry into a fatherly embrace. He finally pulled away and ruffled Harry's hair. Want to come stay in my room tonight? I have a huge bed made for about 5 people, he said, trying to make it sound enticing. No, I'm fine, Harry said with a weak smile. Sirius didn't miss his eyes flicker to the closet. Okay, he said, remaining sitting on the bed. Well, I'm going to stay here until you get to sleep. Sirius, I'm fine, really. I'm never going to be able to get back to sleep with you watching me, Harry said with a blush. All right, but I'll know if you don't go back to sleep. And Harry, I want you to come to me if you ever need anything, okay? My door's always open, even if it's just that you don't want to spend the night alone, okay? Sirius said intently. Harry nodded and settled down under the covers. An hour later, Sirius knew Harry had not yet gone back to sleep and went back upstairs. Despite Harry's protests, Sirius sat next to Harry until the tired boy drifted off to sleep only 5 minutes after Sirius had come in. Sirius continued this every time Harry couldn't sleep or woke from a nightmare. Gradually, Harry began sleeping through the nights on his own, and on the nights he couldn't, he stopped protesting when Sirius offered to stay until Harry fell asleep. One night, Sirius woke knowing that Harry had. As usual, he waited a little while to see if Harry would come to him, and just when he was sitting up to go to him, he looked up to see Harry standing in his doorway, looking like he was having an internal debate with himself. Hey kiddo, Sirius said, making Harry jump. Come on. He nodded toward the spot on the bed next to him. Are you sure? Harry said, shifting uncomfortably. Harry, of course I'm sure. Harry patted his way over and unsurely climbed into the bed. Close up. Sirius could see that Harry had been crying and was still on the verge of doing so. Harry, come here, Sirius said, sitting up slightly against the pillows. Harry suddenly burst into tears and buried his face into his godfather's chest as Sirius rubbed his back comfortingly. Harry, shush, it's okay. Tell me what's wrong, he said gently. I'm so sorry about everything. I don't mean to make you upset or angry. I just want you to like me and I promise not to break the rules again. I don't mean to be bad. I'll be better, I swear. Please don't give me back to the Dursleys, Harry sobbed, gripping onto Sirius's nightshirt. Oh Merlin, Harry, you're not bad. I do like you and I would never give you back to the Dursleys, Sirius said in horror, tightening his grip around Harry as the younger boy cried. Was this in a dream? Did you dream I tried to give you back to the Dursleys? You tried but they wouldn't take me so you got mad, Harry admitted sorrowfully. I'm sorry I dreamed that. Did you dream that I hurt you? Sirius asked with a pained expression. Harry paused. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I just dream it every once in a while, he apologized desperately. Harry, I swear to you, I would never hurt you. I'd give my life for you, Sirius said firmly. I know, I'm sorry. It's not just you so please don't be offended. Everyone hates me in my dreams, he said, sounding haunted. Well, In real life, you have a whole bunch of people who love you, including myself. You're like my son, and I wish you were every single day, Sirius reassured him. Harry began to calm down. Thank you, he whispered with a sniff. I'm sorry. Harry, stop apologizing for things you don't need to apologize for. I'm glad you came to me, Sirius said sincerely. I will always be here for you, no matter what, until the day I die, and even then I'll be keeping my eye on you. I don't want you to die, Harry murmured, sounding scared. Well, I don't want you to die either, which is why the two of us are going to take it easy on the danger for the rest of our lives. No more crazy adventures, no more playing hero, no more revenge, deal. Deal, Harry murmured tiredly, laying his head on Sirius's chest as Dudley used to do with his father when they were younger. As a child, Harry had occasionally run to his aunt and uncle's room for comfort when his cupboard wasn't locked, but was always immediately sent back. A few times, he'd just watched miserably from the doorway as Dudley scrambled into the larger bed and curled up with his parents, his heart aching. Harry stiffened and pulled away. Sorry, Siri, I'm acting like a 5-year-old, he said sadly. Don't be ridiculous, Harry, Sirius said, reassuring him. Besides, not only did you miss out on your childhood, but I missed out on raising you. We have a lot of childhood to make up for. Harry smiled and settled back down against his godfather, feeling instantly comforted. Your parents would be so proud of you, Sirius commented softly after a few moments of silence. Harry glanced up at him skeptically before looking away. Not if they saw me when I was at the Dursleys. I turn into a cowering mess when I'm around my uncle. Hell, I still do even when I dream about him, Harry said in self-disgust. Harry, it's okay to be afraid. Everyone's afraid of something. Your parents would be proud of you for everything you've become, fears included, Sirius said comfortingly. What are you afraid of? Harry asked curiously. Swear not to tell anyone. Not even Moony? He asked after a moment's hesitation. Harry looked up in surprise. Swear. Cats, Sirius said with a slight shudder. Harry couldn't help but laugh. You're afraid of cats. But your animagus form is a dog. Yes, I know. That's why nobody can know. There must have been some serious miscalculation there when the spell decided I'd make a good dog. I'm the only dog that runs from cats rather than chasing after them, he said sheepishly. Of course, I'll put on a brave front in front of others, but inside I'm just a shaking mess, and if it comes near me I find an excuse to get away. Luckily most cats will run off as soon as I bark, so my friends never really knew. But I've had a few times where I've gotten really close to one or had one chase after me, and I become ashamed to the canine kind. So I just tell people I'm allergic to them. I'll make sure Hermione not to bring Crookshanks around, Harry said with a tired smile. Thanks, kiddo. So, afraid of anything else? Sirius asked mischievously. Well, I don't like small spaces and thunderstorms seem to get to me for some reason, Harry admitted quietly. What about you? Snakes and sharks. I know you're great amigos with all the lovely snakes out there, but it's harder for the rest of us to convince them not to sink their fangs into our nice juicy ankles, and sharks, you know how when you're swimming in the ocean and you can't see anything through the water. Don't you ever all of a sudden wonder what's underneath you? Harry was silent for a moment. I've never been to the beach. The Dursleys went all the time, but they never took me. I can't swim very well anyways, so it's probably best that they didn't take me or I would have probably drowned, he said with a slight pain in his voice that he was obviously trying to hide. Well, I'll take you to the beach, though I'm not swimming out deep in the water where all the large carnivorous sea creatures like to find their meals. You've swum in the swimming hole, though, right? Sirius asked. Harry nodded tiredly. Yeah. But I've never been in anything bigger except for the second task in the Tri-Wizard tournament, but I could breathe underwater for that. I can swim, sort of, but not well. Well, I'll teach you how, Sirius vowed. Harry looked up at him and thanked him with a smile. Sirius started quietly telling him about a time the Marauders had gone to the beach with Lily and her friends. And of course we didn't realize the tide had been getting steadily higher and closer to us. So, after they buried me completely in the sand, this wave came. They saw it coming and tried to pull me out, but they'd packed me down too much. It wasn't a huge wave or anything, but it was freezing. And when the wave went back out, there were all these little sand crabs it had left on the sand on my stomach and they started burrowing in. Oh Merlin, Harry, I could feel them get through the sand and hit my skin and, it was so disturbing. I was screaming and wriggling, which just made it harder for them to pull me out and suddenly all the water disappeared, being ked into the ocean. That's when you know there's a really big one coming. So the girls dropped to their knees and began digging as fast as they could, looking behind me with this look of horror on their faces, so I looked around and there was the largest wave I've ever seen in my life, I'm not joking. So finally, Remy and James went behind me and were able to lift me out of the sand and we all ran as hard as we could, screaming as the wave crashed down behind us. We didn't get caught in it, thank Merlin, but it did knock our feet out from under us. And now you're asleep, having missed the whole second half of my story, but it's alright, because, as Mooney always says, I enjoy listening to myself talk, he chuckled fondly, stroking the black mop of hair with his fingers. Harry had an arm thrown over him and his head was settled comfortably on Sirius's chest, allowing his godfather's presence to keep the nightmares at bay. You know, kiddo, I think we're going to be alright. I think we're going to be a really good family, you and I. And Mooney, of course, as godfather number 2. A bit of a strange family, but really great. I promise you that much, Harry. Sirius fell asleep soon after, an arm loosely wrapped around his godson's shoulders. Remus and Harry were sitting together on the living room couch while Sirius was attempting to make tea after his first batch somehow exploded, though nobody could understand how. Thus was the magic of Sirius's cooking. Well, I probably should get going, Remus said with a sad smile. Where do you have to go? Harry asked. Remus chuckled. Home. Thank Merlin we're getting a break from the order. For a while, that seemed like all my life was. Can't you stay here then? Harry asked hopefully. He didn't know why, but Harry had felt closer to Remus ever since he'd been in his coma. He had a feeling that Remus didn't really want to go home, though he wasn't sure where he got that idea. Remus gave him an almost suspicious look. Do you remember anything I said to you when you were in your coma? No, I don't remember anything people said, he trailed off, giving Remus the impression that he was leaving something out. But, he prompted. Harry sighed. I have these vague feelings I think, and I could be completely wrong, but I feel like my parents were there, like maybe I talked to them or saw them but I can't remember. Harry, Remus started sympathetically. Harry looked up at him almost pleadingly. What if I'm not just imagining it? What if I did talk to them and can't remember? He asked, clearly getting upset. Remus put an arm around Harry's shoulders and gave him a comforting smile. I don't know if you did or not, but if you did, I'm pretty sure I could tell you what they would have said. Harry looked at him a little warily. You're going to get sappy, aren't you? Remus laughed. Yup. They would have said how proud of you they are, and that as much as they'd like to be with you, you need to stop these crazy, risky escapades because it is definitely not your time yet. They would have said how much they miss you and how much of your mother you have in your personality, even if you have James's physical looks. And maybe to be wary of Sirius's cooking, Harry said with a sly grin. The two chuckled as Sirius called from the kitchen, did someone say something bad about my cooking again? Of course not. The two called back. Don't beat yourself up over this, Harry. One day you'll be able to talk to them as much as you want, and until then you get Sirius for apparent good luck, Remus joked. Harry grinned. Well, I have you too, so I think I'll be okay. Yeah, but Padfoot's your godfather, Remus pointed out. Well yeah, but you pretty much are too. Sirius is just here more often and is more emotional, where you're more of the practical, responsible, talk to me, parent figure. Remus stared at Harry momentarily, digesting his words, before grabbing him into a hug that Harry returned in confusion. Remy, are you okay? Harry asked, looking up at him as if trying to figure out if he should be concerned. I'm really good actually, he said with a grin. Oh no, you've been hanging out with Siri too long, haven't you? Voila, Sirius announced, carrying in a tray of steaming cups from the kitchen. I have created tea. Remus and Harry warily took the cups they were offered. Oh come on, this is good now. Sirius assured them. Of course it won't be as good as Harry's tea, but I didn't try anything magical this time, so no more explosions, perfectly safe for drinking. The two cautiously sipped their tea and were relieved to find that it was fine. Yeah, I told you, Sirius said smugly, plopping down in a chair and sipping his own tea. Sirius and Remus soon began reminiscing about their Hogwarts days, as they often did, and Harry succumbed to the pull of sleep. Sirius lowered his voice and pointed to his sleeping godson. Remus looked down at Harry, whose head was resting on Remus's upper arm. Looks like we bored him to sleep, Sirius said with a grin. Not hard to do when you're doing most of the talking, Remus teased. Sirius shot a playful glare at his friend. I take it you put his medicine in his tea? Remus guessed. Sirius nodded. He wouldn't have taken it otherwise, since he knows it puts him to sleep. He's like a little kid, wanting to stay up with the big kids. Or at least one big kid, Remus interjected mischievously. Better a big kid than a big. Sirius scrambled to think of an insult to Remus that wouldn't implicate himself as well. That's right. No good comebacks. That's a real shocker, Remus teased. Sirius laughed. I guess we'd better put him to bed, Sirius said, starting to get up. Remus's head shot up, looking almost alarmed. Can't he just stay here for a little while? After all, you said he sleeps better with people near him, right? Remus said hurriedly. Sirius caught the almost desperate tone in his best friend's voice and suddenly understood something about Remus he hadn't even given much thought to before. Sure. I think Harry would like that, he said, sitting back down. He watched as his friend maneuvered Harry so he was lying down, his head settled on Remus's lap. The werewolf levitated a blanket over to him and affectionately covered Harry with it. He gently removed Harry's glasses and set them on the nightstand. Remus, what would you say about moving in with Harry and I? Sirius asked. Remus looked up at his friend, taken aback. Me move in? Yeah, I've been thinking about it, he stretched the truth. He had been thinking about it, at least for the past minute or so, and I would really like it if you moved in. You could have the guest room and do whatever you like with it. But you and Harry, Remus started. I think Harry would really like the idea. Besides, I could use your help with him, your advice. I think Harry could really use your help too, when mine's not enough or I'm doing something wrong or I don't know how to help him. He doesn't understand that people love him and it's going to take a lot to change that. He needs to have people who love him around him as much as possible. Besides, I have to start realizing that I can't do this all on my own, as much as I'd like to say I could. You're the one that hasn't screwed up with him. Merlin knows Snape and I have on several occasions, and as much as he loves Molly and Arthur, he's never gone to them for anything and I don't think he ever will. Yeah, Remus said sadly, especially after what Arthur did recently. But I guess even before then, they were too closed off, already having their own family. That's one of Harry's problems, I think. The Dursleys pounded it into him so much that he was intruding on their family and shut him out so much that he feels like he could never be a part of an already formed family, he'd feel like he was intruding. See, this is why we need you. You can be part of this helter-skelter family we're patching together. Harry needs that. He needs you. You can understand things like this and make these connections that I can't just see like you can. I just don't have experience with the family stuff, and I'm learning, but it's going to take time and Harry can't afford to have me screw up again and have nobody to turn to. But Sirius, you realize if Harry turns to me for things, the reality is that he may develop a closer relationship with me than you. I'm not saying it's anything personal, but Harry's at a stage where he's testing out all these new familial relationships and he's going to cling to someone, and just by having me here increases the chances that it could be me, just because I'm here, do you see? Remus said practically. I understand, and I want to have a close relationship with Harry, of course, more than anything, but I've realized that it's not as important as Harry's well-being, so if you can help him more than I can and if a relationship with you benefited him more than one with me, then I wouldn't fight you on it, Sirius said gravely. I don't ever want Harry to be in that dark place he's been in lately again. You know that's only a remote possibility, Siri. Harry loves you so much. Remy. I know, Sirius interrupted. We'll just have to see how things go and do what's best for Harry. Now back to the subject at hand. Remus looked down at the sleeping boy. He lifted his head again and smiled unsurely at his friend. Well, I could still keep my house to go to for transformations and to go to once in a while when you two need bonding time. And I can go there if you and Harry want bonding time, Sirius pointed out. I mean, we're really both practically his godfathers, it just happens that I have the title because of that legal garbage about werewolves and children, which we both know is a load of crap. Remus grinned with more happiness than he'd felt in a very long time. Do you really think Harry would like that? Hey Har, Sirius called. Harry murmured without opening his eyes, still basically asleep. What do you think about Remus coming to live with us? Sirius asked, knowing what Harry's answer would be already. Harry nodded sleepily against Remus's lap. Good, he mumbled. All right Har, you can go back to sleep now, Remus said with a light chuckle, running his fingers soothingly through Harry's messy locks, but Harry was already out. Well, Harry living with two bachelors isn't exactly a normal home life, Remus mused. Yeah, but think of what he had before, Sirius said darkly. It doesn't matter if it's not conventional parenting as long as we can start fixing all the damage those relatives of his caused. Remus nodded in agreement. There's a lot of damage to undo, he commented sadly. Which is why he can use all the help he can get. The two men looked down at the boy they each regarded as a son and then up at each other. He'll be fine, Remus said confidently. Give it time and some work and I really think he's going to be fine. I think we're all going to be fine now, Sirius said, taking a sip of tea. Sirius landed the motorcycle on the dirt road leading to the burrow, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Harry grinned and jumped off the bike. Whoa, Harry, wait up, Sirius called as Harry began running toward the burrow. Harry stopped and spun around. Hurry up, Padfoot, Harry said impatiently, I want to show Ron your motorcycle. Sirius chuckled and caught up with his godson, ruffling his hair. Siri, Harry whined, quickly smoothing his hair back into place. Sirius threw an arm around his godson's shoulders and the two walked up to the burrow together. Harry bounded up the steps and knocked. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said fondly as she opened the door, pulling him into a motherly hug. It's good to see you up and about. You've always been one for quick recoveries. But I still want you to take it a bit easy, all right? All right, Mrs. Weasley. I just wanted to show Ron Sirius's motorcycle. He's here, isn't he? Of course, dear. He's in the kitchen, she said, stepping aside to allow the two into the house. Thanks, Harry said brightly before hurrying to the kitchen. He flung open the door and stilled in shock as a flash went off. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, Draco, who was holding Anna, Eloise, Neville, and Coda were all standing under a large, homemade banner that read, Happy Birthday Harry. Shouting. Surprise. Oh my God, he choked out, taking a step back in shock, bumping into a grinning Sirius who gave him a gentle push forward into the room. He put a hand to his mouth and kept sputtering, oh my God. Such a wide range in vocabulary, came a sarcastic voice. Harry quickly looked over to the side of the room to find Snape standing with Laura, Remus and the Stensons, with Mr. Weasley capturing Harry's response on film, snapping pictures continuously. Harry just looked around in complete shock, jaw hanging and eyes wide. But it's not my birthday, he protested breathlessly. Well, that's true, but we missed your actual birthday, Hermione said, beaming. And we figured this would make a much better surprise, Eloise added. I can't believe it. Oh my God, Harry said, just beginning to let everything sink in. You didn't have to. Harry, Ron interrupted quickly, slinging his arm across Harry's shoulders, you're our friend. We wanted to give you a party. And, George threw in, since you're honorary Weasley number 8, we're doing it Weasley style. Now, this fact might scare you, and it should, said Fred, but it'll at least be memorable. We wanted to have Ginny jump out of your birthday cake, but Mum was opposed to the idea for some reason, Fred said quietly with an apologetic shrug. Harry blushed deeply. We're going to try turning Snape's hair pink, George whispered into Harry's ear to make sure the potion's master didn't hear. Harry laughed and wished them luck with that. Harry, Anna shouted, hugging his knees until Harry looked down to acknowledge her. Up. she demanded, holding up her arms with a grin. Harry obliged and lifted the little girl up into his arms. I made you. She rustled through her pockets and pulled out a wrinkled, folded piece of paper. I made you a picture for your birthday, she said proudly, unfolding the drawing and thrusting the piece of paper too close to his face. Harry took it with his free hand and held it back to look at it. There were many different colored lines and odd shapes splattered across the page. Across the top of it, there was an H, a triangle, a single backwards R, and a humongous Y to show who the picture was for. Look, look, I spelled your name all by myself. Do you like it? She asked eagerly. Oh wow, Anna, it's really lovely, thank you, Harry said, rapidly trying to figure out what it was. He looked up at those around him who were watching him in amusement. Laura looked especially sympathetic, no doubt having had to go through this many times before. Mrs. Weasley was smiling at him fondly, looking strangely wistful. What's your favorite part? Anna asked eagerly. Harry started, trying to make sense out of the strange symbols. That part, he concluded, randomly pointing to a misshapen, multicolored blob in the middle of the page. Tell me what it is, Anna challenged, looking excitedly at the picture she'd drawn. Harry wondered if Anna even knew. He looked up at Laura desperately, but she just shook her head helplessly. A bludger, he guessed hopefully. No, silly, that's Miney doing my hair in pigtails, see. There's brown for Miney's hair and there's yellow for my hair, she said as if Harry was being stupid. Hermione looked over Harry's shoulder at the picture to see Anna's rendition of her and grinned. Wow, Anna, that's really good, Hermione said, exchanging an amused look with Harry. I know, Anna said boastfully. Everyone looked up at Draco. What? Draco asked indignantly. If the girl's got talent, she doesn't have to pretend to be modest. Harry, Ginny and Hermione laughed. Anna giggled simply because Harry was laughing and buried her face in his shoulder. Even the Weasleys couldn't help but grin, a sign that they were finally getting to know not to take Draco seriously all the time. Come on, birthday boy, Eloise said finally, let's head out back. We've got something quite interesting to show you. Coda's idea and very interesting. Harry looked at Coda suspiciously, but she only grinned happily. Laura took Anna and distracted her by giving her to Snape. The teenagers all ushered Harry outside and to the border of the woods. Just through the trees, Harry could see that they had dug a swimming hole, just like the one near the lighthouse. Harry looked back at them curiously, but when he saw their mischievous expressions, immediately knew something else was going on. Suddenly, Fred and George darted forward and grabbed Harry, picking him up between the two, and Harry finally realized what they were doing. He didn't even have time to protest before they tossed him into the swimming hole in all his clothes. He came up sputtering and glaring at his laughing friends. So that was your brilliant idea, Coda? Harry asked with a roll of the eyes as he treaded water. Taste it, she responded with an eager grin. Taste what? Harry asked in confusion. You mean the water? They all nodded. Harry cautiously scooped up some of the water in his hand and sipped it. It's butterbeer, he exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly there were splashes on all sides of him as everyone else started jumping in. Is this really butterbeer? Harry asked Fred. Yup, and we've charmed it to stay clean so it's perfectly safe to drink, he said, flipping onto his back and spitting out a spray of butterbeer up into the air. They all began goofing around in the water, but Harry noticed Draco was only sitting on the edge with his feet dangling in. Draco. Hell no, Harry, Draco cut him off. But he didn't have to finish though, because Fred and George popped up near his feet, grabbed his ankles and dragged him in with one tug. He exclaimed when he surfaced. This cannot be sanitary. He started to get out, but felt someone splash his back. He turned around with a glare and immediately picked out Ron as the culprit, who was sniggering shamelessly. Oh, I don't think so, Weasley, Draco growled before jumping back in and splashing Ron in the face. It soon became all-out war. Later, after having drying spells performed on them all, Harry and Eloise stood watching everyone interact. Draco was showing the twins his tricks he had learned to deal with high-class society annoyances. Okay, when you have to key a girl's hand, but she's completely disgusting, you take her hand like this, he said, taking Kota's hand with his thumb resting across the top. And key. Your own thumb. Even the girl can't tell you didn't key. Her nasty hand. Nasty hand? Kota asked indignantly. Not yours, Draco said with a smirk, more like the girls who you see wiping their noses on the backs of their hands and then hold them out for you to key. Lovely, Kota said, making a face. George took her hand and practiced Draco's trick, before key. Dotting her hand for real to make sure she knew he didn't find her hand disgusting. Oh, you're such a gentleman, Mr. Weasley, Kota said in a mock high-class voice. Hey, I can be a gentleman, George insisted, sticking his chest out. Right, Kota said with a smirk. I'll buy that when you pull out my chair for me and let me sit down on it rather than pull it out further to watch me fall on my bum. George laughed. That's a great idea, thanks. I told you, Eloise said matter-of-factly to Harry, who had been watching the scene with amusement. Told me what exactly? Harry asked. When you first told me you were friends with Malfoy, I told you that something randomly good was going to come out of this friendship with Malfoy. I was right. He saved your life. He helped save Ron's life. I also told you how I believed in karma, good things happening to good people in the end, and look at us all, she said, gesturing around the room. Harry looked around and smiled. She was right. Everything had turned out right in the end. Of course, we still have a few love lives to plan out. I think Malfoy's been avoiding me just because I offered him a free love life consultation. Harry chuckled. Oh, it looks like your love life's coming this way, so I'm going to go talk with Hermione, she said with a grin, before walking over to the bushy-haired girl. Hey birthday boy, want to help me get out silverware? Ginny asked with a mischievous grin. The two walked into the kitchen and Harry followed Ginny over to the silverware drawer. The two laughed and joked around, making each other lose count of their respective piles of silverware multiple times. Harry yelped as Ginny poked him in the side with a spoon. You know, I'd retaliate, but I don't think it would have the same effect since I'm doing knives, Harry pointed out, holding up the handful of steak knives to show her. Yeah, that would just be so cute and romantic if you stabbed me with a steak knife, Ginny laughed. Harry suddenly looked a little awkward and uncomfortable. So, what exactly are we? Are we, boyfriend and girlfriend? He asked quietly and quickly so Ginny could barely make out what he was mumbling as he glanced at her with a nervous gaze. Well, do you want to be? Ginny asked slyly, wanting to see Harry blush, which he sure enough did. Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to, because you don't have to and you might not want to and that's okay of course because you can change your mind or something and that's fine because it's really up to you but if you. Ginny chuckled and playfully pushed Harry up against the counter. Of course I want to. I always have, you idiot, she said with a mischievous, loving smile before pressing her lips against his. It caught Harry by surprise at first, but he quickly relaxed into it, running his hand through her red hair as she buried her hand in his messy raven locks. Ew. The two immediately broke apart and whipped their heads toward the doorway where Ron was covering his eyes and pretending to gag. Hermione stood next to him with a teary grin. Oh, it's about time, she said happily. I just saw Ginny snogging. Ron said in disgust. He looked up at them. You've got to warn next time or something because that's just disturbing. But, Mione's right, it's about time. Harry and Ginny exchanged embarrassed looks. It's about time for what? Asked Fred as he and George paused in their run for more fireworks. Harry and Ginny are finally together, Hermione said with a contented sigh. I've got to go tell Eloise. She's won a bet with Draco, she said before running out. The twins walked over, grinning. They patted Harry on the back and vigorously shook his hand, much to Harry's mortification. Oh, Harry old boy, Fred said, slinging his arm over the emerald-eyed boy's shoulders. I remember back to when you were a wee lad of 11. George and I were your guides to the wizarding world. You helped me get my trunk into my compartment, Harry reminded him. Yes, and you know why, Harry? Fred asked, somehow sounding a lot like Dumbledore. Because we knew, George continued, that one day, love would conquer all. Harry looked at him sympathetically. Kota's been making you watch romance films, hasn't she? Oh yes, George said. I think she's hoping I'll learn a thing or two. And have you? Well, I now know that in some scenarios, muggles are supposed to express their feelings in random bursts of song, though where the background music comes from, and how everyone else in the vicinity seems to be able to join into the song, along with matching dance moves, I've yet to figure out. Now you have fun with our sister, Harry, said Fred. But not too much fun, George said. The two wiggled their eyebrows suggestively. Mrs. Weasley hurried in, oblivious to what had just been going on. Come on outside. It's time for dinner, she said. Hey Mum, guess what? Fred said, shooting a mischievous grin at Harry and Ginny. Harry's eyes widened and his face turned red, knowing what was coming. Harry and Ginny are dating, George informed her happily. Now what were you saying about dinner? Mrs. Weasley gazed at Harry and Ginny, holding her breath, waiting for an indication that it was true. When neither protested, she gasped in delight. She laughed happily and scooped the two into her arms and hugged them fiercely. Oh, that's so wonderful. That's so adorable. Now you really will be like part of the family, Harry. Mum, Ginny muttered embarrassedly, we're just dating, not getting married. Oh, of course. I know, darling, she said, though the look in her eyes informed them that she was thinking differently. Mum, leave poor Harry alone and let's feed him, Fred called. Right, of course. We need to put some more weight on you, dear. I do hope you like it, she said warmly. She worked harder on your birthday dinner and dessert than I ever remember her working on any of ours, Ron informed him. Yeah, we think you're secretly her favorite, Fred said. Oh, you two stop it and help Harry and Ginny carry this silverware, she said before hurrying away, casting a fond smile back at Harry. Ginny bit her lip and looked at Harry with an apologetic grin. Harry laughed and gathered up the knives. Dinner was a fun affair, and Draco quietly admitted to Harry that he too thought Mrs. Weasley's cooking rivaled anything he'd tasted in high-class cuisine. When the sun went down and dinner was done, Mrs. Weasley levitated out an unbelievably big cake, making it appear that Ginny jumping out of it wasn't such a far-fetched idea after all. Snape, Sirius, and Mr. Weasley carried out presents behind her. Then, Harry was sung the birthday song for the first time in his life. Needless to say, the whole thing had Harry blushing extremely hard. When he unwrapped his presents to find all his friends had chipped in to buy him the Lightning Strike 2000, he had been struck speechless as he gazed at the broom in awe. He took it for a zip around the yard and insisted that it was one of the defining moments of his life. As the twins set up their fireworks, Eloise plopped down next to Harry on the grass. I almost forgot to ask you, how did the party go? Harry asked, referring to the party he'd agreed to talk Neville into going to in return for Eloise's silence over the magazine thing. Of course, he still had no idea of Eloise's slight bit of treachery and was blissfully unaware that the Weasleys had gotten a hold of the magazine despite his efforts. Eloise laughed. Well, Neville was a bit nervous. Oh no, Harry said, knowing where this was headed. Oh yes. He knocked over this huge oriental screen at my aunt's house and it broke into about 20 pieces. That's not to mention the tray of champagne he knocked into my grandmother, and then there was the incident with him telling Mr. Darcy that he was pretty sure my uncle hated his job. Well, a lot of people hate their jobs, so that's not that bad, Harry reasoned. Mr. Darcy is my uncle's boss. Ooh, ouch, Harry winced. So do you regret inviting him? Eloise grinned. No way. It was the most exciting one of those parties I've ever been to. My aunt and uncle weren't too fond of him, but my grandmother thinks he was offering her a drink and thinks she knocked the tray. She's a bit senile, but hey, she's rather fond of Neville. And then poor Neville was so upset and embarrassed over it, and I had to spend hours reassuring him until we could both laugh about the whole thing. She sighed happily. It's all exactly the way I wanted it. Flawed perfection, Harry found himself saying in vague surprise. Eloise looked over at him curiously and nodded with a grin. Yeah, exactly. Flawed perfection. Isn't it wonderful? Harry watched as one of the fireworks Fred and George set off accidentally hit the table, blowing away all the food, causing Coda and Neville to break out in hysterics. Laura's and Snape's hands were folded together discreetly under the table as they talked with the rest of the adults. Ron and Draco were bickering about something or other, but with the way Hermione and Ginny were giggling, Harry knew it wasn't a heated argument. Anna scrambled up to Harry as fast as her short legs would carry her and jumped into his lap, giving him a quick sloppy key on the cheek before settling in and watching as the twins set up their next firework. Ginny caught his eye and smiled at him before starting over with Hermione, Ron and Draco, the two boys still squabbling. Harry grinned and let Anna pick up his hand to compare the size to her own. Yeah, it really is. Siri, I told you we were going to be late. Harry laughed as his godfather pulled him along, racing through the train station. Well, I wanted to give you a homemade breakfast before you had to leave. Is it my fault the pancakes caught on fire? Sirius asked, dodging a lady who huffed in exasperation. Well, you were the one who wanted to test if pancakes were flammable, so I'd say yes, Harry pointed out. Okay, I can't think of a good argument for that, but when I do, I'll you, Sirius said as they neared the platform, running straight through it as the train whistle began to sound. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were there, and motioned for them to hurry. Sirius hugged Harry and said he'd try to visit before he died of boredom all alone at the lighthouse. Oh quick, Harry, the train's going to leave, Mrs. Weasley said hurriedly. She grabbed him into a hug and key at his cheek before shooing him along. Ron and Hermione opened one of the doors as the train began to move and motioned for Harry to hand them his trunk as he ran alongside it down the platform. The two threw it behind them before each grasping one of Harry's arms and pulling him on. Harry turned around and waved to his godfather, for the first time feeling that he was going to school, with someplace warmer to return to for the holidays, where somebody would be genuinely happy to see him. He finally had a loving home and a family, however quirky either might be. Things couldn't be more perfect. It was June of Harry's 6th year and everyone was cramming for end-of-the-year exams, wishing that summer would hurry up and arrive. Ginny was standing in the hall talking to Hermione and Eloise when suddenly, she felt arms wrap around her, but couldn't see anything. She jumped and let out a small scream of surprise before turning around with an evil grin. She grabbed the front of Harry's invisibility cloak and lifted it up to expose her laughing boyfriend. She gave him a mischievous look before pushing him up against a wall, letting the invisibility cloak fall over the pair of them. Hermione and Eloise exchanged a look as they heard a lot of hushed laughing and sounds of key-dotting. They both rolled their eyes while secretly thinking how adorable it was. All right, you two, Hermione called to the invisible pair, if you want to walk with us to dinner, you'd better come on because we're not going to wait. The two appeared seemingly out of thin air and Harry stuffed his cloak into his book bag. How are OWLs going, Ginny? Eloise asked. Ginny made gagging sounds before finding herself under Hermione's stern gaze. She smiled happily. I'm almost positive I got an O in Muggle studies at least, she said excitedly, giving Harry a thankful smile. He'd continued tutoring her in the subject all year, with a few trips to the Stensons' new house to help. I'm a little worried about the advanced potions exam I just took. Does anyone know what ingredient would neutralize basilisk venom? Hermione asked anxiously. Willow bark, Harry and Eloise answered at the same time, exchanging grins. Snape had insisted Harry and Draco come to him for tutoring at least once a week, either to clarify what he'd already taught, or prepare them for what he was going to teach. Harry had, in turn, continued to tutor Ron, Eloise, and Neville, with Hermione and Draco joining them for study groups or when Harry was unavailable for tutoring. The hated by Snape club had disappeared, and though its 3 original members couldn't exactly say they loved potions, the experience had greatly improved along with their understanding of it. It all worked out well. Harry would tutor in potions and defense, Hermione would tutor in transfiguration, Eloise in charms, Neville in herbology, with everyone else pitching in where they could. Ron worked harder in school that year than he ever had before, determined to become a healer. Harry found his friend working even harder each time Harry checked back into the hospital wing. He didn't get sick that often, but his immune system did have a harder time fighting things, so he came down with illnesses more than he used to. Thankfully, it was never anything too bad and he was always back on his feet, running around sooner than Madame Pomfrey approved of. Good, Hermione said uncertainly, trying to remember back to the exam. I'm pretty sure that's what I put. So Harry, how much you want to bet you get the highest defense score? Eloise said with a grin. Harry blushed and rolled his eyes. I'm not that good in defense. I just enjoy it more than others, Harry said modestly. Everyone else rolled their eyes. Harry, face it, Hermione said with a smile, you are amazing at defense against the dark arts. Yeah, you must come to grips with the fact, Ginny said in a psychiatrist-like voice, poking Harry in the side to see his nose scrunch up in that cute way it did every time he was tickled. The four ran into Draco on the way in. Hey Dre, Harry greeted. Are we sitting Slytherin or Gryffindor today? We're sitting Hufflepuff tomorrow, Eloise said firmly. No excuses about them not accepting Slytherins because you know everyone's been fine with you sitting there with me and I miss my table. Okay Eloise, don't get your knickers in a twist, Draco said with a smirk. Eloise made a face at him and the bee-owned chuckled. We're sitting Griff since we sat Sly yesterday. At least that's where Blaise and Ron said they'd meet us. Harry remembered back to September 1st of that year with a grin. Draco had gone ahead to Hogwarts early with Snape to avoid any conflicts on the train. Harry had walked in to find him sitting at the Slytherin table with the other Slytherins who had sat down either casting mean looks over at him or ignoring him altogether. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table as necessary for the sorting and beginning speeches, but when the food came, he filled up his plate and said goodbye to his friends, who already knew what he was going to do. Everyone in the hall watched with curiosity as Harry walked from the Gryffindor table over to the Slytherin one, almost everyone believing a fight was going to break out. Therefore, the majority of the student body, the ghosts, and part of the staff were very shocked to hear Harry simply ask Draco if he could squeeze in, ignoring the fact that there was plenty of room. They all nearly had heart attacks when Draco let him and the two started talking amicably, but settled for staring in shock. Charles Crabbe immediately grabbed his friends and they followed him over to where Harry was sitting, sliding in next to him. He stuck his tongue out at his older brother who was making menacing gestures toward him and asked Harry and Draco about their summers before turning to his own friends, leaving the two sixth years to talk. The two looked up in surprise to see Blaise Zabini carry his plate over from the other end of the table and sit gracefully down facing the two. Sorry, my brother was just sorted so I had to make sure he settled in with the other first years. I wanted to owl you this summer, Draco, but my family went on a cruise and there weren't any owls I could use. Anyway, I wanted you to know I'm on your side, screw what those imbeciles think, he said, jutting his thumb over at Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and Nott who all scowled back. Thanks, Zabini, Draco said in surprise. Don't be stupid, Draco, call me Blaise. I hear your last name's Snape now, but there's no way I can call you that without it just being too strange and confusing. So, what are you doing here, Potter? He asked. It wasn't a cruel comment, just slightly suspicious. Call me Harry, Harry said, reaching his hand across the table. Draco and I put all the stupid house rivalry crap behind us and became friends over summer. Blaise hesitated, but then shook his hand firmly. Well, that's certainly unexpected. Draco and Harry chuckled and Blaise looked at the bee-owned curiously. Well, it looks like you've changed a bit, Draco. I don't think I've ever seen you laugh like that before. Thank Merlin you're actually human. I was seriously doubting it before now. Draco feigned offense. Human. Please. I rank deity at least. Millicent. The three heard Pansy shriek indignantly. They looked up to see Millicent Bulstrode brushing Pansy off. She came over and sat next to Blaise. I hate her, she said with a roll of the eyes. So, Potter, I heard you beat the shit out of Theo. Not. We got into a bit of a fight, but, he started to defend himself, but Millicent cut him off. Then I already like you. That guy is so irritating. I'm glad to hear you knocked him off the little pedestal he's placed himself on. And you seem to have done similar for Draco, though Draco has seemed to improve while Nott remains his insufferable self, she continued. Harry grinned while Draco sputtered indignantly. I was not. You were, Millicent said quickly, cutting Draco off. But seeing what you did at the end of last year made me think you might have some sort of personality and conviction in there, and as long as you don't ever call me Gorilla Girl again, I'm on your side in this. Potter, I'm still not sure about you, but we'll see. Harry grinned. Call me Harry and I guess we'll see, he said, shaking her hand. So, Harry, what's your Quidditch team? Blaise asked hopefully. Well, I'm not really fanatical about one team, though I like players on several different teams. I'd probably say the Meteorites though, because of their seeker, Harry said thoughtfully as he chewed on a roll. Damn, why can't I find one person who likes the Chudley Cannons? Blaise asked disappointedly. Draco and Harry both stilled and looked at him. My friend Ron's insane about the Chudley Cannons, Harry said. Weasley. No way, Blaise said, sounding a bit excited. Harry called for Ron and motioned for him to come over. The redhead approached the table with extreme caution, looking very doubtful about the whole thing until he found out Blaise was just about as fanatical about the cannons as he was. He instantly ran back to Gryffindor to grab his plate before settling in next to Blaise to talk Quidditch. They soon found that Millicent got on very well with Eloise, both having been made fun of for their looks before. Now the other students were used to them sitting at each other's tables, and though the two houses were a bit wary at first, as the year went on, more and more started intermixing at meal times as they began to accept the others as fellow students rather than look at them as the enemy. Though house rivalries still existed, Harry and Draco's friendship had really been a big step toward breaking them down, or at least making them less violent. The five sat down at the Gryffindor table. Poor Sev, Harry said with a chuckle, looking up at the staff table. Snape looked tired and a bit frazzled to those who knew him. He was eating with one hand and holding a book about end-of-term pregnancy and newborns in the other, eyes focused on the words. Harry spotted the gold wedding band on his finger. He and Laura had eloped at the end of summer, a fact that still made Eloise giggle gleefully. George says Coda's still singing The Circle of Life every time the subject gets brought up, Ginny said. I still can't believe he's having a kid, Ron said in disbelief. I mean, Professor Snape rocking a baby to sleep just isn't an image that comes naturally. Rocking a baby. What about changing a diaper? Draco asked, making a face. He's gotten used to Anna's messes, but this is a bit of a different story. He'll do fine. He's great with Anna and he's so excited, even if he doesn't show it, Harry said. Plus he's read practically every book in existence on the subject. And that's a really good way to prepare for anything, Hermione commented seriously. Everyone chuckled. What? She asked indignantly. You know, he actually gave points to Hufflepuff yesterday. He must be happy, Eloise said. Are too distracted to realize what he's doing, Ginny pointed out. You know, the thing about it that I can't truly believe, said Ron quietly, making the others lean in to hear him, is that in order for Laura to be pregnant, she and Professor Snape must have, he trailed off, nodding suggestively. All of their heads snapped to the staff table before turning back to the center and there was a resounding, ew. Merlin's beard, Ron, Draco groaned. Please, I don't need these sort of pictures. Oh sick, get out of my head. Have either of you actually seen them Ing. Neville asked curiously. Harry and Draco nodded. It's disturbing, they both said simultaneously. You know, Professor Snape's not that bad, Millicent mused, looking up at the staff table thoughtfully. He's got that whole dark and mysterious thing going on. Yeah, he's actually kind of say. Why, Hermione said mischievously. Oh, I've had many a fantasy about detention in potions, Ginny said with a nod. The boys all looked at them in abject horror. Ginny laughed and gave Harry's hand a squeeze. We're just kidding. I'm not, Millicent interjected. Actually, he is quite dishy, Lavender butted into the conversation. He's got delicate hands, Parvati said seriously. The boys looked at her as if she'd grown another head, but she ignored them. And the cutest thing ever. I was in detention and he was grading papers and his wife and stepdaughter came, both adorable by the way, and he actually smiled and looked excited. He even picked up his stepdaughter and he promised he'd hang a picture she'd drawn for him in his office. Ah, that is so sweet. Eloise exclaimed with a dreamy look on her face. All the girls seemed to agree, getting those strange looks on their faces that let the boys know this was a very cute thing that they may be expected to do in the future. His office is covered in them. That's why he doesn't let most students in there. He doesn't want to let people have any reason to be less intimidated of him, and pictures of stick figures holding hands under rainbows doesn't exactly get across the message of fear, Harry confided. He enjoyed trying to get people to see there was another side to Snape, though most still refused to believe it. Rainbows and stick figures holding hands. Draco, you've been drawing pictures for your godfather again. That's so cute, Blaise teased. Draco scowled and threw a spoonful of peas at the Slytherin as everyone laughed. Draco is a budding artist. Don't tease, Blaise, Harry joked, slinging his arm over the Bee-own's shoulder, who made a face at him and pushed it off, threatening to dump soup into Harry's lap. Mum says it should be any day now, Ron said through a mouthful of food. Mrs. Weasley had been helping Laura through the pregnancy. She had gotten really excited about the whole thing, and of course, had a lot of experience. During the last few months, Laura had basically moved into the Burrow with Anna, though they had a house near Hogsmeade where they went on the weekends when Snape came home. If it cries too much, though, I'm moving into the lighthouse with you, Harry, Draco said warningly. I've already moved in an extra bed, Harry informed him. They'd already talked about this throughout the year and it had taken a lot of assurances on Harry's part to make sure Draco knew he was welcome at the lighthouse anytime, as long as he didn't mind sharing a room with him and Ron, when the redhead was staying over. He'd also had a talk with Ron to make sure he was okay with the whole thing and wasn't jealous. Harry made sure to let Ron know that he would always be Harry's best friend, but Ron assured him that the conversation wasn't necessary. He already knew. Harry had opened up a bit to his friends during the year. It started with Ron, who had gotten Neville to keep the other boys out of the dorm for a while and had proceeded to bring up what he'd witnessed in the Nightmare Chamber. He brought up Harry's worries about Sirius along with what happened at the Dursleys. Harry had screamed and yelled and tried to get out, but Ron stood firm until Harry broke down into tears and let out a lot of what he'd pent up for so long, especially with the frustrating fears about Sirius turning into the type of guardian his uncle had been that Harry could never bring up with his godfather. Now, the two would make sure to find alone time to just talk about things every once in a while. Ron realized he couldn't just interrogate Harry all the time, and confided some of his own self-doubts with his friend as well. They'd helped each other a lot and their friendship had grown even tighter in the process. Draco had also become a confidant of Harry's. The two could talk about their families and get a better understanding from the other than they could from anyone else. Draco still had issues about killing his father, but Harry helped him through the bad times. Hermione was the one Harry went to for practical advice. She was always there to try to analyze the problem and make a plan of action to solve it. She could almost always cut right to the source of the issue, often even when Harry didn't know what it was. Sometimes she knew just what to say to make Harry feel better, unlike anyone else could really do. Ginny was always there to talk to, but Harry usually just fed off her silent support. When something was bothering him, Ginny was the one he could go to when he just didn't feel like talking about it. Ginny could tolerate not knowing, not curing. She could stand to simply sit there for hours with him in silence, just being there for him, and sometimes giving him very heavenly massages. All his friends helped him in their own ways. The famous trio still stood strong, but they were part of a larger group now full of its own tighter relationships among it. Harry would never confide in Blaise, just as Draco would never confide in Eloise, but they all enjoyed being in each other's company and they all had someone they could go to for the deeper things. Snape also made it clear to Harry that he was there, and Harry found it was often the potions master he'd go to, especially when he felt he'd made a mistake of some sort. There were things he'd go to Remus or Sirius for and some things he went to Snape for and didn't really question the difference. He guessed it was mostly because they'd both been in a dark place at one point in their lives, and had each helped the other out of it. Snape seemed to need Harry a lot of the time, and often pulled him off after class to ask his advice about things. It made Harry feel important, and he really liked that feeling. He still remembered how nervous he was the first time he went to Snape to talk. They had still been getting over some of the rifts created the summer before, so it had been a big step. Harry slowly walked down to the dungeons, not really thinking about where he was going, but when the temperature began to drop and his footsteps echoed more noticeably, he realized where he was and why he was there. He took a deep breath and forced himself to keep going. When he got to the door to Snape's office, he stood there debating with himself for a long time. He actually began walking away before he decisively turned back and with a deep breath, knocked hesitantly at the door. Nobody answered. Harry, came a voice from behind, causing Harry to jump. Hi Professor, Harry muttered embarrassedly. We're not in class. You can call me Sev, Snape reminded him again. Oh yeah, right. Did you want to talk to me about something? Snape asked with the slightest tinge of hope in his voice. Oh, well, I was justy thought you might just not be doing anything but it's your free time so I'll just. Harry, of course I have time for you, Snape said, unlocking his office door and leading Harry through. Snape sat down in his desk chair and Harry awkwardly took his place in the chair facing it. So what is it you wanted to talk about? Harry looked down at his hands and fidgeted uncomfortably. I was just wondering, well, you know when we were talking about flawed perfection and about the bad place people get stuck in, and well I know you've said before that you were in that place, right? Yes, I was in that place for a very long time, Snape said, pushing away his discomfort with the topic and letting Harry get to what he was trying to say. Harry nodded and continued. Well, I was just wondering if you ever feel like, I don't know, like you want to go back, or maybe not want to but are at the edge of it maybe. I mean, just hypothetically. Snape immediately grew worried but made sure not to let it show. Of course. I think once you've been there, especially so soon after getting out, it's easier to slip back. I've had some close calls and have slipped back in a few times since then, but I got out again pretty quickly, he admitted. He mentally crossed his fingers and pushed back a little. Do you ever feel that way? Harry sighed and nodded, still not looking at him. Snape conjured up some tea and slid Harry over a cup. The Gryffindor took it with a grateful smile and sipped it to calm his nerves a bit. Have you been feeling that way at all lately? Did something happen? Snape probed a bit further. Harry shrugged. Well, I was at Coda's house last weekend for her birthday, my muggle friend that was at my birthday, and the telly was on. Do you know what that is? Snape nodded even if he only had a vague idea. Anyways, there was this thing on, a talk show. Nobody was really watching it but I was in the room and it was about this guy who was older and he'd been, abused by his dad and he was saying he has all these violent tendencies and that when his kids misbehave he has to restrain himself from hitting them. I guess it's kind of stupid to get upset over something like a talk show, but I just couldn't help but think that might be me in the future. Harry, I was a spy for a great deal of my life and if there's one thing I learned how to do, it's how to judge character. I was trained to observe people and determine things about them, especially if they had the potential to be violent or not. That is one thing I've never gotten wrong when judging someone and I can assure you that you don't fit into that category. But what if? Harry, listen to me. You know yourself better than anyone. Have you ever felt like you wanted to hit Anna? No, Harry said, still unconvinced. Have you ever wanted to physically hurt someone who didn't deserve it or who was significantly weaker than you? No, he said unsurely, trying to rack his brain to make sure there were no incidents of that. Harry, stop doing this to yourself. I understand why you'd be worried about something like this, but you do not have that in you. If I even detected the slightest hint of that in you, I would never have placed Anna in your care and I feel completely safe doing that, Snape assured him. Harry finally looked him in the eye. Thank you, he said sincerely. You know, Harry, I'm not sure if I ever made it clear that I realize you're the one who pulled me out of my own dark place, Snape said with great difficulty, still unused to expressing such emotion. Harry blushed. I didn't. Yes you did, Snape cut him off firmly. It was you. And then you went and made sure I didn't slip back in. Harry looked at him skeptically. How did I do that? You were mad at me half the summer. I wasn't mad at you, Harry, I was just confused about a lot of things. I took out a lot of my frustrations on you because I was so used to doing so, I guess, Snape admitted regretfully. Harry snorted. I must have some huge sign on me somewhere that just says, abuse me, huh? He muttered before looking embarrassed at the words that had slipped out of his mouth. Not that I'm implying that you. No, I deserve that. I am sorry for what I did to you, Harry. I hope you know that. I'm sorry for how I treated you since you were 11, but I'm especially sorry for what I did to you this summer. I was a bastard. Harry's jaw dropped at the statement and the shocked look on his face was comical enough for the potion's master to crack a smile. Well, that was unexpected, Harry muttered with a smirk once he regained his senses. And sadly, no one will ever believe you. I'll have to get a pensieve at some point and show that to all the potions classes, Harry joked. I still know how to make thousands of potions with very embarrassing side effects, Snape threatened lightly. Harry cracked a grin. Snape mentally sighed before venturing into darker territory. Have you heard from your relatives lately? Harry's grin melted instantly. Yeah, just the usual letter from Aunt Petunia going on about how I'm a disgrace and how I should burn in hell and all that fun stuff, he said, trying to pass it off lightly. Don't tell Sirius or Remus though. Sirius would freak if he heard and overreact, and Remus, I don't know, I just don't want him to know. I guess he just wouldn't understand. I met his parents, you know. They're really nice and really parent why. I think they love him even more because he's a werewolf, which is just great, really great, he said sincerely but with a tinge of sadness to his voice. Not the type to go shutting children in cupboards, Snape commented. Harry snorted. Nope. Not likely. No throwing through glass tables either, and I doubt there were many stabbings involved in their family gatherings, he said bitterly, though he tried to pass it off as joking. No mandatory lessons in dark magic or Death Eater initiations, Snape put in. Harry didn't miss the fact that he was referring to his own childhood. Or endless chores or days without food, he added with a sigh. Or screaming parents or impossible standards or looks of shame, Snape added. Wow, we're a couple of bright rays of sunshine, huh? Harry laughed dryly. Everyone needs to vent sometimes, Snape said thoughtfully, taking a sip of his tea. We have a problem in that because we're not quite the open type. We're too closed off for our own good. Don't you talk to Laura? Harry asked. Yes, but I must admit I generally avoid such topics of conversation. As you were saying, it's difficult to talk about that sort of thing to someone who couldn't really understand. Maybe one day, but I think it's better to begin talking about the hard stuff with someone who understands, Snape said carefully, hoping Harry would take the bait. Harry swirled the tea in his cup around thoughtfully. What about Draco? You could talk to him. Maybe you could help each other because you two had such similar childhoods it seems with the whole Death Eater parent thing, Harry suggested. Snape sighed inwardly. Draco and I do talk, but I'd like to have talks with you as well. Harry looked up at him doubtfully. Why? Snape resisted banging his head against the desk. Because you're important to me, Harry, he said with great difficulty. Because you're the one that pulled me out of that dark place. This time I want to actually get to know you, and that's part of who you are. I don't want that to be part of who I am, Harry muttered. I know, but you can't escape the past. We both have the marks to prove it, he said, tapping on his forearm where his dark mark was concealed by his robes. How about we make it a thing? This whole talking business, he said awkwardly, having never been good at this sort of thing. Harry blinked up at him in confusion. Okay. Maybe. Every Monday and Thursday you could come after dinner. He said unsurely, surprising himself. He usually made sure to make statements of such things, not questions. It could always be changed later, of course. Are you sure? Aren't you busy or something? Harry asked, fidgeting with the hem of his robes. There are very few people who I'll always make sure to have time for, Harry, and you're one of them, Snape said firmly, trying to make Harry see how much he was determined to fix the damage he'd done and how much he wanted to have Harry around. Thanks, Professor, Harry said genuinely. Sev, Snape corrected. Oh, right, Harry said with a nod. And they had talked. Some days they just talked about inane gossip around the school or what had gone on that week. Sometimes Harry would come in with humorous stories, always trying to make the potions master laugh, which he began to do more and more. Other times they talked about darker things, periods of their life they usually kept hidden. It was good for them both, though neither would admit it out loud. They both found it amusing that people still weren't quite used to their new relationship. It had been the first day of potions class that had really shocked people. Harry chuckled whenever he thought back on it. Snape stormed into the classroom, robes billowing menacingly as usual. I do hope you all are finished congratulating yourselves on being slightly less moronic than the rest of the students in your year for making it into this class. There are some of you who show promise, and others that only got into this class by some miracle. This year will be much more difficult than previous ones, and I expect you all to try harder than you have in the past. I expect nothing less than the best, he said ominously. While the rest of the students paled slightly or shifted nervously in their seats, Draco smirked in amusement and Harry kept his eyes on his desk to keep himself from laughing. When they partnered up, Harry discovered the reason Draco had helped so much in getting Ron into advanced potions and had to admit it had been very sly. You're going to be my partner, of course, the B-Owned had informed him when Snape told them to pair off. Granger's got Weasley. Funny how that worked out, he said with a knowing smirk that suddenly made Harry realize why Draco had been so eager to help Ron get into advanced potions. Since they'd already gone over the potion during the summer, the two chatted quietly while they worked. Suddenly, a cauldron exploded behind them where Pansy and Nott were working. Harry turned around to see the pair shooting him glares. Professor Potter threw something into our cauldron. He sabotaged our potion. Pansy cried. I did not, Harry said incredulously. Professor Snape put a hand up to silence him. Nott and Pansy grinned evilly behind their professor before Snape whirled around to face them. Miss Parkinson, do you mean to tell me that Mr. Potter somehow left his body, leaving it animated and speaking to his lab partner, and possessed your body just to throw a dung bomb into your cauldron before returning to his own body to feign innocence? Is that your story? Snape asked with a sneer. And no, sir, well, that's funny since I saw your hand dropping the dung bomb into your cauldron. It wasn't, she protested. Are you insulting my intelligence, Miss Parkinson? He asked menacingly. No, sir, she said quietly, looking very confused. Do not lie to me ever again or I will have you out of this class faster than you can make an excuse, do you understand? Snape said coldly. Yes, sir, she muttered. Detention for the week and 10 points from Slytherin for being idiotic enough to sabotage your own cauldron, he said before addressing the whole class. We are working with delicate potions in this class. It is not a joke or a game. I am forced to presume that those in this class have enough maturity to handle it. There will be no pranks or horsing around, am I understood? Yes, sir, the class responded. Good, he said sharply before going around and telling people what they were doing wrong. When he got to Harry and Draco's potion, he nodded in approval. Excellent work, he said with a masked expression. The whole class nearly choked, though they thankfully didn't or Snape might have been inclined to take points out of annoyance. He refused to demonstrate blatant favoritism toward the two in class, but did compliment their work when credit was due and no longer yelled at Harry. He still leaned toward his own students and was reluctant to take points off the Slytherin house, but no longer needed to feel pressured by his supposed allegiance to Voldemort, making things much more pleasant for students from other houses. Oh, Draco, when do we get to come and see the baby? Eloise asked hopefully. Millicent nodded eagerly. Draco groaned. The girls had been bugging him about it for ages. When Sev says it's okay. But don't make Anna feel left out. I don't need her acting out in jealous rage, he said sternly. She'd probably burn the house down or something, little pyro that she is. Harry hid a grin, knowing how protective Draco was of the little girl. We won't, Eloise said excitedly. I happen to find Anna adorable as well. Let's hope the baby has dark hair though, because Professor Snape looks a bit out of place with all the B-Owned, Neville said. That's why we have Harry around, Draco joked, to keep Sev from feeling too overpowered by us gorgeous B-Owned. I somehow feel like I should be insulted by that comment, Harry commented. Don't be, you're definitely bloody gorgeous, Ginny said, squeezing his hand. And don't you dare call me delusional or I will hurt you. Ginny was the only one who felt comfortable making these sorts of comments to Harry, and Harry never took them the wrong way. Harry just smiled shyly and kissed her on the cheek, making him blush far more than her, which she of course found adorable. She met his eyes mischievously. Harry and I are going to go study. We'll see you all later. Harry, of course, was oblivious as always. Are we doing Muggle studies? He asked. More the study of wizards who grew up with muggles, she said, making the rest of the group either chuckle or roll their eyes, not needing to know Ginny's plan to study her boyfriend. Oh, Harry said dumbly, is that for your muggle studies class? Ginny just laughed and took his hand in hers. Harry, this is why I adore you so much. The two said their farewells before they walked out from the dining halls, laughing with each other. Ah, that's so cute. Harry has absolutely no idea he's about to get snogged silly by Ginny, Millicent said. Thank you, Millicent, Ron muttered sarcastically, not too keen on the image of his sister snogging anyone. I'm just glad they're happy, Hermione said, watching as the pair left. Everyone knew she really meant she was glad Ginny was making Harry so happy. All those who knew him well had a bit of a protective instinct for him, and seeing him truly laugh and smile, especially after the previous summer, made them all happy. They weren't naive. They knew Harry still had his problems, his dark days, his doubts, but they were all there for him now to make sure they weren't the norm, just as he was there for them with their own problems. Everyone had their dark days really, though they dwelled on different things during them. But they now had people to stand by them during these days, and that was worth everything. That night, Harry was jerked awake to someone hissing his name frantically and shaking his shoulders. Harry's eyes flew open to find Snape practically pulling him from the bed, looking completely frenzied. Wah! He muttered as Snape pulled him over to his dresser and yanked open one of the drawers, grabbing a pair of pants and a shirt and stuffing them in a bag. It's time, he said in a panicked voice. Time for what? Harry asked groggily. The other boys began waking up. Was go on, Seamus murmured, peering sleepily through his curtains. Laura, baby. Now, Snape managed to get out, thrusting Harry's shoes at him and grabbing his cloak. Oh, Harry exclaimed, waking up fully and running after Snape as the man pulled him out of the door and down the stairs. Draco was waiting at the bottom, looking excited and shifting from one foot to the next. Come on, he called impatiently. Wait, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to tell the headmaster you're going to be out for a few days, or? He trailed off, confused as to why he'd been called out of bed. Don't be an idiot, Harry, you're coming with us, Snape said, hurrying to the portrait. Harry stopped, looking at Snape in surprise. With you? But why? I mean, this is a family thing. You don't have to. Harry, Snape exclaimed, doubling back and taking hold of Harry's arm and pulling him along. You're coming. I want you there, and so does Laura. Now come on. Harry grinned excitedly and followed him out of the common room. The three raced through the dark halls toward Dumbledore's office, Harry still holding his shoes in his hands. Snape shouted the password at the gargoyle and the three raced past, up the moving staircase. Dumbledore was waiting at his office door with a twinkle in his eye, gesturing them through. Good luck, Severus, he said warmly before the three flowed off to the hospital. The two boys followed Snape up to the maternity ward and found Mrs. Weasley pacing in the hall while Anna was twirling in circles. She caught sight of them and threw her arms up in the air. Finally. Thank Merlin you're here. Severus, she's in here, and hurry. She's nearly ready to deliver, she said, leading him into a delivery room. As the door opened, the two boys heard Laura's voice screaming out. Severus, where the hell were you? Ah, oh Merlin, I hate you for this. Damn you, you bloody. The door closed, cutting off the sound. The two boys and Anna all looked at each other in surprise at Laura's welcoming words for her husband. Anna ran over to them and hugged their legs, one for each boy so Draco and Harry were a bit stuck together. She looked up at them with a big grin. Am I going to have a little brother or a little sister? She asked. We don't know yet, Anna. Sev and Laura wanted it to be a surprise, remember? Draco explained for the umpteenth time. Draco pried her arms from around their legs, allowing the two boys to plop down on a couch in the hall. Anna scrambled up onto Draco's lap and then jumped playfully over to Harry's. She took Harry's face in her hands and put her eyes really close to his, giggling madly. Suddenly she sat back with a frown. Are Mummy and Daddy going to forget about me when they have a baby? She asked worriedly. She had suddenly begun referring to Sev as her father once Laura and Snape got married. Never in a billion years could they forget about you, Harry reassured her. Draco murmured something about being too noisy to forget about. They'll love you just as much as they love the new baby, Harry continued, casting a meaningful look at Draco to let him know he was included in that statement as well. Draco rolled his eyes, but looked slightly more relaxed. And I get to be a big sister, right? Just like you and Draco are my big brothers, right? She asked proudly. Well, Draco's your big brother. Harry began to protest, but Draco cut him off. Yes, just like Harry and I are your big brothers, he said firmly. But, of course, I'm the cool, good-looking older brother. You're the funny brother, Draco, with pretty hair, Anna said matter-of-factly. Daddy's funny, but he does not have pretty hair. Harry's nice and has goofy hair. Draco laughed and Harry shot him a glare, smoothing his hand over his messy, black locks. The three sat there anxiously for what seemed like hours until the door opened to let a few healers out. Mrs. Weasley poked out her head and motioned for the three to come in. I'm going now, she said, giving them each a hug. Draco still looked a bit put out whenever Mrs. Weasley hugged him, but Harry got a kick out of it. Anna loved Mrs. Weasley's hugs and always milked them for all they were worth. Congratulations, you two, she said to Draco and Anna with a warm smile before letting them through and leaving. Laura was sitting up in bed, soaked in sweat but beaming with joy. Snape was looking down in awe at the bundle in his arms that he was holding. He kept looking up at Laura with a huge, disbelieving smile that Harry had never seen before on the potion's master. He had never seen Snape looking so deliriously happy. Anna immediately raced over and scrambled up onto Laura's bed, trying to stand on it to get a look at the baby. Draco and Harry started over, but the healer in the room stopped Harry. Sorry, family only, he said firmly. You'll have to wait outside. Harry's face went a bit red with embarrassment and he started ducking out of the room, but Draco grabbed his arm. He is family, you incompetent. Draco, Harry hissed to get the to be quiet. They're family. They're my godsons, Snape said in his no-nonsense tone, leaving no trace of the fact that he was stretching the truth a bit. The healer rolled his eyes and let Harry through, sarcastically muttering something about being sure that he was the godfather of Harry Potter as he left the room. Draco and Harry walked over to look at the baby. It was tiny and on its head was just the hint of owned fuzz, but Snape didn't seem to mind. It's a boy, Laura said with a tearful smile. His name is Aiden. He's so beautiful, isn't he? A boy, Anna said, making a face. We already have enough boys. Can we trade it for a girl? Everyone laughed and Laura grabbed her daughter, pulling her into a hug. Harry watched as Snape gently placed Aiden into his godson's arms. Draco looked very awkward holding the baby, but he smirked at the small child. Owned. Good, you're off to a good start, kid. You'll be in Slytherin, of course, and I'll have to make sure you know how to do your hair well, because, let's face it, your father is not one for gorgeous hair like mine. Plus, I'll make sure you're the coolest kid in the school when you get there, just like me, he said with a smirk. Harry and Snape rolled their eyes. You do have pretty hair, Draco, Anna chirped. I know, Draco responded with a smug expression. Better watch it, Anna. You might make his ego expand until his head explodes, Harry said, grinning at Draco's subsequent glare. All right, Draco, let Harry have a turn holding him, Snape instructed his godson who turned to transfer the small bundle to Harry's arms, but the Gryffindor froze. Me, Harry said warily. Are you sure about that? Harry, if I can do it, you can, Draco said, the encouragement in the statement hidden beneath a layer of sarcasm. Harry, I trust you, Snape assured him. It'll be fine. Laura nodded in agreement. Harry grinned excitedly as Draco helped maneuver the tiny baby into Harry's arms. Hey Aiden, he said softly, I'm Harry. I definitely can't give you tips on hair, but I can teach you to make a grilled cheese sandwich. How does that sound? The infant made a noise somewhere in between a squawk and a screech. Everyone chuckled. Okay then, I'll take that as a yes. Harry, will you teach me to make a grilled cheese sandwich? Anna asked hopefully. Of course, Anna, Harry assured her. When? She asked excitedly. Not until you're a little older, her mother jutted in. 5 is not old enough to be around a stove. Snape caught Harry's eye and gave him a meaningful look, which Harry acknowledged with a nod before looking back down at Aiden. Harry had told Snape once that when he had been Anna's age, he had been expected to watch and stir things on the stove, getting small burns whose scars had faded by now. Harry was very thankful that Snape had obviously not betrayed his trust by telling Laura. Draco came up and peered down at the bundle in Harry's arms. Now don't you let Harry influence you too much. He's a bit of a troublemaker, you know, always sneaking around in his invisibility cloak after hours. And you're definitely not to take any hair styling advice from him. You're going to be seeing a lot of him and he's practically another stepbrother to you, but don't let him turn you into a Gryffindor, okay? Harry looked up at his friend and the bee-own smirked at him. Draco understood how thankful Harry was for the disguised reassurance that Harry wasn't going to be forgotten anytime soon. Draco understood that Harry needed that reassurance constantly, and though he was uncomfortable being sentimental at all, he always made sure to give Harry that comfort because that was what friends did, as Draco had discovered through his friendship with the raven-haired boy. I want to be a Gryffindor like Harry, Anna announced cheerfully. And I want to be a Slytherin like Draco and Daddy. Red and green. Like Christmas. She burst out into giggles. No one had the heart to tell her right then that she couldn't be both. Strange family you've got here, Aiden, Harry said with a teasing grin. Draco glared at him and playfully hit him upside the head. You're one to talk, he pointed out. I never said it was a bad thing, Harry protested. I think Aiden's going to be one happy kid. Eventually Harry left the room to go find some food for everyone, having immediately offered to go to give the family some time to themselves. Harry, he heard the call from behind him. He turned to see the potions master hurrying up to him and walking with him toward the stairwell. So what do you think? He asked, unable to contain his joy. Harry chuckled at the uncharacteristic demonstration of blatant happiness on Snape's part. I think Aiden's a lucky kid, Harry said before pausing. Thank you for inviting me here. It means a lot, he said shyly. Of course, Harry, you're practically part of the family, and if you ever get sick of living with someone with the maturity level of a Sev, Harry said warningly before the pair froze in surprise. It was the first time Harry had called the potions master, Sev, on his own accord. Snape couldn't help it. After a year of becoming used to demonstrating affection for Anna, Laura and Draco, and because the idea of Harry finally, after almost a whole year, becoming comfortable enough to call him by his first name just boosted his already deliriously happy mood, he couldn't help but pull the kid into a hug. Harry let out a small yelp of surprise, but quickly recovered and awkwardly hugged the potions master back. He still wasn't all that used to hugs, but Ginny, Sirius and Remus had been working on changing that throughout the year, along with a few of his other friends. Not to mention every time Mrs. Weasley saw him. He swore that woman had decided a minimal time requirement for fawning over him and was constantly competing with herself to see how long she could do it for. He was definitely getting better at it, though, he decided. Snape finally broke the hug, but kept his arm slung over Harry's shoulders as they made their way up the stairs. How freaked out would everyone at school be if they saw this? Harry asked with a laugh. Don't you go around ruining my reputation. People are starting to think I'm going soft. You are going soft, Harry said with a smirk. Never, Snape insisted. You are going soft, but that's okay, I won't tell anyone. Anyways, it's a good thing. It means Aiden will have a happy childhood, Harry said wisely. And Aiden did have a happy childhood, they all made sure of that. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.